Westport, Washington. Calling the 255th session of the Pacific Fishery Management Council back to order here on Wednesday, June 17th. So I will, as I typically do, turn to the Executive Director, Chuck Tracy, and ask him for any overview of today's festivities that he'd like to share with the group.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, we're going to start our day on our existing agenda. However, we will be needing to pick up final action on stock assessment, groundfish stock assessment plan in terms of reference later in the day. But we will start with fiscal matters, just an update from the Budget Committee's meeting and their recommendations. Then we will move to CPS and review the Sardine rebuilding plan, scheduled to adopt a range of alternatives and possibly preliminary preferred alternatives. Then we will move on to groundfish, and we will start with the final action on stock assessment plan in terms of reference, and then move on to a regularly scheduled agenda item, electronic monitoring, regulatory changes, implementation, and EFP extension for final action. So that will be a fairly full day. Just looking ahead, tomorrow we've got final action on the groundfish management measures and EFPs and in-season adjustments. So that's where we stand today. I don't think I have any other announcements at this time. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Great, thanks very much, Chuck. And so with that, it's my pleasure to pass the virtual gavel over to Vice Chair Grelnick, who is going to lead us through the fiscal matters agenda item, as well as the coastal pelagic species management matter on sardine rebuilding. So good morning, Mark, and here you go.
Good morning, Phil, from sunny El Cerrito, California. Many thanks for that gavel. And we'll get started with agenda item C2, fiscal matters. And to get us started, I will turn to Patricia Kraus.
Good morning, council members. Our situation summary for fiscal matters is the Budget Committee met on May 17th to consider the budget issues as outlined in the agenda, which is supplemental attachment 1. And we're reporting to the council today. The action is to consider the report and recommendations of the Budget Committee, and another reference material is agenda item C2, supplemental attachment 2, which is the Executive Director's report, and we'll go over that a little bit in the report of the Budget Committee also.
All right.
Mark, I think you muted yourself. Oh, there you go.
Okay. All right. Thanks for that, Patricia. I'm a little heavy on the mute here. So, Patricia, were you going to offer any comments on the ED report, or should we move straight to the Budget Committee report?
I think we can go straight to the Budget Committee report, but Mr. Hassmer might have some information he'd like to give first.
All right. Pete, the chair, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. And yes, thank you, Patricia, for that. I'd like to have Patricia read the Budget Committee report into the record. There's a lot of information on there, but just before we get that, since both you and the chair were boasting about sunny weather, I just wanted to inform you about our upside down world. It's been raining for 3 days now in beautiful Boise, Idaho, and you can have this coastal weather back. So with that, Patricia, would you please proceed? Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Hassmer. Okay. Agenda item C2A, Supplemental Budget Committee Report 1, June 2020. The Pacific Fishery Management Council's Budget Committee met via webinar on May 19th, 2020 to receive an update on the 2020-2024 Cooperative Agreement funding remaining from the 2015-2019 grant, and to review and consider a staff proposed 2020 operational budget. The members and the people present were on the record. Chair Hatzimer, Vice Chair Phil Anderson, Marcy Rimko, Mr. Pettinger, Dr. Hanson, and Mr. Wolf. Non-members present, Mr. Dooley, Mr. Corey Niles, Mrs. Heather Hall, Mr. Chuck Tracy, Mr. Mike Berner, myself, and Ms. Corey Writings. IT staff, Mr. Kleinschmidt and Cassandra Krause are present. NIMS report, West Coast Region Sustainable Fisheries Division. Mr. Wolf gave the NIMS budget update. For fiscal year 20, NIMS West Coast Region has completed obligation for all of its Phase 2 discretionary funds. There are very limited Phase 3 funds available from the region, but NIMS was able to secure $50,000 towards a broader marine resource education program grant. NIMS headquarters catch shares and Magnuson-Stevens Act requests for proposal funds have been awarded and committed. The West Coast Region awards included support for modeling the trade-offs and predictors of Chinook bycatch and whiting fishery, which is year 2 of the project, Groundfish public outreach campaign, the management strategy evaluation for sablefish, modeling spatiotemporal prey fields to support ecosystem-based fishery management, and distributing seaboard avoidance devices to industry. Fiscal year 21 spend plans are also started soon, as with NIMS West Coast Region will be building its Phase 2 budget over the summer. NIMS also anticipates headquarters MSA and CS RFPs will begin due in October, so a discussion of council priorities at its September budget committee meeting is recommended. The fiscal year 21 president's budget has been released, and as in past years, the budget proposes elimination of funding for several lower priority National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration programs, including Sea Grant, Coastal Fund Zone Management Zones grants, education grants, and Pacific Coastal Salmon Recovery Fund. Executive Director Report, also in C2 Attachment 2. Mr. Tracy presented the results of the 2019 funding and budget summary, noting there was $2.8 million remaining in the delayed spending account for use on identified no-cost extension projects in 2020. The council has received funding of $4.6 million from program projects and activities and management programs and services sources, and noted it is unlikely the council will receive any additional funds in calendar year 2020. Staff proposed calendar year 2020 operational budget was displayed by funding source, which is the 2020 grant year and no cost extension funds. The changes from provisional budgets resulted from updated cost estimates and project prioritization, in part due to moving previously planned in-person meetings to webinars due to COVID-19. The portions between 2020 and the no-cost extension projects were adjusted and resulted in changes in various line items. Expenditures as of April 30 are in line as expected. However, these balances do not reflect the March hotel bill, as it had not been received in time for the cutoff date for the reports. Due to COVID-19, NOAA Grants Management Division has indicated they would consider another extension to the previously extended 2015-2019 grant. When remaining funds in the 15 to 19 grant are more certain, staff will prepare requests for extension and provide information to the Budget Committee. The staff does not expect all of the $4.6 million awarded in 2020 to be spent given the updated cost estimates. However, these funds can remain for use throughout the entire 2020-2024 grant period. NIMS has requested a roll-up of council line items for the presidential budget to assist in congressional approval and to make the items easier to track. The executive directors of the regional fishery management councils are considering a proposal to change the way NIMS displays the allocation of the funding line item. The improved stock assessments and peer review line items are now considered part of the council's PPA MPS budget line. These lines have been static and are not allocated based on historical proportions for the other line items. The council coordinating committee will consider the proposed allocation display methodology during its May 27 to 28 webinar. The proposed method will not alter the customary allocation methodology. The CCC will also consider a proposal for the RFMCs to assist in funding council member ongoing development at its May 27, 2018 28 meeting. CMOD program is intended to replace the Fishery Sustainability Forum workshops. NIMS has committed funding about $55,000 for the 2021 workshop, and the CCC has requested each council provide an additional $17,000 plus travel costs for their participants. The CCC will reevaluate the program after 2 workshops are held. Mr. Tracy discussed the MREP proposal for the Gulf of Maine Research Institute, which has asked to partially fund the next science workshop to be held later in the year. NIMS has provided $50,000 in advance funding. GMRI is supporting the workshop with $10,000 and has requested the Pacific Council provide an additional $10,000 in funding for the science workshop in 2020. In looking ahead at potential for the next few budget committee meetings, September's meeting is to review a draft proposed provisional budget and for the BC to recommend future budget priorities. At the November meeting, the council is scheduled to adopt the provisional 2021 budget for use in early portion of the next year. Council staff made the following recommendations. Approve a combined 2020 operational budget of $6,173,557. Of that, $3,334,234 is part of the 2020 grant funding, which includes $10,000 for the MREP Science Workshop. $2,839,323 of a no-cost extension of remaining 2015-2019 grant funds. Consider the CCC CMOD proposal, consider membership issues, and to plan next budget committee meeting. September is to adjust set priorities, consider membership as appropriate. November is to adopt the 2021 provisional budget. Consider guidance for extension into 2021 of the 2020 no-cost extension as appropriate. Budget committee discussion on activities. The Budget Committee discussed the MREP proposal as a benefit to the Council and engaging stakeholders who are currently not involved in the Council process and expressed support for it being a priority for the Council in 2020. If another request comes in, it could be discussed at that time. The Budget Committee discussed the CCC CMOD proposal. The proposal was listed as a priority item in the grant application and has been in the works for a few years. NIMS headquarters has also been supportive of the initiative by funding about half of the project for 2021. There was concern expressed for long-term commitment due to unknown future funding and the amount of staff time needed for the hosting council. The BC discussed the future committee meetings and expressed support for a September meeting to discuss draft proposal, provisional budget, and provide input on the expectation for future spending. At this time, or at this meeting, the council would have new membership and will allow the committee to discuss the leadership at that time. As Mr. Wolf indicated, this would be a good time to assist with NIMS headquarters proposals requests that are council priority. The November meeting would also be held to adopt a provisional budget for use in 2021. Budget committee recommendations. Recommend the staff proposed 2020 operational budget of $6,173,557, which includes the funding of the MREP request of $10,000. Recommend approval of the CCC CMOD request for 2021. Recommend September BC meeting for 2021 budget discussions, including guidance for extension into 2021 of 2020 no-cost extension and election of officers. With that, the executive director, or we can answer questions.
Thank you very much, Patricia. Are there any questions on the Budget Committee report? I'm not seeing any. Pete or Patricia, do you have anything further before we go to public comments?
Mr. Vice Chair, this is Pete. No, I have nothing further. I think the thanks, Patricia, for reading that in. And unless there's no questions, I think we can just proceed with our action.
All right. Thanks, Pete. Let me see. Do we have any public comment? And it will require me to go to a different screen here.
No, we did not.
Okay. No public comment. So that takes us straight to council discussion and action. I see Virgil has his hand up. Go ahead, Virgil.
Mr. Chairman, I'm ready to make a motion if there is no discussion.
All right, let's just pause for a minute and see if there's any discussion before we proceed to a motion. And I'm not seeing any hands. So Virgil, you have the green light.
Mr. Chairman, I move we approve the Budget Committee recommendation labeled 1, 2, and 3 and agenda item C2A, Supplemental BC Report 1.
Thanks for that. Thanks for that, Virgil. We have a motion. Do I have a second? Looks like I have a second from Krista Svensson. Would you like to speak to your motion as necessary?
No, Mr. Chairman, I think the report clearly shows what needs to be done.
Terrific. Any questions for Virgil or any discussion on the motion? Not seeing any. I will call the question. All those in favor of the motion? Pardon me? Does anyone have a question or a discussion on the motion? Okay, so all those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed, no. Abstentions? The motion passes unanimously. Patricia or Pete, is there anything further on this agenda item?
Mr. Vice Chair, no.
All right, thanks very much. That concludes agenda item C2. Thanks, everyone. And in particular, I want to thank Patricia, who always does a terrific job on financial and budget issues for the council. So that will take us to coastal pelagic species, G1. And I know we have to change some seats, but I know that electronically it happens pretty quickly. So Carrie, are you prepared to give us an overview here?
Yes, sir. I'm ready.
Please go ahead.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, council members. This is agenda item G1, the Sardine rebuilding plan. As a matter of brief background, the 2019 Pacific Sardine stock assessment came up with an estimated biomass that fell below the 50,000 metric ton minimum stock size threshold. And so that triggered a determination by NIMS and a declaration that the stock was overfished. And this is a slight correction in the situation summary that it says the stock was declared overfished in July 2019. I think it was actually declared overfished or determined to be overfished in June, but then the NIMS notified the council in July. I think it was July 9th. So slight nuance there between the declared overfished and then the notification. And the reason that can be important is because it affects timelines. So when you read NS1 guidelines, it talks about upon notification of being an overfished. So that notification happened in July. The Magnuson Act requires a rebuilding plan to be developed within 2 years after notification of overfish status. And so that means that by this October, and then the NIMS wants the proposed rebuilding plan within 15 months so that they can go through the necessary rulemaking or FMP amendment process and adequate public comment and all that. So NIMS wants to have it within 15 months, which means October of this year. And so the council has a 2-meeting process here. This is the first time that you have seen this on one of your agendas. There was going to be a first look at the April meeting, but we all know what happened to the April meeting. So here we are in a 2-meeting process, June and September 2020, to develop, review, and adopt a rebuilding plan, which would then be transmitted to the National Marine Fisheries Service. The CPSMT has been working on this for some time now. There was a standalone February meeting earlier this year where they spent a fair bit of time on it. And then again in April, in conjunction with the April council meeting. And the team has been coordinating with the West Coast region, the NIMS West Coast region, the Southwest Fisheries Science Center, the SSC, and the CPSAS. In the advanced briefing book, there's a CPSMT report 1. It describes the management team's approach to the range of alternatives, and then has some background on the rebuilding analysis, the rebuilder tool, and then some socioeconomic considerations. In your supplemental briefing book materials, there is a CPSMT Report 2, which expands on the range of alternative considerations. There's an SSC supplemental report, CPSAS, a GAP, and an HMSAS supplemental report. And then there's public comment as well. As far as your action at this meeting, your task is to review the proposed range of alternatives and determine whether you feel that represents a reasonable suite of alternatives for some refinement and analysis over the summer. And then the team would come back in September with the final, possibly revised range of alternatives for final action in September. So you'll want to consider that range, consider the analytical approaches or approach and socioeconomic factors, and give some guidance on the range of alternatives. And if there's some guidance on alternatives in general, if the council sees value in exploring something slightly different or has some ideas that the team should consider, now would be the time to discuss those and put those on the table. And then if you wish, you could identify a preliminary preferred alternative. It's not a binding thing, but it is a way to sort of tip your hand to what the council's preference is likely to be. I went over the reference materials already. So after my overview, we'll go to reports and comments of management entities and advisory bodies, and then public comment. And then again, the council action is to review the draft rebuilding plan, adopt a range of alternatives, and consider a preliminary preferred alternative as appropriate. So that concludes my summary. I'd be happy to take any process type questions, and if not, then the first up would be the CPSMT report.
All right, thank you, Carrie. Are there any questions from around the table on Carrie's overview? All right, let's go to the management team report. Alan Sarich.
Yes, good morning.
Good morning.
So the management team has a very lengthy report one, which I will not read the entire thing. I'm just going to outline what it included. The report one included some background information, 2 alternatives, a description of proposed modeling, and some general economic information. And then I will be reading report 2. So the coastal pelagic species management team report on sardine rebuilding plan. The CPSMT continued discussion of a range of alternatives for the Pacific sardine rebuilding plan, the rebuilding analysis, and socioeconomic considerations. Dr. Kevin Hill and the other MT members also met with the SSE and heard discussion regarding use of the rebuilder tool. The SSE endorsed the use of the rebuilder tool to inform the rebuilding analysis and provided additional comments on the parameters, which will require additional work by Dr. Hill before the rebuilder tool can be used. The SSE also provided their input on the socioeconomic analysis for the rebuilding plan. Part of the rebuilding analysis process will be the identification of a target biomass for when the stock will be considered rebuilt, i.e. BMSY or proxy. Although Pacific sardine management includes the cutoff parameter of 150,000 metric tons, this is not explicitly described in the CPS fishery management plan as a rebuilding target and is not a BMSY proxy. Therefore, although it represents a similar concept as BMSY, as described in Appendix A of our Report 1, the MT plans to use the rebuilder tool to look at 2 different productivity scenarios to help determine an appropriate rebuilding target. One can expect that BMSY will be a higher biomass level and stocks will undergo shorter rebuilding times under relatively higher productivity scenarios, and BMSY will be lower and stocks will take longer to rebuild in poorer productivity scenarios. The sardine population experiences boom and bust cycles even in the absence of commercial fishing. Environmental conditions and resulting productivity are critical factors affecting the population size of the stock and how quickly it can recover from low levels. Therefore, modeling outputs should not be viewed as true rebuilding times for Pacific sardine. Evaluation of modeling results and proposed alternatives may find that sardine fishery management will have minimal effects on stock rebuilding. Team emphasizes that the Council needs to keep these caveats and limitations in mind as it considers the range of alternatives at this meeting and when the rebuilding analyses are completed. The team's report 1 outlines the MT's proposed approach at modeling status quo management, i.e. maintaining existing harvest control rules, using a set of constant fixed catch time series, alternative 1. The team had identified this as the most appropriate and cleanest approach at the time, considering some of the intricacies of the modeling platform and CPS management. The team notes the value in keeping the modeling as simple as possible to avoid over-parameterization, given the assumptions and inputs regarding productivity. However, during discussion at this meeting, the team identified another potential approach that may more fully model status quo management by simulating the acceptable biological catch control rule to the extent practicable, with the addition of a constant value as a proxy for additional catch outside of U.S. control. This approach will require some modifications to the rebuilder tool, and as of now, it is not certain whether these changes can be accomplished. The team intends to further pursue this with hopes of bringing this approach to the proposed mid-July meeting with the CPS subcommittee of the SSC. In developing the ROA document in Report 1, as well as at this meeting, the MT has spent considerable time discussing the value of examining an intermediate management alternative between status quo and zero U.S. harvest. In part, the struggles the team has had on whether to recommend a third alternative at this time are explained by the measures the Council has already taken, and those in the CPS FMP intended to conserve Pacific sardine and assist in its rebuilding. As mentioned in Report 1, many of the traditional measures that might be taken under a rebuilding plan have already been implemented. For example, primarily as a result of the cutoff parameter in the harvest guideline control rule during years leading up to the closure of the directed fishery in 2015, the Council took drastic measures and reduced the HG by approximately 60% in one year and 66% in another. The lack of modeling results for the two proposed alternatives posed difficulties in creating and weighing the merits of a third alternative. The need for additional alternatives may become more evident after viewing these results, as well as the value of T-min. If the rebuilding times are very similar for the status quo alternative and the zero harvest alternative, there may not be much value in looking at intermediate options. However, if there are large differences, then it is likely the team and the Council would want to see the results of an intermediate option. Therefore, the team includes a third alternative that reduces ABC to see if the results will be substantially different from the other two alternatives. Additional work by Dr. Hill and the CPS subcommittee of the SSC needs to be done to fine-tune the rebuilder tool. The team strongly recommends a webinar be scheduled in mid-July to complete and review the rebuilding analyses and to ensure complete documentation. This would facilitate subsequent review and team discussion and may allow adequate time for the MT to prepare a report for the September 2020 Council meeting, recognizing the substantial amount of work to create the rebuilding plan. In our revised range of alternatives, alternatives 1 and 2 below are substantially the same as described in Report 1. Alternative 3 is a new one. Alternative 1, status quo. The alternative 1 or status quo option continues current harvest control rules that are in place for the northern subpopulation of Pacific sardine. Annual harvest specifications will be determined based on annual stock assessments, the existing overfishing limit, ABC, and HG control rules, as well as the other management measures in place for sardine when it is below minimum stock size threshold and below cutoff. The status quo alternative represents the upper end of the range of allowable harvest. The primary directed commercial fishery has been closed since 2015 because the biomass estimate fell below the cutoff value of 150,000 metric tons. Limited harvest remains allowed under the CPS FMP, primarily for live bait and, to a lesser extent, incidental and minor directed harvest. The direct regulatory pressures on the socioeconomics of the CPS fishery would remain constant. However, additional effects are possible due to the long-term effect of the closure. There would not be a substantial change in the nature of ecosystem or fishery effects. Alternative 2, zero harvest. Alternative 2 would adopt a zero harvest approach, meaning that no live bait, no incidental harvest, and no minor directed harvest would be allowed. This alternative is not a true zero harvest approach because fishing for the northern subpopulation of Pacific sardine occurs in Mexican waters outside of U.S. management jurisdiction. This alternative may include direct socioeconomic impacts to commercial fishing vessels that land Pacific sardines, including incidental, and could have indirect effects to the recreational fishing sector and commercial fishing sector in general. Alternative 3, reduced status quo. Alternative 3 would continue existing harvest control rules as in Alternative 1, except ABC would be reduced by some percentage. Once we know the results of the rebuilding times for T-min and T-max, as well as the status quo alternative, the MT will determine appropriate alternatives to analyze. This alternative may ultimately include multiple sub-alternatives. This alternative may include direct socioeconomic impacts to commercial fishing vessels that land Pacific sardines, as in the zero harvest, and indirect effects to the recreational fishing sector and commercial fishing sector in general. Economic analysis. The summary of socioeconomic considerations in Appendix B of Report 1 provided an overview of CPS-related fisheries and the potential socioeconomic impacts of regulations associated with rebuilding. It does not provide an analysis of the socioeconomic impacts of potential ROA policies that are under development. The September CPS-MT report will include such an analysis and will take into consideration the recommendations from the SSC. And that concludes our statement. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Alan. Let me look around the table and see if there are any questions. I had one under the modified status quo. If I read the report, what you're suggesting is sometime between now and the September meeting that the management team would, after looking at the results of the rebuilder, would come up with some parameters rather than the council providing those parameters as guidance. Am I understanding that correctly?
Yes. In part, we have to see what the model results show as far as a T-min and a T-max, and if the status quo and the zero harvest are very close together, then there may not be much point in having, a third alternative. But we wanted to leave that option open because if the status quo and the zero harvest are far apart, then something in between would make a lot of sense. And part of the modeling will plug in different numbers or different percentages of the ABC to see what would be appropriate, and then from there we'll present to the council in September.
Okay, I understood the latter part. I just wanted, because typically we provide the alternatives to the team for analysis, and here, if we're going to provide instructions to the team, I'm just teasing out how those instructions should be provided. Are there any other questions of the team? I'm not seeing any hands. Thanks very much, Alan.
There are hands.
Oh, there is a hand. There's many hands. Okay, Rich Lincoln. I'm sorry.
Thanks, Vice Chair. Thanks for the report. Just noticing in the CPS SAS report that there was a recommendation for a modified alternative, which I think I'm interpreting simply as a 5% constant exploitation rate on age 1 biomass. I'm just curious whether the team specifically had an opportunity to discuss that idea as a potential option or an alternative.
Yes, the team has discussed using a rate, but if I remember correctly, the modeling would be difficult to do, and it would have effects on the fishery if the BMSY turned out to be a high number, then the fishery like say if it's above cutoff, then it would have effects on the fishery for a long time to come if we're still under the rebuilding plan. So due to the modeling difficulties, we did not include that as an alternative at this time.
Does that answer your question, Rich?
Yes, I guess so. Thanks.
All right, Ryan Wolf.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, Alan, for the report. It seems pretty clear, I think, from your report, but I just want to make sure I understand correctly that in terms of the management team's status quo alternative, that in practice, that alternative represents just the normal annual process of using the biomass estimate and then the results of the existing OFL and ABC control rules as the starting point for setting sardine specifications, and then also the normal council process of making recommendations on the annual specs for that year based on advice from the SSC, MT, et cetera. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct. The council would retain the flexibility of setting the ACL at different levels, anywhere between 0 and the ABC.
Thank you.
Louis Zim.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, and thank you, team leader. I think maybe you answered my question when you just answered to Ryan, but I understand in our present situation, we're utilizing an ACT that's lower than an ACL. As so to speak, the bookend do we have an opportunity to look at if we made the ACT equal to the ACL as a bookend that's a little farther more out there? Thank you.
I believe what you're describing is what we talked about in alternative 3, where you could place something in between and then model it. Am I correct?
No. Well, I think you're saying that it would be in between 0 and what our present is. But my understanding is our present way of doing it is that we have the option to select an ACT that's less than the ACL. And what if we didn't have the option to select an ACT that was less than the ACL and we did a equals the ACL type regime?
Okay, well, that would depend on where the ACL was set. One of the simpler ways to do alternative 3 would be to set the ACL at a percentage of the ABC. But as it is now, the ACL can be as high as the ABC. And
okay, that helps me. Thank you.
All right. Next, I think Bob Dooley has his hand up.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I have a question for you, Alan. Thanks for the great report, by the way. I listened in when you guys were talking about this. I thought it was very informative. I noticed in your report 1, under zero harvest, you said the impacts of this alternative would include social impacts, economic impacts, and would have ripple effects to the various sectors. In report 2, you say it could have, and that's a different statement. So I'm just curious, was that intentional or is it a misprint or what's behind that? Thank you.
all right. Yeah, I think report 1 is probably the correct one there, because I think there's very little doubt that zero harvest would have impacts.
So we should refer to report 1 on that point?
Yes, I believe so, yeah.
All right. Did that answer your question, Bob?
Yes, it did. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, and thank you, Alan. I appreciate that.
All right. I see Rich's hand is still up. Rich, do you have another question? And Bob, your hand. Thank you. All right. Are there any other questions on the management team report? Thank you very much, Tom. We'll next hear from the SSC, and I believe Owen Hamill has that assignment.
Yes, this is Owen. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Okay. So I'm coming to you from Seattle, Washington. I'll be reading the SSC report. Dr. Kevin Hill of the Southwest Fisheries Science Center and the Coastal Pelagic Species Management Team spoke with the SSC via webinar about his plans to produce a Pacific sardine rebuilding analysis using the Rebuilder software that has been used for groundfish. NIMS notified the Pacific Fishery Management Council that the northern subpopulation of Pacific sardine was declared overfished in July 2019, and a rebuilding plan must be submitted to NIMS no later than October 2020. The SSC notes that this analysis must be completed in a short time frame and that a relatively simple approach is preferred. Pacific sardine productivity is highly variable and environmentally dependent. There has been almost no directed fishing in U.S. West Coast waters for Pacific sardine since 2015, except for low levels of live bait and other minor directed and incidental fishing allowed per the Coastal Pelagic Species Fishery Management Plan. The technical aspects of a rebuilding analysis relate to A, the target biomass, usually B, MSY or a proxy, how future recruitment is generated, the future harvest scenarios, and the way the parameters of the population model are set. The proposed rebuilding analysis will use output from the 2020 benchmark assessment to set the parameters of the population model. Dr. Hill proposed 2 time periods of recruitment to define the unfished biomass and hence BMSY. The first is 2005 to 2018, a period of high to low recruitment, and the second 2010 to 2018, a period of low recruitment. He also proposed to use these 2 time periods as the basis for generating future recruitment. At least 2 rebuilding alternatives will be explored. First, a set of catches that is intended to represent the status quo, and secondly, a 0 U.S. harvest scenario, so no live bait or incidental catch in the domestic fishery. Under both alternatives, the models will assume recent Mexican catches. However, T-min, the biologically minimum time predicted for the stock to rebuild, will be calculated assuming no future Mexican or U.S. catch. The SSC endorsed the use of the rebuilder as the basis for the rebuilding analysis, setting the model parameters using the 2020 benchmark assessment, and calculating the BMSY proxy by projecting forward under EMSY, so that's the exploitation rate, equals 0.18 per year. The SSC agreed the 2 time series of recruitment capture plausible future productivity scenarios. However, rather than sampling recruitments from each time series, the SSC recommends using a stock recruitment relationship to generate future recruitment. There is considerable uncertainty regarding the steepness of the stock recruitment relationship for Pacific sardine, and the rebuilding analysis should account for this uncertainty, as was the case for the cowcod and yellow eye rockfish rebuilding analysis. The SSC briefly discussed the economic analysis that will be included in the rebuilding plan and offers the following suggestions. The relative economic impacts of the rebuilding alternatives on other fisheries that catch sardines incidentally could be important and should be compared across alternatives. In addition, if there are major differences in rebuilding time probabilities associated with different alternatives, the discounted value of differences in future value of the fishery associated with a directed fishery under each alternative should be evaluated and discussed. The information on recent use and value of sardine is focused almost solely on California and should be expanded to include the geographic range north of California when the population supported fishing in the Pacific Northwest. A discussion of the ecosystem service value associated with sardine as a forage fish would also be beneficial. The SSC recommends that the SSC Coastal Pelagic Species Subcommittee meet to review the analysis in July or early August of 2020. That's what we have, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much, Owen. Let me look to see if there are any hands going up around the table. Corey Niles.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair, and thanks, Owen. So just a quick try to some context here. I know we've had a lot of experience rebuilding Groundfish and using the rebuilding analysis tool, and your group in particular has always been great working with the GMT and others who are curious about what different scenarios would look like in terms of times and probabilities to rebuild. And I'm less familiar with how the tool is going to work with Sardine, which has a much different life history than the Groundfish. Yet there was some questioning to the team you heard, I'm sure, but on some of these ideas like the CPS AS scenario that Rich brought up on like a constant harvest percentage rate. Do you anticipate there being a much different workload with Sardine in terms of being able to look at scenarios like that, or do you anticipate it'll be similar to Groundfish in terms of being able to produce?
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair and Mr. Niles. The difference is that the rebuilder is not set up for some of the scenarios that we'd like to have addressed in Sardine. So the bigger workload is for Andre Punt to be modifying the rebuilder software, but he's agreed to do that in fairly short order. After that is done, I don't anticipate that the actual workload for performing the rebuilding analysis will be greater than it is for a typical groundfish species. And in terms of the being able to do rates or constant catches, all that should be available once those modifications are made.
Corey, does that answer your question?
It does. Thank you, Owen. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair.
Any further questions of the SSC? All right. Thank you very much, Owen.
Thank you.
We'll next hear from the CPSAS. David Crabb, welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, and good morning, council members and Mr. Chair. I will be reading from agenda item G1A, Supplemental CPSAS Report 1 from sunny Carmel, California. The Coastal Pelagic Species Advisory Subpanel reviewed the CPS Management Team Report, agenda item G1A, CPS Management Team Report, and met via webinar on June 10th, 11th to discuss the report and make recommendations on the rebuilding plan for the Pacific Sardine. The CPSAS thanks the CPSMT for its work to provide a thoughtful overview of the issues. The CPSMT Report 1 provided two alternatives as bookends for analysis in developing a rebuilding plan. Alternative 1 is status quo management, and alternative 2 is zero harvest. Recognizing that many of the restrictions to reduce fishing at low stock size have already been implemented, the CPSMT did not anticipate more than a small number of alternatives. Responding to the council action items for this meeting, the CPSAS offers the following thoughts and recommendations. 1, consider a range of alternatives. We suggest that the 3 following alternatives be considered for analysis. Modified alternative 1, i.e. status quo plus. For the rebuilder model, this could be done by analyzing the catch rate at the acceptable biological catch level. Alternative 1, status quo management, is a harvest control rule with current management measures with analysis at the annual catch target level. We understand that status quo has management flexibility to adopt harvest levels at or below the ABC. Because recent management has applied an ACT below ABC and ACL levels, the CPSAS recommends analyzing recent management at the ACT level. Modified alternative 2. In lieu of CPSMT alternative 2, an analysis of a 5% harvest rate of estimated age 1+ biomass. These alternatives would provide a range of analysis both slightly above and below actual recent management. There is wide recognition that the sardine abundance is driven primarily by environmental forcing. Fishing allowed under the current HCR policy has negligible impact on the stock, and the current HCR may be considered as a de facto rebuilding plan. The CPSMT report noted, it is impossible to develop a rebuilding program that would be guaranteed to restore a stock to the MSY level in 10 years because CPS stocks may remain at low biomass levels for more than 10 years, even with no fishing. We point out that the zero harvest alternative is unrealistic and further would precipitate catastrophic socioeconomic impacts across many fisheries and fishing communities. We recommend its removal from the consideration as an alternative. 2, consider analytical approaches and socioeconomic factors. Listen in on the Scientific and Statistical Committee webinar where Dr. Kevin Hill presented his initial rebuilding analysis plan. CPSAS members were concerned with the uncertainty in how the rebuilding model will be developed, what it will contain, and how that will impact the sardine fishery. The CPSAS supports the suggestion for the SSC CPS subcommittee to meet with the modelers and CPSMT prior to the September council meeting to review draft modeling outcome. We request that this meeting also include a representative from the CPSAS as well as independent sardine modeling expertise. For example, Dr. Richard Parrish, who has more than 50 years of experience in modeling sardine dynamics. We also note that the recent exempted fishing permit for directed sardine fishing is producing fishery age data and evidence of recruitment. This information is essential and should be included in the stock assessment model, which should improve the accuracy of the rebuilding model predictions. Regarding socioeconomic factors to consider, the CPSMT report correctly noted that sardines are and have been historically important to multiple fisheries. While the report provided important information focused on the live bait fishery and recreational angling it supports in California, it aggregated the value of commercial fisheries across the West Coast. We recommend that commercial fishery socioeconomic impacts be analyzed state by state and include a broad range of years, dating back to at least 2007, the last year before the sardine fishery began experiencing premature in-season closures. We also recommend that the socioeconomic analysis include the value of and impact to fisheries in which sardines are caught incidentally, in addition to the value and economic importance of the directed fisheries. 3, provide guidance on a range of alternatives. The increase and decrease of sardines have gone on for centuries, long before fishing pressure. Best available science, Baumgartner, et al., History of Pacific Sardine and Northern Anchovy Populations, shows the high variability of the sardine stock in the absence of fishing. If this process arrives at the point where other lucrative fisheries are curtailed or stopped, that would be a huge, unnecessary, and disastrous economic loss. From the fisherman's perspective, reducing the ACT or ACL by a few thousand tons will not build sardines back up any sooner than the environment allows. A few thousand tons will not greatly affect the health of this biomass, but it matters greatly to allow fishing to continue for other species and to continue the small but economically important directed catcheries in the live bait fishery. The council has closed the directed fishery. Mother Nature has to do the rest. The CPSMT report also stated under the current sardine HCR fishing is unlikely to have a substantial effect on the overall population. 4, identify a preliminary preferred alternative as appropriate. For all the reasons expressed above, the council opts to select a preliminary preferred, if the council opts to select a preliminary preferred alternative. At this time, a majority of the CPS recommends that the council select modified alternative 1, status quo plus, or the CPSMT reports alternative 1, status quo. Magnuson-Stevens Act, National Standard 1 guidelines provide flexibility in developing rebuilding plans for species with unusual life history characteristics, like sardines. Rebuilding plans also must consider the needs of fishing communities as well as the biology of the stock. The council has latitude in approving a rebuilding plan and ending overfishing. We encourage the council to be creative in developing a rebuilding plan that fits the needs of the stock as well as fishing communities. A minority statement, a minority of the CPSAS recommends that the council select modified alternative 2 above as its PPA, a 5% harvest rate for ACL based on estimated age 1 biomass would more closely represent the low end of the fraction fishing rate parameter from the CPS FMP. It is also most reflective of the low productivity state that currently characterizes the northern subpopulation of sardine, according to recent stock assessments. The entire CPSAS appreciates the efforts of the CPSMT in identifying an appropriate ROA for consideration and appreciates the council's considerations of these recommendations. And that concludes the CPSAS statement.
Thank you very much, David. Louis Zim.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. And thank you very much, David, for really helping me out. As you could probably see from my earlier comment that I'm still grounded in groundfish. And I really appreciate that you straightened me out as far as ABC levels and ACL. That was what I was looking for. My question earlier to Alan was if we could look at something that was a little bit higher harvest, and you brought it on for us. Now, my question is related to the 5% discussion. Did you all discuss the impacts to the multitude of fleets that would occur if that option was actually taken up?
Thank you, Louis, for your question. We did. We were, I think it was important for the advisory subpanel to see kind of a range of importances. There's a, by a majority of the advisory subpanel participants, there's a strong belief that, and also by the management team's report 1, that the environment and coastal conditions are the main driver in the stock and how it rebuilds. So there is a belief from a majority of the AS that the T-min on any of these proposals will be similar. And that we just wanted that to be something that the council members could see. And if that is the case, then we would anticipate that the council would take into account the socioeconomics before making a final decision. We also discussed actually a catch rate that would be even higher than what ABC would be, just again to see how it would react with the rebuilding tool. However, we were conscious of the fact that that would be going, say, above the ABC level, which would be beyond, say, the Magnuson, what Magnuson allows. So, but we really did want to see, because we're, as stated, there's a big belief that the environment and ocean conditions are the major driver. So, long answer. I hope that got to what you're after.
It does, and I really appreciate your expertise in this, David. It's very helpful to a groundfish person. Thank you.
All right, Corey Niles.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. Thanks, David, and to the advisor subpanel. Yeah, also grounded in groundfish, Louis. And I think looking at the minority statement here and the reasons why it's a minority statement, David, I guess looking through our groundfish experience, which I know you were a big part of as well when you were on the council, we had these rebuilding plans that would go for decades. Say for yellow eye rockfish is the one we've thought about most in Washington, probably. And we had these rebuilding analyses we had were based on an ACL, which was, based on a constant SPR harvest rate, and continuing that through time until it reached the rebuilding target. Yet, there's a difference, as you all bring up in CPS often, between where the ACL is set and where catch is likely to come in. And so it came clear to me that it was, by assuming we were going to take the ACL every year for yellow eye rockfish, it was the projections were showing that it would take longer to build than if we were actually taking levels of catch that are more realistic. Like I think for yellow eye, until recently, we were continually just getting 60% of the ACL almost every year. And sorry, this is a long wind up here, but also on your thoughts here, you seem confident enough that what you're saying, that this is an environmentally driven thing and the rebuilding times will be all the same among all the alternatives. And I think you might be right there. You're confident enough to even want to do a PPA. But if that's the case, what's the harm in looking at an alternative that would like that in the minority statement? If you guys are right, it will show that alternative wouldn't increase the probability of rebuilding. So two things there. I think why not look at it if anyway, and to me, the thought I didn't think I said was that what that suggestion is about we've actual catch has been lower than that 5% in recent times. So it's more realistic of what has been happening in terms of catches instead of where we set the ACL. And apologies, that was a lot. I can clarify, but I'll stop there and see if you had some responses.
Thanks, Corey. No, thanks for the question. And I think I understood the question. I'm going to start out by saying that as far as team in and like you said, groundfish and coming up with rebuilding levels, our confidence, from fishermen on the panel and people that have spent a long time catching sardines and watching the fluctuations and the drivers and the ocean conditions, they're very confident that ocean conditions are a major driver, especially at the low levels, right? These are pretty low levels that we're fishing at, and that's the major driver. Now, that being said, we're not necessarily super confident that the rebuilding tool will come up with that outcome, because obviously the rebuilding tool will have a big part of whether that result will reflect at least what the fishermen's perspectives are. So we'll see how that turns out. We're hopeful that we'll get what we think will happen there as far as from the fisherman's perspective. As far as the different alternatives, actually, and we probably didn't do a good job of making it super clear, but actually the minority report or the minority proposal is in our alternative. So it's our alternative 3. The difference between the two proposals, I guess, are the majority and the minority. The difference is that the majority was just taking the position that if the council opts to develop a PPA, that it would be, at the status quo level or the status quo plus, which is the, managing at that ABC level. The The minority position was the modified alternative 2, which is to analyze a 5% harvest rate. The minority statement said if you were to select a PPA, or actually I think it's more direct, it says please select a PPA of the modified alternative 2. So really the only divergence from the majority and the minority was the selection of the PPA. So hopefully that helps.
Yeah, thanks. No, you were probably clear. I wasn't picking up on that, so I appreciate the clarification.
All right, let me take the opportunity to welcome Brianna Brady to the virtual table and call on her for her question of the CPSAS.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Calling in from Monterey. And David, I'm wondering in the discussion at the AS in how the 5% proposal would work if the AS discussed that, say it does take 10 years to reach BMSY, or even 20 years, that if BMSY is above the 150,000 ton cutoff, that take would be limited to 5% of biomass above that cutoff until reaching that BMSY. First of all, if you discuss that understanding, and then if so, did you discuss the potential to maybe change that rate of 5% to something that would come directly from the stock assessment that would be more reflective of an EMSY, so that you wouldn't be constricted to 5% above the cutoff until reaching BMSY?
Thanks, Brianna, for your question. I'm not sure we got into that much detail. We did have the management team join the call. I think we were looking at the 5% harvest rate, just a little bit more simplified at that time. At the time of the discussion, and so I will say that there was major concern from a majority of the advisory subpanel that had concerns over this being an alternative, and wanting to look at this as a measuring stick to see how T-min would come out on it, based off of our belief of ocean conditions being the driver. So we moved this up, but as far as social economic impacts to an alternative like this would be very impactful to a lot of the industries and fisheries that catch incidental take of sardines. So lowering that number down would be very painful. So I know I'm not completely answering your question, only because I don't think we went into the type of detail when we came up with this alternative as you were describing.
All right, thanks for that, David. Are there further questions of the AS? Thanks very much, David.
Thank you. Thanks, council members.
We'll next hear from Dan Waldeck and the GAP. Dan, are you with us?
I am, Mr. Chair. Sorry, I was multitasking. I was commenting on GAP workload planning. Do you hear me now?
Yes, I understand your I understand that
Good
notion.
morning, Vice Chair Gorelnik and council members. Dan Waldick with the GAP. Hopefully muted on the GAP. I think I am right now. Otherwise, they can hear this again. I'll be reading Supplemental GAP Report G1A, our thoughts on the Sardine Rebuilding Plan. The GAP received information about this agenda item from Mr. Kerry Griffin, council staff, and reviewed materials in the advanced June 2020 briefing book. As noted in other advisory body reports, it is the GAP's understanding that additional alternatives are likely to be presented to the council at this meeting. Based on material in the advanced briefing book, this report focuses on the zero harvest alternative, that is alternative 2 in CPS MT Report 1. The GAP does not support alternative 2, zero harvest, because of the negative collateral impacts that will harm groundfish fisheries that rely on live bait or catch sardine incidental to targeted groundfish fisheries. The team report 1 clearly acknowledges that these impacts will occur. And this is an open quote: the impacts of this alternative would include socioeconomic impacts and would have ripple effects to the recreational fishing sector, CPS fisheries, and other fisheries such as Pacific whiting, which have small levels of sardine incidental catch, close quote. The GAP understands that this is the beginning of the process to develop a sardine rebuilding plan, that the council may include additional alternatives, and that the rebuilding analysis will document the negative economic impacts of zero harvest. However, the GAP highlights that, to its knowledge, a zero harvest alternative has not been included in other rebuilding plans, even for analysis. When the council next addresses this issue, the GAP will provide additional comments. At this time, the GAP wants to make it absolutely clear that the council should not select alternative 2, zero harvest, as its preferred alternative because it would harm groundfish fisheries. Moreover, given the boom and bust nature of the sardine stock, where environmental conditions are the primary driver of stock abundance, rebuilding could take upwards of 30 years, even in the absence of fishing. The negative effects of a zero harvest alternative could be imposed on groundfish fisheries for many, many years without improving the likelihood that the sardine stock will rebuild in a timely manner. That ends the GAP report. I'll take questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dan. Are there questions from council members on the GAP report? Thank you very much, Dan.
Have a good day, guys.
All right. We will now hear from Mike Conroy and the HMS-AS report. Welcome, Mike.
Thanks. Good morning. I just want to make sure you can hear me.
Loud and clear.
Perfect. Thank you. Apparently, since this is the new thing, I will tell you I am calling in from partly cloudy, sunny Southern California. I will be reading into the record the HMS-AS report on the sardine rebuilding plan under agenda item G1A. The HMS advisory subpanel wishes to thank the Coastal Pelagic Species Management Team for a thorough and thoughtful overview of the background and alternatives for the council to consider as it proceeds with the statutorily required rebuilding plan for Pacific sardine. At the time this statement was prepared, we had generally been made aware that there may be additional alternatives to be proposed. We did not have the benefit of having seen any of those additional proposals and base our statement on the originally submitted CPS MT report. Because of the importance of Pacific sardine as live bait for the Southern California commercial passenger vessel fleet and recreational private boaters, we request the council select alternative 1 as the preliminary preferred alternative. This would allow limited harvest, primarily for live bait, incidental catch, and other fisheries, both CPS and non-CPS, as well as minor directed harvests. We want to call your attention to a few specific items from the CPS MT's Report 1. Both private vessel owners and CPFE owners and captains consider live bait to be a necessary input to their recreational fishing and recreational fishing businesses, respectively. That's from page 10. Pacific sardine live bait utilization is more prevalent on trips departing Southern California, which target highly migratory species, from page 11. Overall, a decrease in the availability of Pacific sardine as live bait is expected to reduce angler customers' surplus and decrease angler effort, resulting in the reduction of positive economic impacts to the economy, from page 15. As the above theorize, a zero U.S. harvest approach, alternative 2, would have dramatic economic and social costs across many fisheries, and specifically to CPFE operations in Southern California recreational fishing businesses. The CPFE fleet, which has suffered significant economic hardship because of COVID-19, would be further disadvantaged without access to sardine for live bait purposes. The public comment submitted by the Sport Fishing Association of California clearly identifies what is at stake. The inability to land sardines, alternative 2, would jeopardize almost 5,000 jobs, $602 million in sales impacts, $222 million in income, and $309 million in gross domestic product. And that concludes our statement. I'll be happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much, Mike. Are there questions of Mike Conroy on the HMSAS report? Louis Zim.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, and thank you for your testimony, Mike. The one thing that I don't quite understand is if we went to a 0 sardine catch or even a 5% minimum, which we had when we had used up that 5%, could we still net anchovies and bring them in for live bait without having a collateral or incidental sardine catch? Is that a possible way to go, or would that be constraining?
Thanks for the question, Louis. I think you're right. I think it would be very difficult for our live bait haulers to go out and singularly target anchovy without incidentally interacting with at least one sardine or even a limited number of sardines. I'm hopeful that you'll have a live bait hauler on the offering testimony today that you might want to direct that question to him. But I think it would definitely hinder live bait for both recreational and CPFE fleets.
Thank you very much, Mike, for that. And I will look forward to seeing live bait represented today. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair.
Certainly, Louis. Thanks, Mike. Any further questions for the AS? I'm not seeing any. Thanks very much, Mike.
Thank you.
All right. I believe that concludes all of the reports. We didn't have any management entity reports. That takes us to public comment. And I'm going to look to see if I've yet received a list of public commenters. It may well be here, but I also have to shift screens.
Yeah, Mr. Vice Chair.
Yes.
We haven't got the list loaded up yet. If you want to move ahead with public comment now, I would suggest we start with the PowerPoint from California Wetfish Producers Association and Diane Pleshner-Steele. The other option would be to take a break.
Well, I think I'd like to, unless there's requests from the council, I'd like to at least get started on public comment. I do notice that we have 3 presentations, so I guess we can start there. So first, Diane Pleshner-Steele with a presentation on behalf of the Wetfish folks. Welcome, Diane.
Good morning, Mr. Vice Chair, Chair Grelnick. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Oh, good. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. This is Diane Pleshner-Steele on behalf of CWPA. And Sandra, could you please, next slide? I'd like to speak on behalf of our group and as well as basically the entire sardine industry in California. But I would like to comment and thank very much the management team report for highlighting key issues and challenges regarding the sardine rebuilding plan. And this slide picks out some of the points that the management team made, that the stocks are driven primarily by environmental forcing, even without fishing. Fishing mortality is unlikely to have a substantial effect. There is no way you're going to rebuild the sardine in 10 years to guarantee it. And a lot of the restrictions that you would have implemented have already been implemented. And I would say that a rebuilding plan already is defined implicitly in the current sardine harvest control rule. Next slide, please. Regarding the range of alternatives, we very much support the majority, I'm sorry, the majority statement on the CPS advisory subpanel alternative 1, allows fishing to continue at a low level, but it keeps the industry alive. Alternative 2, zero harvest, is just unimaginable, the crisis that would precipitate. And at a 5% harvest rate, which we would say, I think has been estimated to be something like 1,000 tons for all uses, we characterize that as death by 1,000 cuts because it doesn't provide enough for live bait or for the rest of the fisheries to continue. Next slide. Regarding the analytical approaches, we want to thank the council for supporting our directed fishing EFP. And this slide shows an example from a 32-ton landing in Monterey on June 8th. And the ages are attributed based on analysis by Butler et al. And Dr. Richard Parrish also has a sardine model. So he was able to give us the ages of these fish. But as you'll notice, we've got a wide range of sizes. And this is taken in a harvest area under 20 fathoms. I think this was about 15 fathoms depth. So way inside where the acoustic trawl surveys are surveying. Next slide, please. As I mentioned in April, this conflict really is between what fishermen say is out there based on what they're seeing and what the biologists say based on insufficient science. And the ironic part of this is I wrote those words in 1991 when we first started seeing sardines return. This was a 6,000-ton sardine set observed in 60 foot of water, 61 degrees, and that was last year's in our aerial EFP. Next slide, please. And again, this is another example of the small fish that are coming up as part of a point set last year above Gaviota. And fishermen have testified to this council going back as far as 2015. And the live bait folks and seeing in the live bait tanks, we are seeing a lot of recruitment, a lot of small sardines. Next slide. Next slide, please. Regarding the rebuilding analysis, oops, could you go back, please? I just want to voice some concerns that we have regarding the uncertainty, and those concerns were also expressed during the SSC meeting. When you're basing a rebuilding projection on the 2020 sardine assessment, which had no evidence of recruitment and no new fishery age data since 2015, that's a problem. And 12 of the 18 years in the models, 2/3 of the years are going to have low recruitment. So how can the council consider evidence of recruitment that's not currently included in the stock assessment? And I guess, the SSC recommendation is to use a stock recruitment relationship as opposed to the sampling recruits from the model time series. And I would point out that without including the recruitment, the rebuilding model and analysis is going to be negatively biased. Next slide, please. Regarding socio-impact analysis, we've already heard testimony, the SAC public comment. Live bait fishery is hugely important to California. And as far as the commercial sardine fishery, we recommend looking at socioeconomic impacts state by state and extend it back to 2007 when we actually had a full sardine fishery before the premature season closures. And I've heard a couple times, we totally support, including impacts to fisheries that catch sardines incidentally. And I would point out the economic importance of sardines in California, taking the average of 2000 to 2007, which was the last year before premature closures. Sardines represented 38% of total CPS catch, and that included squid. So it's more than 1/3 of California's three-legged school. And California's wet fish industry absolutely needs sardines to survive. Next slide, please. This is an example, and you've seen this slide before. Until recent years, the CPS fishery, of which sardines is close to 40%, produced 80% of the volume and 37% of dockside value statewide. And it's hugely important to maintain the infrastructure in a number of harbors up and down the coast. Next slide. Next slide, please. This is an example, and this came out of the fishery ecosystem plan. in 2013, and the red represents CPS. So you can just see, just visually, how important sardines are to California, both in San Pedro, Southern California, and in Monterey. Next slide, please. This is a statement that was written by then Lieutenant Governor Gavin Newsom, where, when the fishery closed, it resulted in 90% of loss. And so we have been able to apply for and receive disaster relief for this fishery from 2015. And just recently, we were awarded again for 2017, 18, 19. Sardines are the foundation of California's wet fish industry. Next slide, please. And this is an example of the landings and how they've declined over years. Our peak year was 2007. We had an $8 million ex-vessel value. Next slide, please. So in summary, we would really appreciate your consideration that curtailing the fishing is unlikely to benefit recovery based on comment in the CPS management team report. And we point out the MSA does allow flexibility in rebuilding plans and permits directed fishing to continue. And further restrictions would precipitate socioeconomic crisis. And the CPSMT report states the combination of spawning biomass buffer and reduced harvest rates means that a rebuilding plan for overfished sardine may be defined implicitly. And we believe that the rebuilding plan already exists embedded in the current harvest control rule. Our support goes to modified alternative 1, ABC, or alternative 1, ACT, status quo, as the PPA. And next slide, please. And just as a little bit of a reminder, although the MSA requires an end to overfishing, quote unquote, immediately for overfish stocks, it also provides flexibility. And I think it's recognized that sardines are an exception to the 10-year rule. The MSA does not require instant recovery. OY is the long-term goal. And MSA does allow directed fishing during rebuilding. And also it requires the council to consider fishing communities, not only biology. So we are asking you, please be creative. Thank you very much. I'd be happy to answer questions.
Thank you very much, Diane. Are there any questions of Diane on her presentation? I'm not seeing any. Thanks very much, Diane.
Thank you.
At this point, I'm just going to turn to Executive Director Chuck Tracy, and then I think we will take a break. Chuck? All right.
Sorry.
So,
sorry, Mr. Vice Chair. I was struggling with my cursor.
Okay.
Yeah, no, I was just, if you were going to take a break before, I was just going to encourage people to sign up using for public comment during the break. But since we've started public comment now, we've closed the portal, so that comment is no longer relevant. But just as a general encouragement to use the portal to sign up for the chat form to sign up for public comment under the council's June web page. So that's all I wanted to say. But in terms of taking a break, that's up to you and the council.
All right. Well, we've been at this for an hour and a half, and we have I count 6 more public comments. So I don't know that we'll want to wait till the end of public comment before we take a break. So let's take one now. Probably should have done one before public comment. And let me just remind folks, if you have signed up for public comment, your name is up there. Please raise your hand so it'll be easier to unmute you when it is your turn. I have right about 9:30 or 9:29 right now. Let's come back at 9:40. Okay, I have 9:40. So perhaps we can get started here or resume our public comment. We have two further presentations, which might as well go through. The next is from Rick Meyer. So Rick, why don't you get started here, and Sandra will get the presentation up on the screen.
Can you all hear me?
Absolutely.
Oh, perfect. Okay. So, Sandra, are you, there we go. Okay. So, okay, so Diane Pleshner-Steele asked me to present today after I submitted some evidence of the analysis we did of and the sampling we did of Neil Guglielmo's catches in the recent directed fishery up in Monterey. And that evidence, I think, is pretty much irrefutable evidence of recruitment. So can you, Sandra, can you please advance? Okay. This is the same slide that I gave to Diane and she put in her presentation, but this was a catch from Neil Guglielmo, the Triumphal, and you can see pretty wide ranges of sizes. Now, I'll tell you that I had my staff go up on the line when he made those two sets and delivered that landing, and look for the smallest fish they could find, the biggest fish they can, and just put together this slide. Next slide, Sandra. So that was two sets. First set was 25 tons at about 1:30 a.m. Second set, 10 tons, about 4 a.m. We do random sampling of about 10 kilos of sardines, anchovies, every catch, and then statistical analysis on it. Overall average of that was 80 grams with a standard deviation of 11 and 21 centimeters, 0.7 centimeter standard deviation. Now, when you see that range of sizes, my standing on picking out the smallest fish and the biggest fish and just representing all the ranges. So that's but we looked closer and found fish in all size ranges shown in the previous photo. Smallest fish in that photo turned out was 20 grams. The largest fish in the 200 gram upsize category was an incredible 280 grams. Next slide. This was the first attempt at doing that looking for the biggest fish and the smallest fish from Neil's catch of June 5th. I didn't get to my staff until they were almost done with production that day, but this was what they found, similar result, just less. Next slide, please. So that one was Neil's catch of June 5th. Two sets were made again, and the random sampling of about 10 kgs, 147 observations. Overall catch was described as 72 grams with a standard deviation of 16 grams and 20.5 centimeters, standard deviation of 1.1 centimeters. I will say when we do our analysis, I know that a lot of the scientists, Diane was saying, well, what about the length? And at first I didn't include our length data because our length data is not as accurate as our average weight in grams. We got in over the years, we've learned that people want to measure fish different ways. Our customers around the world would say, well, how did you measure it? Okay, well, they said, well, can you measure it from the tip to where the meat ends or to where the fork is or to the very end? Each customer was asking for different lengths. So we started using a gram scale that is plus or minus 1 grams. And we find that to be the most accurate way of describing the fish. Okay, next slide, please. This was the 10th and the 11th catch. Neil made a set in the evening, then made another set early in the morning before he came in. Similar result, You can see the 218 gram versus the 26 gram comparison up there. So next slide, please. So here's another thing that we broke that down based on the 178 observations. This is what down below you can see the percentage in each of the weight categories. Now, the percentage in each of the weight categories is based on the weight of the overall catch. So obviously, with the fish under 30 grams, there's a lot more individual fish because it's not based on the number of observations, it's based on the weight of those observations. So the 2.74 would be actually much larger in number of observations, and the 13.11 would be much larger in number of observations by percentage than by the weight of the overall sample. Anyway, but pretty clear evidence that there's all different weight, all different size classes and ages involved. Next slide. So I've been doing this for almost 30 years now, and looking at a lot of Neil's catches over the years, especially Neil's catches, sardine and anchovy fishing, and studying the catches we have processed, that mixed age classes are very common in inshore waters where we fish. This is very noticeable in Monterey landings, but this is also true of the landings we made in coastal waters of Ventura and Santa Barbara counties and offshore at the Channel Islands. That area that Diane had slides up from Gaviota, when Neil fished up there, we found very similar results as what we're seeing in Monterey. It's very common to see young juvenile fish in our catches, and suddenly the schools of larger, older fish migrate into the shallower waters where our boats were fishing and mix with the juvenile fish for a time, then migrate away, once again, leaving primarily juvenile fish. I've always told Neil, dude, you're fishing the nursery grounds, and go find the big fish, because I wanted the big fish to sell.
Hey, Rick, I noticed you're only partway through your presentation, but your time is up.
Oh, crap. All right.
Time goes quickly. So could you please
I'll just
wrap up here?
Okay, so this is the most important thing. Where you're seeking evidence of recruitment makes a huge difference on whether you find that evidence or not. So the surveys that we do offshore, you're not going to see the juvenile fish that we would see in a directed fishery, which is more inshore. Next slide, please, very quickly. These all slides are just giving you lengths of different fish. We can go quick and very, very quickly. Just keep going. Slide by slide. Slide. This slide I took from the Monterey Aquarium wall. Just shows you that, yeah, these fisheries vary over time. In the absence of fishing, they're going to come and go, and that was the point of this slide. Anyway, the final slide. Even when the biomasses are low, small directed fisheries like the EFP directed fishery we are participating in now will yield valuable scientific data to better inform stock assessments. We thank the Council for your support in the directed fishery EFP. We encourage the Council to support alternative one with no more restrictions than status quo management, so that this EFP fishery can continue providing data to improve the stock assessments. Any questions?
All right, thanks very much, Rick. Louis Zim, I think you had your hand up.
Yeah, that's right. Thank you. I am trying to learn. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, and thank you, Rick. This is very interesting. I'm trying to learn as much as I can coming from the groundfish world. So this is similar to the question I asked earlier, but if you had a zero catch of sardines, or you had a 5% that would be used up by September, could you still prosecute your fishery on anchovies? Could you?
Nope.
Could you? Yeah, could you actually isolate?
I actually wrote down Louis that I wanted to make the comment to Louis during that absolutely you could not. You could not. We would. It would be almost impossible. We could send Neil out, and he would try to avoid sardines, but increasingly as that sardine biomass starts to increase, as it is, it's going to be harder and harder to avoid sending them out for anchovies and having them get no sardines mixed in.
And one more question, Mr. Vice Chair. Does the same thing apply to your squid fishery?
It's less. We find less bycatch in our squid fishery. Part of that may be that they're able to light the squid and concentrate them further. I think that might have a large part of that. But we still get bycatch of sardines, and we still get bycatch of anchovies. It's just kind of trace amounts. But if you made it a zero tolerance, that would be very bad.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Rick. Any further questions? I'm not seeing any. Thanks very much, Rick.
You're welcome.
Next, we have the third presentation. This is from Ben Entiknap of Oceana. So once Sandra gets the presentation up, Ben, you can take it away.
Good morning. This is Ben. Can you hear me?
Absolutely.
Good morning, council members. Good morning, Mr. Vice Chair. I'm Ben Entiknap, representing Oceana. Appreciate this opportunity to provide public comment on the development of a sardine rebuilding plan. I would like to direct your attention to two letters that we have in the briefing book. One is from Oceana and Earth Justice, which provides the full body of our science, legal, and policy recommendations and comments on this agenda item. And we also have another letter, a petition signed by 15,700 members of the public, urging the council to develop an effective science-based rebuilding plan for Pacific sardine, including Oceana's recommended alternative, which would limit the annual sardine catch to no more than 5% of estimated biomass. And this council has made remarkable strides toward restoring overfished populations to healthy and sustainable levels following the mandates of the Magnuson-Stevens Act. And if done right, we can expect the same for Pacific sardine. Next slide, please. But as you know, Pacific sardine have collapsed as much as 98% since 2006, and they're now at very low levels in need of recovery. Next slide. And this slide here shows that they dropped below the cutoff in 2014 and first dropped below minimum stock size threshold in 2016 and has remained below the minimum stock size threshold since 2018. And there are, the science estimates there's roughly 28,000 metric tons of sardine out there now. And the schooling nature of sardine can give the impression of abundance, even though the overall biomass is low. Next slide. So we know from the best available science, the 2020 assessment, that recruitment has been very low since 2010, but meanwhile, the MSY exploitation rate has been set very high as 22% recently using the Cal Coffee Temperature Index, which predicts high sardine recruitment. So what we know now from a published study by Zwolinski and Deemer that's available to you in the briefing book and this link here is that that correlation now is likely invalid. And this is really important point because that Cal Coffee Temperature Index used to set the EMSY exploitation rate is used in setting the overfishing limit, the ABC, and the harvest guideline for Pacific sardines. So it's imperative that we get it right. We also know that catch levels have been very high during this collapse, and at some times exceeded the MSY set at the time, and that it's being fished by Mexico, the US, and when it expands its range, also Canada, without any agreement. Next slide. So the Pacific Sardine Harvest Control Rule intends low catch rates at low levels of productivity, where that fraction is limited between 5 and 15%, depending on the productivity of the stock. And so I really want you there to think about that low end, the 5% in the harvest control rule. And the CPS FMP also intended, the original intent of the cutoff was that the harvest rate would be reduced to 0. So when you hear people say that the Pacific Sardine Harvest Control Rule has some implicit rebuilding plan, that was the intent, that it would be reduced to 0 to provide a buffer for the spawning stock that would be protected from fishing and rebuild as if the stock became overfished. Next slide. But what's happened is that's not the case. So as the population has declined, the allowable U.S. harvest rate has actually increased. It increased when it dropped below cutoff, and then it increased even further to over 16% now that it's below the minimum stock size threshold. And this is a really big concern, because what you do now is important to the ability to quickly recover the sardine population, so that when it's productive again, it can reach its maximum potential and rebuild quickly. Next slide. So Oceana has given this issue a lot of thought, and we have offered some alternatives that we'd like to see analyzed. We think having only 2 alternatives, status quo and 0 fishing, is an inadequate range of alternatives. Would violate the National Environmental Policy Act, and it would really be contrary to a best scientific approach to rebuilding the stock. So we're asking that you consider a rebuilding alternative where you set the overall U.S. annual catch limit equal to 5% of the estimated stock biomass until the population rebuilds to BMSY, and then an ACL for rebuilding, which would be biomass times 5% times the distribution to account for the international nature of the stock. We also are requesting that during the time the population's below cutoff, you continue to prohibit the primary directed commercial fishery, recognizing that there is continued catch as bycatch in other CPS fisheries, but also directed catch in the live bait fishery and the minor directed fishery that's ongoing. Next slide. And during this rebuilding plan, and as part of this rebuilding plan and this rebuilding period, it's critical that we reevaluate the management assumptions from the past decade and resolve the flaws that are evident from the best available science. It's been recommended to you multiple times from scientists with the stock assessment team to change the start date of the fishery to January 1 and use the results of the acoustic trawl survey in a more timelier fashion. We recommend that you do that. We also recommend that you update the minimum stock size threshold value for Pacific sardine to reflect the best available science as was presented to you in the National Marine Fisheries Service 2016 analysis. And then consider modifications to fix the harvest control rule. Fixed distribution, it is not a static at 87%, and options have been presented to you by scientists from the National Marine Fisheries Service, as well as increasing cutoff and using the best available science in determining EMSY. That is really important piece that needs to be fixed to ensure that we're preventing overfishing and rebuilding this population. And then furthermore, our request is to initiate actions to develop a coordinated tri-national approach to sardine research and management. It is deeply concerning that Mexico continues to harvest this overfished population at high levels, and there is no coordinated management agreement in place. And we urge you to work with the National Marine Fisheries Service and the State Department to begin those conversations and remedy that situation, so that as the population expands, we can have coordinated science and coordinated management with Mexico and Canada. Next slide. So there's this notion that's, I think, often repeated in this process that it really doesn't matter what you do. It's all environmentally driven. The stock will either rebuild or it won't rebuild depending on productivity. But I want to offer a different perspective that what you do now will affect the ability of the stock to recover when conditions are again productive. Where you start in rebuilding is important, and what you do now could end up meaning that the population can quickly rebuild to high levels, or that its recovery will be dampened. And this passage that I wanted to share with you is in the Zelensky and Deemer study that predicted the current collapse. And they looked back at the big collapse in the 40s and 50s, and they said in the 1940s, the larger migrating sardine were targeted aggressively, and that's what happened this last time. And the number of cohorts declined and their seasonal migration stopped. The harvesting pressure on the residual sardine stock continued off Southern California until the early 1960s. Consequently, when the California current ecosystem experienced another warm period in the 1980s, the recovery of the northern sardine stock in the California current ecosystem apparently was delayed by a decade. By that time, the warm period had begun to wane and the stock grew to only about 1/3 of its historical size and remained large for only half as long before declining again in association with the onset of another cold period. So this is critical. And we urge you to think about this, that your actions now to rebuild and any continued harvest on this population ultimately affects its ability to rebuild in a timely manner and to recover to the biomass that produces maximum sustainable yield. Next slide. So in summary, our request is to develop a science-based rebuilding plan based on the best available science that prevents further depletion, allows for rapid and robust recovery of this population, direct the management team to analyze a full range of rebuilding alternatives, including those presented in Oceana's public comment, and as part of the rebuilding plan, implement management reforms to improve conservation and management of this fishery using the best available science. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thanks very much, Ben. Appreciate your presentation. Let me see if there are any questions from around the table on your presentation. I don't see any, but thanks very much, Ben. So we'll go to our next public commenter, and that would be Tom Schiff.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Vice Chairman, committee members, hardworking staff. I trust I'm coming through.
5 by 5.
All right. Here in beautiful, soon-to-be sunny San Diego, when our marine layer, aka June gloom, burns off, the ocean temperature, at least in today's paper, is 69 degrees. And I mention that because I'll come back to that in just a minute. The bait, the sardine, is very important for our sport fishing industry. When I say sport fishing, that includes the boats that many people go on, in addition to private fishermen. When you leave, you depart from the 4 major landings, and I've fished from all of them. Your first stop's a bait barge, where the captain oversees bringing on board scoops of bait. Actually, at one time, there was a young kid on the other side testing his gear, and he cast a lure out and actually caught a legal halibut at the bait stop. That was amazing. In any event, it's very important for our fishery here. And I did attend the, I believe it was January scientific SSC meeting conducted by Dr. Andre Punt. I commend him for being able to include data that was not included before in what I called flawed research. In particular, the NOAA boat doesn't even start, the trawl doesn't even start their survey until they're 3 miles offshore. Then they're dragging a big cage behind the propellers, which amplifies the noise. And any real good sardine fisherman will tell you that drives schools away. Dr. Punt did recognize that the California Department of Fish and Wildlife provided several aerial surveys that showed big schools of sardines inshore. But if I may blunder about a bit more, the 800-pound gorilla in the room is not just that. It's the fact that we really do not have a single sardine stock. We have a northern stock and a southern stock. The southern stock, sometimes referred to as the Mexican sardine, likes to enjoy 62-degree water or warmer. Therefore, most of the time here in Southern California, I submit any sardines caught are from the southern stock, and they really are not impacting anything that goes on with the northern stock. That's all I have. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tom. Are there any questions of Tom on his public comment? Thank you very much, Tom. Mike Okonewski. Mike, we're not hearing you.
Vice Chair, can you hear me okay?
I got you now. Thanks.
Okay, I don't think this will take very long. We supplied some supplemental comment for our group, West Coast Pelagic Conservation Group, WCP for short. And just a couple of comments here real quickly. First off, we support the advisory panel's statements of CPSAS for sure. The GAP had a good statement, and also HMS. So sardines are found in a lot of places, and economically they have been important to the Northwest at times during the last 2 cycles, and we hope they will be before long again. But one thing we'd like to point out is our group members, some of those went through the Baumgartner papers that were referred to in the management team, or by the management team. And it is apparent from that, if you go along with the idea of what they're suggesting as far as the growth, resurgence, and the collapse of these fish, that they go through exponentially expansive cycles at a pretty rapid pace, up to 24% a year, and that they drop back at a very fast pace also once they reach peak, which is usually up in Southeast Alaska, as far as I've heard, is southeast as far as Sitka, Alaska. So it's a little difficult if you're going to take like 20 or 30 years perhaps before the next cycle expansion begins to construct a rebuilding plan that is going to have a good chance of being able to estimate when and how, what's necessary, I guess, for that regrowth to occur. Now, we understand that there's legal requirements to put the plan together, but so with whatever they come up with, though, I think our main concern is that whatever the predictions are coming out of the rebuilding plan, it's going to take the good surveys and good stock assessing to actually know what's really happening after the resurgence starts, or the regrowth period expansion cycle. And since these fish do inhabit the near shore conditions or areas a lot, then that is a bit of a concern. I think that what they've done here to collect samples is a real good start. I'm just hopeful that this stuff starts getting used in the stock assessment. It's my understanding we haven't used any non-survey information in the recruitment area since 2015 now. So this should be supplemental information that should be valuable, I think, for that stock assessment. We are working with Southwest Center, as you know, to help conduct the inshore portion in the Northwest. And we commend the effort by the California Wetfish Processors Association to start also gathering more concrete evidence and information. And so with that, I'll leave off, and thank you for your time, and I'll leave it there. Thank you. I'll be happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much, Mike, for your comments. Are there any questions for Mike? Thank you, Mike. Next, we'll hear from Gilly Lyons on behalf of the Pew Charitable Trusts. Welcome, Gilly. But not yet hearing you.
Sorry about that. Is that better?
Oh, much, much better.
Sorry about that. Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Vice Chair and members of the Council. My name is Gilly Lyons with the Pew Charitable Trusts. Thanks very much for the opportunity to provide some brief comments today on your consideration of our rebuilding plan for Pacific Sardine. Quickly, we support the Council fully analyzing a reasonable range of alternatives for this rebuilding plan, and we appreciate that the CPSMT in its supplemental report 2 under this agenda item identifies a potential third alternative that would look at reducing ABC by a given percentage, in addition to the 2 alternatives described in CPSMT report 1. We also request that the range of alternatives include an alternative with a 5% harvest rate based on annual estimated biomass as described in the CPS-AS Supplemental Report 1 and elsewhere in public comment. As has also been noted in public comment, we agree that this scenario would better reflect the lower productivity that currently characterizes the Pacific sardine population, and suggest that it also adheres more closely to the CPS-FMP and its sardine harvest control rule, where 5% would represent the low end of the fraction fishing rate parameter. In addition, we recommend that the rebuilding analysis include, if possible, a recalculation of MSY fishing rates under current prevailing ecological conditions based on the best available science that would correspond more closely to the actual net surplus that the fishery has produced since 2011, since the current low productivity state. And inclusion of updated MSY fishing rates in the rebuilding analysis, we think, would better reflect the productivity scenario observed over the past decade, and could therefore provide the Council with a fuller understanding of T-target, or the target time for rebuilding the fishery, in as short a time as possible, considering a variety of factors. We also support the SSC's recommendation that the analysis of the ROA include an evaluation, if possible, of the role of sardine as forage in the California current ecosystem, particularly given the importance of sardine as prey to a broad array of marine predators. And finally, should the Council decide to select a preliminary preferred alternative at this meeting, we would support identifying a PPA that features a 5% harvest rate. Thank you very much for your time and consideration this morning, and I would be more than happy to try to answer any questions the Council may have.
Thank you, Gilly. Are there any questions for Gilly? Thank you, Gilly.
Thank you.
Tom Brinton, Long Beach Bait Company, you're up. And I know in advance Louis Zim will have a question for you, but why don't you give your public comment first?
How about now? Can you hear me now?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. Well, thank you for letting me speak today. My name is Tom Brinton, obviously. I'm a California commercial fisherman and live bait business owner in Southern California. I earned my captain's license at 19 and purchased my first commercial fishing vessel at age 20. I transitioned to fishing squid in the winter when the passenger fishing was slow. While my friends and future business partners were in college, I followed the old timers, learned from them, worked hard, and became a successful squid fisherman. In 1996, at age 22, I established Carnage Fish Company with one commercial light boat and participated in California's market squid fishery. In 2007, my partners and I expanded our commercial capacity with a new vessel and also formed Long Beach Bait Company to provide live bait to the LA and Long Beach fishing communities. I've weathered my share of fishing storms, both in the sea and on land. I've adjusted my fishing and vessels to comply with all regulations and have established a successful live bait business to employ my crew and provide an essential service to California commercial passenger fishing vessel fleet and the private boater community in the summer months while squid fishing is typically slow. In August 2019, I participated in the CPS surveys in the Southern California Bight. We were also slated to do the sardine surveys again this year in August. With over 26 years of 26 professional years on the water and 13 years operating a live bait business, I am a respected member of the Southern California live bait community and the commercial squid fishery. I would like to offer my real world perspective and recommend the Council prioritize alternative 1 and remove the no-take alternative. Alternative 1 maintains the status quo and allows a nominal take of Pacific sardine. These nominal amounts are crucial not only to the California live bait businesses, but also to other commercial fisheries that incidentally take a small number of sardines, in particular the market squid fishery. The no-take alternative would have profound impacts on our operations and others similarly situated. Not only our business, but all live bait businesses depend on sardines and provide a crucial service to CPFB fleet and recreational private boaters. The CPFB fleet in Southern California, which was only recently given the green light, has been severely economically impacted by the COVID-19 restrictions. These are industries by the numbers, but to me, they are fellow small business owners employing Californians and providing a service to the community. They're my friends and counterparts. Eliminating our ability to use a preferred bait source, which is live sardine, will not only provide additional financial strain, but also a social one. Passengers will expect to have live bait when they board these vessels. Equally important, a no-take alternative would functionally bar our participation in the commercial squid fishery, because even capturing one sardine in a load of squid puts the commercial squid fishermen in jeopardy of violating the law. I own three commercial fishing vessels with market squid permits, and I've worked all my life for what I have. And if this no-take alternative goes through, it's going to clearly decimate what I've worked for. I respectfully request the council to move forward with alternative 1 and eliminate the no-take or reduce take alternative. That's all I got. Does anybody have any questions? I'm assuming Louis got a question.
All right, thank you very much, Tom. Louis Zim.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, and thank you for your testimony, Tom. Particularly interesting. So I used to run sport fishing boats, or CPFVs, out of San Diego, and we had a lot of times where we were fishing calicos, and we said, "Could you please go out and get anchovies where we need them?" And
right.
When you went out to get anchovies, did you have incidental catch of sardines, or the schools separate, or what's the picture there? Could you actually avoid sardines and still let a net go in your fishery area?
Well, every year is different. It's actually a lot easier to target sardines and catch straight sardines than it is to target anchovies and not catch sardines. So basically where we fish, I mean, if you're inside of 120 feet of water, you're no matter, even if you set on nothing, you'll probably still catch some sardines in your net.
Okay, that's interesting. So it is your method of catching sardines with your Lampara nets or your seine nets is focused toward inside 120 feet of water. Thank you.
Yeah, well, generally, I mean, where we're located, deeper water is pretty far. You have to basically travel 8 miles to get outside of 120 feet of water.
Well, thank you. The reason why I brought this up is not quite what everybody's thinking, but we've noticed a lot of big anchovy schools offshore. And so, the question is, well, why can't you just go offshore? But in your area, that would be quite a ways offshore. Is that correct, Over?
That is correct, yes.
Okay. Thank you very much, Tom, and thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, for your patience.
No worries. Thanks for your question, Louis. Thanks for the answer, Tom. Looking for hands. Any further questions for Tom? I'm not seeing any. Thanks very much, Tom. That concludes public comment on this agenda item and takes us to council discussion and action. And we have the council action there on the screen. And I'll turn to Brianna Brady.
So thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. I wasn't sure if you wanted to go over the council action first.
Well, we can, the council action is up there on the screen 1 through 4. I don't know what the will of the council is in terms to take them in order, or whether there's going to be a consolidated approach. But let's just have discussion on either the process or on the substance. And
okay. Thank you. So in thinking about the alternatives I would like to see for Sardine rebuilding, I'm trying to come from the thought process of what it is that we are trying to accomplish, given that the ocean is going to be the main driver as to when Sardine comes back, and also what we have already been doing to sustainably manage the sardine stock. At the same time, I think we all recognize the drastic impact the decline in sardine has had on our coastal communities. I've seen it firsthand in California, where many CPS processors and fishermen are struggling to stay afloat, in addition to impacts to the fleet in Oregon and Washington. I really appreciate all the discussion and work the CPS management team and the CPSAS and members of the public have put into understanding this rebuilding process and in proposing an ROA, and the comprehensive reports by the advisory bodies. Specifically, the MT's proposed ROA provides room for exploration on how to determine a rebuilding plan for the stock that, if needed to meet rebuilding timelines, could allow for a reduction that would be based on current control rules from the FMP. I think it's important to recognize that our control rules have prevented overfishing and have not been the reason for the decline in sardine overall. So, Mr. Vice Chair, I have an idea for a motion to put forward when ready, after some more council discussion if needed.
Thank you, Brianna. So let's have some further discussion. We've had some pretty detailed reports. We've had some pretty clear public comment from different perspectives. Rich Lincoln.
Thanks, Vice Chair. Just a few thoughts. I guess maybe a bit, might seem a bit random. Just thinking about a few things and thinking about the reports that we got. So with respect to the idea of a preliminary preferred alternative, it seems like we're at such an early stage of analysis without really having any clearer sense right now what a range of alternatives might pop out. There seems to be quite a bit of perhaps for those besides me that have a lot of foreknowledge about what these analyses might look like, and presumptions that they're not going to necessarily show much difference. Regardless, I think it's probably premature to worry about a preliminary preferred alternative at this point without some better information. I think it definitely is helpful to have a broader range of alternatives to think about in September. We may still be at a point at that time, either confirming some presumptions about what that analysis might look like, or finding something that we didn't expect. I think the SAS put forward a suggestion of an alternative that included a 5% constant exploitation rate. I believe there's some merit for that in terms of analysis as just one approach. I think the suggestion was actually put forward in the SAS report as an alternative to an absolute zero option, which I think folks have reacted to. I think the team originally put the proposal forward as just two bookends that to get a full range out there, and I kind of understand that approach, but I think there's been some reaction to having zero at the bottom end of that range, as it doesn't feel like it perhaps has any viability considering its kind of extreme outcome and probably the inability to actually execute it effectively. But in any case, I think there's some good logic for including 5% in a constant exploitation rate for sure, in a analytical range. Whether that would have the team's idea about their third option of just looking at things in a different way. I mean, I don't know exactly what that might include, but certainly given the feedback we had from the SSC that once Andre works on the analytical tool itself, it shouldn't be a big stretch at all to analyze something that is that simple in its approach. And again, whether people consider that a viable approach or not, I think that's what the analysis is supposed to help us evaluate when we come to a discussion in September. I think I'll kind of leave my thoughts there. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Rich. That's helpful. Further discussion, either about process or substance. Corey Niles.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. Maybe I have a question, and thanks, Brianna and Rich, for the thoughts. I think, yeah, a broad range of alternatives is the way to go. I guess my question and thoughts are more about bullet number 2 and the information we get back within those alternatives. And so, yeah, a question for, can't see who's in the NIM seat or the NOAA GC seat there, but maybe a little more discussion on what we should be looking at to make a final recommendation, and just a little more context of what I'm thinking. Well, I guess I'll say that one of the ideas we have out there is we have this range of alternatives between status quo and the no fishing alternative, and that let's look at something else if status quo does not rebuild within 10 years. So I'm curious, thinking back to our example with Petrali Sole, which is the one groundfish I can think of that could rebuild within 10 years, we still looked at various options for rebuilding within 10 years. And so the idea was that, to justify a slower rebuilding time, you still had to demonstrate that we were avoiding some serious economic consequences to the fishery. So yeah, my question: what if status quo proves that it can rebuild within 10 years? Is it sufficient that that's the only thing we would look at? Yeah, I'm really just looking for a little more discussion on what on number 2 we would need to look at in this range of alternatives. And if that question isn't clear there, I'm happy to try to rephrase more succinctly.
All right, thanks, Corey. I think there's enough there, perhaps for someone from NIMS. So Maggie Smith.
Thank you, Vice Chair Gorelnik, Mr. Niles. So as I understand your question, you're asking if a rebuilding alternative shows the T-target of less than 10 years, is anything else required in terms of analysis? And I would point you to the statutory language, which says that, for any fishery that is overfished, the fishery management plan must specify a time period for rebuilding that shall be as short as possible, taking into account the status and biology of any overfished stocks of fish, the needs of fishing communities, recommendations by international organizations, and the interaction of the overfished stock of fish, and not to exceed 10 years, except in certain cases. So both of those things need to be considered when selecting your rebuilding target.
Did that answer your question, Corey?
I think so, Mr. Vice Chair, but just maybe one more. So I think, let's say a hypothetical of we have one alternative that rebuilds within 9 years, and that one could rebuild in 5 years. And but the 5 years had some pretty drastic economic consequences. We would still need to show or consider that, you know, that the difference between 5 and 9 years would have to be justified based on those serious economic consequences. Just because it rebuilds within 9 years, that doesn't make it per se acceptable. We still have to address that shortest time to rebuild and the needs of the fishing community. Am I getting that right, Maggie?
Maggie? Go ahead, Maggie, and you're muted.
Thanks. Yeah, I don't love to answer hypotheticals, but I would again just point to that statutory language and encourage the council to have a full record for its decision based on those statutory standards.
And Maggie, by a full record, are you suggesting that the council can weigh these socioeconomic factors and expressly weigh them against the timeline, and that would be the judgment of the council would be an adequate record?
Yeah, yes. I think that's right, that the council, as you've done in other rebuilding plans, would explain why the time period is as short as possible while taking into account those factors, which here it seems like the needs of fishing communities is the one that the council would be most concerned with, and that would constitute the record for your decision.
All right, thank you, Maggie. Louis Zim has a question.
Thank you.
Discussion, rather.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vice Chair. And this is directed to the SGC and most likely to Maggie. You mentioned international considerations, and this is definitely a cross-boundary stock, as indicated in the GMT reports and other data we have. How does that cross-boundary question enter into this in our considerations? Thank you.
Maggie, you're on the hot seat here.
Yes, thank you. Well, I think as the council is aware, and I know that the management team and SSC has considered under the National Standard 1 guidelines that T-min numbers, so the minimum time to rebuild the stock, is calculated taking into account all sources of fishing mortality, including international fishing mortality. With respect to the analysis for the new problem analysis for the rebuilding plan itself, those factors include recommendations by international organizations, and so as I understand, that doesn't exist here, so it wouldn't be one of those factors.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, Maggie. I think I understand that, but there still is a lot of questions in my mind about the efficacy of a rebuilding plan that does not take into consideration the situation of this being a transboundary stock. So I will try to offline pursue that a bit. Thank you.
All right, Louis, thank you. Is there further discussion? And if there's Brad Pettinger.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. When I look at this stock, and I just we talk about rebuilding it. I honestly believe, and I think most of everyone else does too, that it's not going to happen until the natural processes in the ocean change, and there's no a 10-year rebuilding timeline. Well, it sounds great, is just an illusion in my mind. This stock can be rebuilt in the next couple of years, but it won't be because of our doing. In my mind, what we're doing right now, what we've done, is we're basically trying to not fish a stock down any more than we have to. We're trying to keep the other fisheries going and not be impeded by a lower ACL that would curtail those fisheries. And I thought it was very interesting in the Oceana presentation where they were talking about, where Ben was talking about one of the last slides about the fear of fishing it down so far that we'll have a longer time to rebuild. And I would submit to him and to the council that what we're doing the last 4 or 5 years is anything but what was happening in the 60s on the last time the stock collapsed. I've been trying to find some information on landings, and I did find something on a Southwest Science Center page here, but its graph's pretty. It's pretty small, but it looks to me like in the 60s we probably averaged between I would say 40 to 100,000 tons in the early 60s before this stock totally went away. And so I would submit to you that what we're doing now is anything but that. And there's also I would say that the last 4 years, while we have set the quota or the ACL at for 4,000 or 5,000 tons, something like that, we've only been catching about 31%. So it's been the cap. What we've done is actually the ACL has been the cap, but we haven't come anywhere close to that. And really, in my mind, most of those fish that have been caught have been in the live bait fishery, which have never left the ecosystem. And so, anyway, I think it's just something that need to be said in the discussions as we move forward here. Thank you.
Thank you, Brad. Further council discussion. And I know that Brianna has a motion prepared, but I don't want to be premature unless there's some, I don't see any further council discussion. So I'm going to turn to Brianna.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Sandra, can you please post the motion?
Yeah, why don't you, I think the motion will certainly spur some further discussion.
I move the council adopt the ROA as listed in agenda item G1A supplemental CPSMT report 2, June 2020.
Is this something you've sent to Sandra or is?
Yes.
Okay, got it. All right, now I see it. Is the language on the screen accurately reflect your motion?
Yes, it does. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair.
And I will look for a second.
Louis Zim would like the second.
All right, seconded by Louis Zim. Brianna, please speak to your motion.
Yeah,
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. In essence, we have been rebuilding for the past 5 years. It is unprecedented to have a rebuilding plan already in place. Plus, ocean conditions will be the primary factor determining when the population recovers. I'm proposing that the council select the MT's ROA because it encompasses a full range of what potential outcomes could be for rebuilding based on the current management framework in the FMP, which to me means continuing to use our annual process and harvest control rules. We're using our control rules, but with some reduction if necessary. I think that looking at zero U.S. harvest will be an informative metric that from an analytical economic standpoint, we probably want to see, noting that zero U.S. harvest would not be feasible from a management standpoint or economically viable. Also, I don't think this leaves out any of the options proposed by others, and that other scenarios could be looked at by the MT if necessary for rebuilding. I think the plan and timeline that have been outlined in the management team report is going to be difficult to meet, but something the council should do our best to maintain. And that includes an SSC subcommittee meeting with Dr. Kevin Hill during the summer, most likely in July, and then final action in September for the rebuilding plan. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair.
Thank you, Brianna. Are there questions for maker of the motion? A discussion on the motion. Rich Lincoln.
Thanks, Vice Chair. I don't know so much discussion, but I would like to offer an amendment.
Please go ahead.
Let's see here. What's the best way to do this? Let's see. I guess just after June 2020, I just started an additional sentence. In addition, the council would request the additional analysis of a 5% constant exploitation rate of the age 1 biomass. Hold on a sec. As mentioned in modified alternative 2, of supplemental CPSAS report 1, agenda item G1A.
Rich, take a moment to look at that language and make sure that it is consistent with your amendment.
Yes, I think that should do it. It may not be perfect, but I think it does the job.
Okay, thank you, Rich. Looking for a second for Rich's amendment.
Phil Anderson, second.
All right, seconded by Phil Anderson. Rich, please speak to your amendment.
Yes, thanks, Vice Chair. Just briefly, so I think we've had a good discussion, and certainly the management team's approach does present a range of options. However, as I understand alternative 3, it still represents a variation on the I guess I would call a kind of a modified variation of status quo, and just in terms of scaling it down in different ways to see what the effect is. This amendment is simply a way to help the council understand what I would call a modification of the no fishing option in a way that for analysis, I'm not prejudging that it would. I think it's important in these discussions not to prejudge how, excuse me, how any of the council members might project how a specific option might or might not accomplish the needs of rebuilding and associated and dealing with the associated potential social economic impacts of any alternative. But I guess this would, in fact, reflect something that perhaps is, provides another bookend to the analysis that could reflect an approach that would, under some set of conditions, would accelerate achieving being above the stock level that represents overfishing and get us to a rebuilt state, and provides a way of looking at an option, a lower end option that provides the opportunity for continued incidental harvest. And I thought that it was a thoughtful process that the SAS used to consider and present the option in their report. Thanks.
All right, thank you, Rich. Is there any questions for Rich or discussion? Brianna Brady.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, and thank you, Mr. Lincoln and Mr. Anderson, for the amendment. I guess I would just say that fishing is not driving the population, but to be more specific with the question, I'm wondering just why 5% is needed if we reduce the high, if we reduce from the high mark down to reach the 10-year mark. If you could just cover that for me again, please.
Rich.
Well, I'm not sure I completely understand your question, Brianna, but I think perhaps what I was implying that all of the except for no fishing, all the options in the team's report, including the third alternative, seem to be scaling or looking at some level of ABC based on an approach using the current harvest control rule, so that as the population fluctuates up and down, whatever option the team looks at, whether it's some current control rule or some scaled down version of it, it would always look at that feature of harvest, controlling harvest in the same way. I guess implicit in the amendment, just looking at it, just trying to inform the council what a different approach might look like. If in fact you're fishing at a lower exploitation rate, in some cases, if the environment produces some better recruitment and higher stock sizes, yes, you could say that there would be more opportunity in those years for higher harvest, but this would be a way of looking at the question of, well, if you used a lower exploitation rate across a wide range of potential abundances, would it in fact have an effect on rebuilding time frame? And for myself, I don't think I would have a way to answer that question explicitly without having some analysis.
Brianna, did that answer your question?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, Mr. Lincoln. Yeah.
Further discussion on the amendment, Louis Zim and then Ryan Wolf.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. And this comment is directed to the amendment. I see in Brianna's motion language that I did not see included previously in the analysis or the backup stuff we have. I saw reduction if necessary, And so asking for analysis of reduction if necessary sounds pretty much the same as what Rich is proposing, perhaps even more flexible. So I'm on the fence on this, and I appreciate maybe some more fill-in on this.
All right, thanks, Louis. Ryan Wolf.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. This is a clarifying question for Rich for the amendment. I just want to clarify. I think I understand now that the analysis would be on the full range of statutory factors, but I wanted to clarify whether or not you're recommending this is as an official alternative in the range.
Rich?
Well, I don't considering the way the team's report is written in terms of their alternative 3 being a potential range of all kinds of analyses, that question sounds a bit like semantics to me, Ryan. So I guess in terms of maybe it was poor wording, in terms of the council considering specific forms of analysis or approaches to rebuilding, yes, I guess I would have to say that including this in the analysis would have the practical outcome of allowing the council to consider it as a harvest approach.
Ryan?
Okay, yeah, just as a follow-up, thank you, Rich, for that. I think that's helpful. I mean, I do think if this is adopted, it is more appropriate as an alternative, but I appreciate that it, to some extent, is semantic. So thank you.
Corey Niles.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Vice Chair, and thanks, Rich. I don't want to derail from the bigger picture questions, but I think as a small question, I think it's pointed out to me, maybe in this is a clarification question, Rich, but you say on your motion, age 1 biomass, but I believe the CPSAS is what was talking about age 1 plus biomass. So I'm assuming you tend to capture what the CPSAS was suggesting, and you meant age 1 plus biomass, which is the way what they typically look at.
Rich?
Yes, thanks. Thanks, Corey, for that question. That would be a fairly major omission in terms of its literal interpretation. Yes, I did certainly intend age 1 plus biomass there.
So let me ask Chuck a question here. The intent of the maker of the motion was to have it read age 1 plus. Can we make that change informally here, or do we need to go through a formal process?
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. Trivial as it is, you're asking a process question from a process guy, so I'd say we should have an amendment.
All right. Probably the appropriate way to proceed here would be for Rich to seek the permission of Phil to withdraw the amendment and then enter a new amendment.
Mr. Vice Chair, I believe we can amend the amendment once.
Okay. All right. But the amendment
Correct.
must be offered not by Rich. Is that correct?
Correct.
Thank you, Dr. Hansen. So would someone wish to offer an amendment to the amendment?
I have my hand up.
All right, Phil, I'm sorry.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. I would move an amendment to add to the amendment to add the word plus after age 1. So age 1 plus biomass.
All right, Phil. Your amendment to the amendment is on the screen. Is that accurate?
Yes, it is.
All right. Is there a second? I see Bob Dooley. You want to take that second?
Yes.
All right. Speak to your amendment as necessary.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. I do think this is an important clarification of the amendment that we are talking about the exploitation rate on the age 1 plus biomass rather than just the age 1 age class. So it's an important distinction, and I'll leave it there. Thanks.
All right. Any discussion on Chair Anderson's amendment? I'll call the question. All those in favor of this amendment signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, no.
Aye.
Abstentions? The amendment by Chair Anderson passes unanimously. We're now back to the Rich Lincoln amendment as amended. Brianna Brady.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I just wanted to express some thoughts that stating a need for specific alternatives less than status quo assumes that status quo will not allow rebuilding in 10 years. To me, the team's proposal allows for this if needed, but does not presume it prior to analysis. So I'm not necessarily seeing a need for this amendment.
All right, thank you, Bree. Rich Lincoln.
Thanks, Vice Chair. Maybe just briefly a thought in response to Brianna's comment. I actually was compelled a little bit by the discussion that we had a little bit earlier, Corey's question about and Maggie's response in terms of statute limitations. I think the council actually would be well served to have some analysis that potentially looked, I mean, if in the case status quo does rebuild the stock in 10 years, I think the council would be very well served, given its statutory requirements, to evaluate options and as providing a potential basis for saying the choice of something a status quo alternative, if the council's choice of that, given that it, for instance, created some kind of a 10-year rebuilding timeframe, that the council's justification and strength of that choice certainly would be well served if there were some additional analysis to show if an alternative option that I'm not presuming that it would, what the analysis would show in terms of a time frame. But if it happened to be significantly less, then it would certainly provide a basis for the council to say that it chose an option that met a 10-year time frame based on perhaps on some social economic consequences and impacts of doing that. So I can only see that I can see that it does the council no harm at all in terms of its information base for a decision, and probably strengthens its ability to make both an informed decision and justifying that decision in its record. So that's just my thinking. Thanks.
Thank you, Rich. Is there further discussion on the amendment to the main motion? Maggie Summer.
Thank you, Vice Chair. I just wanted to say I support the amendment as well as the main motion, and I agree with the comments Rich just made. I appreciate that that articulation of the intent and the value this might provide in informing the council. Thanks.
Thank you, Maggie. Any further discussion on the amendment? I'm not seeing any further hands, so I'll call the question. All those in favor of the amended amendment signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, no.
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 I think I heard no's from Brianna Brady and Louis Zim. Were there any other no's?
No. Bob Dooley.
Bob Dooley. Any abstentions? According to my ears, the amendment passes unless Executive Director, you believe we should have a roll call. I think we can move on to the main motion as amended.
I think, Mr. Vice Chair, I believe the vote tally is pretty clear. We've got Brady, Zim, and Dooley voting no. No other no votes. I don't know if we've asked for abstentions yet.
There were no abstentions that I heard.
Great.
All right.
Motion passes.
Motion to amend passes. We're back to the main motion as amended. Let me see if there's any further discussion. I'm not seeing any hands, so I'll call the question. All those in favor of the main motion as amended signify by saying aye. Wait, hold on. Louis, I just, at the last minute, I saw your hand go up. Did you have a question or a comment?
I just wanted to have a comment for discussion and put on the record that the international question with regulation in Mexico is important, and I hope it's investigated. Thank you.
All right. Any other comments or discussion on the main motion as amended? Okay. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Abstentions. The main motion as amended passes unanimously. Now, I haven't cross-referenced. The motion is passed with the action items we have before us on this agenda item. So let me first turn to the council and see if there's any further discussion or motions. And if not, then I will turn to Carrie Griffin to see where we are. So let me first look for hands. And I am not seeing any. So let me, what? Corey Niles.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. And again, and thanks, Brianna and Rich and Phil for those motions. I think they, in my mind, they covered some of the questions I had about what we'll be getting back in September. Brianna spoke nicely to the challenges and the timeline here, and getting us set up for success this summer. I was just wondering if I'm seeing in my mind, looking over in my mind's eye to see if Carrie had any thoughts or others about if they needed anything else from the council on how we set up the summer for success here. If no more discussions needed, great. But if more input could be helpful on what needs to happen to make sure we get that challenging timeline that Brianna mentioned, I'd be curious to hear.
Looking for hands. Not seeing any. I'm waiting an extra long time. Carrie?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair and Mr. Niles. Yeah, we've had a lot of discussions the last several days, as I think I mentioned in the overview about sort of what it would take and, to get this over the finish line in September. It will be a bit of a heavy lift, but, I think we have some talent and we have this firmly on our plans. We've already looked hard at a couple of dates to schedule an SSC subcommittee meeting and have good buy-in on that. And the CPSMT is on notice and ready to start diving into refining these alternatives. And then after a subcommittee meeting and the final analysis, then we'd be able to put some numbers in and relative to that analysis. So, I think the endorsement that Ms. Brady gave, or in speaking to her motion, that was supportive of that subcommittee meeting and other work that needs to happen, was very helpful. So I know we appreciate that. Mr. Vice Chair, I know that you were also looking to see if we've completed business here, and I think that we have. The only other thing, just to make sure, is the fourth item was to identify a preliminary preferred alternative as appropriate. I did hear some commentary from the council saying basically that they thought it was a little too preliminary to or premature to pick a PPA, but just wanted to make sure that there wasn't someone who wanted to pursue that a little more. And in lieu of that, then I would say that you have accomplished the necessary action for this item.
All right, thank you, Carrie. I actually have a question for Maggie Smith, because I know we've got a tight timeline here, and we've heard the language from Magnuson that a rebuilding plan should be submitted to NIMS within 15 months. It's a bit curious, the use of the word should rather than shall. I know that staff and the states and the council worked very hard to conclude this in September. But should it roll to November, would there be a violation of Magnuson there? Because I'm not exactly reading it that way.
Thank you, Vice Chair Grelnick. I'm actually going to let NIMS answer this question.
All right, Ryan.
Thank you. Yeah, I put my hand up. Yeah, so thanks for the question, Mr. Vice Chair, and you are correct. It's an NS1 guidelines language that you're quoting, that council should provide NIMS their proposed rebuilding plan within 15 months of notification. That notification timeline, the 15 months, is noted by Carrie in his SITSM. We notified you July 9th, so 15 months would be October 9th, which is right in between the September and November council meetings. No, it's not a violation. Again, it does say should. However, from NIMS perspective, delaying final action should only be considered if it's really necessary to complete the analysis on the rebuilding plan alternatives to really support the record and the decision that the council needs to make for final action.
All right, thanks for that, Ryan. Corey Niles.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. I think you got to mainly what I was going to get at, but appreciating what Ryan is saying. I'm hearing there's flexibility if needed, hoping we don't need it, but I think and this is no critique because I understand the reasons, but we're starting late in this, and this discussion's had this week, I understand from the team and others, and at the SSC would have been easier had we been the rebuilding analysis tool been further along. So we're starting late. We want to get this right and make a recommendation as well informed as possible. So I hope we get there in September. I'm hearing if there's good reason we might take longer. Again, hoping we don't need it, but yes, thank you for that question, Mr. Vice Chair.
Thank you, Corey. Ryan, is your hand up for further comment?
Sorry.
Okay. Further discussion around the table before I go back to Carrie and recheck with him. Okay. Carrie.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair and council members. It's good discussion. We have a motion that was adopted, and the team will be able to handle the analysis that was requested, and we'll get to work this summer and refine a range of alternatives, or more, a suite of alternatives that will be analyzed and plan to come into the September meeting with sufficient information and analysis on both the population modeling side and as well as socioeconomic impacts to allow for the council to take final action. That's what we're aiming for.
All right, thank you very much, Carrie. And let me just take one more look to see if there are any hands to be raised before we conclude this agenda item. All right, thanks very much. That concludes the one and only CPS agenda item we have on our agenda. Now we have a couple of groundfish items left. One is carryover from yesterday. It's a bit early to take lunch, so unless anyone objects, I'm going to suggest we take a break until 11:25, and then my preference, unless someone has a different preference, would be to resume agenda item F2, the stock assessment in terms of reference final action. And we had concluded public comment, and I think we'll be starting with council discussion and action. So we'll do that. Let's take a break until 11:25 and tackle agenda item F2.
Mr. Vice Chair.
Yes, sir.
I've just been informed that the GMT will actually have a response to the council's question about whiting and short-bellied rockfish catch. So that, I believe, is how we will lead off in response to the question.
Okay, that sounds good to me. So we'll start with that response at 11:25. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, welcome back, everyone. I have 11:25. So we will resume agenda item F2 here in a minute. As soon as, there we go, our screen has changed. Here is a list of our action items. And I know that there's been some hard work done since we recessed yesterday. So anxious to hear learn of the fruits of those discussions. So let me open the floor for council discussion and or council action on agenda item F2. John DeVore.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. If I understood Mr. Tracy correctly, we were going to get a little bit of information from the GMT first.
This is Chuck. I'm sorry. Had a little communication mix up here. I think we should move ahead with F2 now and take care of that before lunch. I'm still trying to find, so the information that Patrick is going to provide is for F1. So I'm trying to find out if we're going to do that today or tomorrow. But in any event, we're not going to do it right now. So let's please move ahead with F2.
Mr. Niles.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. Sorry, I was also in the same mindset as Mr. DeVore there, so wasn't quite ready for F2. But if there's no discussion, we do have a motion that we could get started with if that's your preference.
Well, often a motion does spur discussion, but let me just pause for a long period here to see if there's any hands go up. And I'm not seeing any. So, Corey, were you going to move forward with a motion, or is someone else going to move forward with a motion?
I think I could start us off there, Mr. Vice Chair, if Sandra wants to open the WDFW motion. And thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. Am I clear to?
Yes, please go ahead with your motion.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Sandra. I move that the council adopt the following list of stocks for assessment in 2021 for full assessment, full Vermilion Sunset Rockfish off Oregon and California, data moderate or limited for Washington as appropriate, Dover sole and lingcod, data moderate, spiny dogfish, copper rockfish, quillback rockfish, and square spot rockfish. Update assessment, sablefish, and catch only projections, arrow-tooth flounder, canary rockfish, dark blotch rockfish, and petrale sole.
Thank you, Corey. The language there accurately reflect your motion?
Yes, it does.
All right. Let me look for a second. Looking for a hand to go up. Seconded by Marcy Yaremko. Please speak to your motion.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I don't believe I need to speak too long to this. We worked in close collaboration with the other states and staff and NIPS. And so on the particular stocks, I may speak to ones of interest to Washington here, and then ask my colleagues to add to the rationale as they feel needed for some of the other species. But as you'll remember, we left off yesterday asking for more time to think through this, which stocks we asked for to be assessed this upcoming round. I'm glad we took that time and had those extra discussions. This is, in terms of importance, stock assessments are fundamental to what this council does. And in terms of a budget, how we spend that stock assessment budget is really important. And so the discussions we had as, well, let me pause on there for a sec. But so really the thanks goes to the GMT and GAP and the science centers and staff for the good conversations and the collaborations. And we took their recommendations in large part. And so thanks for all that hard work. And the choices were between some of the data moderate species for copper rockfish in quillback and versus brown. And I may ask my state colleagues to jump in and elaborate there, but I'm glad we took the time and they can explain why we are recommending, the council recommend copper and quillback. And this is also in combination with, you'll see another motion forthcoming on the 2023 candidates. So lastly, I think just to clarify on what the motion means for the Vermilion Sunset Rockfish off Oregon and California, and the parenthetical of data moderate or limited for Washington as appropriate. You may remember the SSC and others asked for us to help with the prioritization of assessments. And when you do these near shore or shallow shelf species, there's a lot of different areas that can be included, each area is almost an assessment in and of itself. And so we've really appreciated the approach we've taken the last few cycles of where these near shore stocks and doing them state by state. So as the data and the science allow, we believe it shows that it shouldn't be a high priority to do a full assessment for Vermilion rockfish off Washington. If the data show otherwise, we're all ears, but we think it's for now, and while we're waiting for more data to come in from our new survey, we think it's more economical to spend the time of the assessors and the STAR panels doing a data moderate or limited approach. And again, yeah, it's very important on how we spend these resources. If you heard a lot of talk about how resources are limited in terms of being able to read otoliths and tell how old fish are when they're caught, and our budgets are under challenge, and we've been flat funded even before now on the resources that are there for those important data collection methods. So this is an important recommendation. I thank everyone for all the thought and time, and Dr. Hasty especially for guiding the process. I'll pause there, and again, hoping the other states and folks can add to the rationale for other species as they see fit.
All right, thank you very much, Corey. Marcy?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, Corey, for the motion. I'm very happy to support it. Just want to kind of add to the praise here. Really appreciate, first of all, the work of the SSC Groundfish Subcommittee and the length-based assessment methods workshop that they held last month with what sounds like a great deal of success. Looking forward to the council considering endorsement of these methods later in this year, which should allow assessment of an additional 2 to 4 species this assessment cycle. Also want to acknowledge the work provided to us in attachment 1. This is a summary of the Northwest Science Center's West Coast Groundfish Bottom Trawl Survey data for select species from 2003 to 2019. This is a really neat document. It's just a great reference. And I found it very simple to look at and made it really easy to compare across a number of our groundfish stocks, what data sources is available, and just a quick snapshot there. So I really appreciate that document. excuse me, a few notes on some California-centric stocks that are on this list that I'm very pleased to see. First, I want to talk about vermilion for a minute. I can't say enough about how important this stock is to our southern area fisheries, both California rec and California commercial, particularly in the southern reaches. High value stock commercially in terms of the value. Also very important recreational target species, and as you'll probably recall, has been the source of a lot of discussion in the biennial specifications process and management measures discussions that we've had. And in fact, because of the age of this assessment and the fact that we do not have new information on the OFL, we're in a situation where we're needing to enact some additional management on this stock in the next biennium to take a step to reduce our fishing pressure until we can get a new assessment on vermilion. All the indices point to good news. The fisheries appear to be producing quite a lot of catch, increasing catch stream for the recreational fishery in California. So we look forward to a new assessment on this stock. There's a good reason why it continues to be at the top of everyone's priority list. And we're really looking forward to new information on this really important resource within our minor shelf complex. Also want to talk a little bit about copper rockfish. This is another stock that's hugely important to the California recreational fishery. We have pretty high attainment of this one as well, where we are approaching harvest levels that are approaching the ABC contribution. The catches are also continuing to increase. So this is one we think it's important to take a look at sooner rather than later, since the catch trajectories are going up. The other one I want to talk about is square spot rockfish, which I kind of equate to our southern recreational potato chip fish. This stock is commonly encountered and is becoming more frequently encountered as we've increased our authorized fishing depths. But it's not particularly desirable because it's quite a small species and generally is not retained as part of the bag limit because of its small size. Excited to see this one on the list. We're aware of very positive indices of abundance that are newly available through the harm survey. So there's a lot of information that should help us assess the stock. It's recommended for a one area assessment. So it should be, I'm not going to say easy, but one of those that won't require a lot of additional personnel to work on, kind of based on the discussion we had yesterday with Dr. Hasty about the number of areas requiring additional staff to pull together the various indices and look at the data on a regional basis. So looking forward to that one. That's one where we've seen the impacts or the harvest of this species or bycatch, whatever the case may be. We're looking at attaining 195% of the OFL on square spot in recent years over the most recent 3-year average. So we do expect that the outlook for the OFL to improve considerably with a new assessment. So that's it from here. I appreciate this discussion and all of the work that's gone into it. It's been a very, very effective process. Thank you.
Thank you, Marcy. Maggie Summer.
Thanks, Vice Chair Guralnick. Thank you for the motion, Corey, and to the comprehensive remarks, that you and Marcy have made. I support all of them and would just add a couple comments on stocks that haven't been mentioned yet. One is Lingcod. I know that it was pointed out to us yesterday that we will have the opportunity in a new assessment to incorporate some new stock structure information, and I think that will be of a lot of interest to all of us for this stock, which is so important to so many of our recreational and commercial fisheries. And the other one, I think that hasn't gotten any love yet here in the comments is quillback rockfish, one of our the stocks encountered in our nearshore commercial and recreational fisheries. And I would just note that that was ranked relatively high in the NMFS summary listing that Dr. Hasty presented yesterday. And it is, I believe, currently we are working on a Category 3 assessment from a relatively long time ago, and look forward to see what can be done with the existing data, although admittedly maybe sparser than we would like. But thanks, I appreciate the motion and support it.
Thank you very much, Maggie. Any further discussion on this motion from around the table? I'm not seeing any hands raised, so I will call the question. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed, no. Abstentions? The motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Corey, for the motion. Well, we still have 2023 to go. So is there a further motion under this agenda item? Maggie Summer.
Thanks, Vice Chair. I would offer a motion that I believe Sandra has. Sandra, if you could put up ODFW motion 1. Great, thank you. I move the Council adopt the following list of stocks as candidates for assessment in 2023 and identify the underlying stocks as preliminary priorities for assessment. Full petrale sole, black rockfish, sablefish, rough-eye rockfish, short-belly rockfish, and red-banded rockfish. Full or update, yellowtail rockfish north. Full or data moderate, yellowtail rockfish south, green-spotted rockfish, flathead sole. Data moderate, bank rockfish, brown rockfish, starry rockfish, long spine thornyhead, short spine thornyhead, English sole, Rex sole, treefish, olive rockfish, speckled rockfish. Update, yellow-eye rockfish.
Thank you, Maggie. The language on the screen accurately capture your motion.
It does, thank you.
And I'll look for a second. I think that's seconded by Krista Svensson. Is that correct, Krista?
That is correct.
Thank you, Krista. Maggie, please speak to your motion.
Thanks, Vice Chair. And once again, thank you to the Council and staff and the public for your patience as we all work to refine this list along with the 2021 list overnight. This proposal does incorporate recommendations from the SSC, the National Marine Fisheries Service, the Groundfish Management Team, several representatives from the GMT and the GAP, as well as the states. Noting that the preliminary and final selections of stocks for assessment in 2023 will obviously occur in 2022, and this list is not intended to preclude other stocks from consideration or prioritization at that time. This list includes stocks of major fishery importance, those at the end of their 10-year projection period, those with OFLs based on Category 3 methods, and one rebuilding stock, that's yellow-eye. And this stock obviously includes, this list obviously includes more stocks than would be possible to assess in 2023. So we are all expecting that some will have to be dropped when we get to the prioritization and selection process in 2022 for the 2023 assessments. The stocks identified as priority here are that identification of priorities is intended to help with planning for data collection, age reading, et cetera, for those entities engaged in those activities, and to possibly help for stock assessment planning. I have just a few comments on the rationale for the inclusion of several stocks on this list, and then my colleagues from the other states may add more for some of the stocks that I don't touch on. I'll just note that black rockfish is certainly very important to Oregon's recreational fishery, as well as our commercial nearshore fishery. We have mentioned that a number of times before, but petrale and sablefish are also very important to our fisheries. For the rough-eye black-spotted assessment, it's reaching 10 years old, and that we're seeing relatively high attainment. I do want to note the addition of short belly rockfish on here. This has been added due to the council interest in this stock, recognizing its ecosystem importance. We are currently, all we have is a relatively old research assessment for that stock. So we are hopeful that in 2022, when we come back around to looking at this list, that perhaps the Southwest Science Center can come and tell us what might be possible. I understand there's some potential discussion of, for example, another academic assessment of that. But we would certainly be intending to have some discussion of the relative priority of it for assessment, as well as star panel capacity at that time. I think that I will maybe leave it there and invite others for comments on any of the other stocks, if there are any, other than just jumping down to yellow eye rockfish. I think is obvious that we will all want to check in on the rebuilding progress of that stock. That concludes my remarks. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Maggie, for the motion. Let me see if there are any questions for you or comments from other states on the motion. Marcy Remco.
Thank you, Maggie, for the motion and for your talking points in support of the motion. I don't have a lot to add, just maybe want to reemphasize the goal of the 2023 list in terms of helping our researchers and agencies focus their data collection efforts. Also note that this list is quite diverse in that it includes species that range all the way north to south and all the way shallow to deep, recognizing that we all are having some challenges at the moment with our sampling and our data production, age reading, etc., with some difficulties imposed by the pandemic. So this list is large, and we will have some work to do in 2022, as Maggie identified. Just want to note that this list includes the broad net that was cast by the SSC as well as the GAP. So this is a very inclusive list of species, and would just support the priorities that are identified here in the motion. There are a number of California-centric stocks, but also stocks throughout the West Coast that are important to our fisheries, and also are ones that at least tentatively show a lot of promise in terms of having robust data streams that will aid us well in an assessment in 2023. So thanks again.
Thanks for those comments, Marcy. Or is there further discussion on this? Corey Niles.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, Maggie. I don't have much to add. These do reflect our priorities, and we support the motion. Yeah, I personally find it difficult to talk about 2023 already, but it does have benefits in knowing what the candidates are and signaling what stocks might be coming next. And this might be repetitive to what Maggie said, but on short belly rockfish, just one thought to put out there. And again, it'll be a long time before we come back to this question. But the council tomorrow, on the recommendation of the GMT and GAP and others, will be considering making short belly an EC species. So if that's the case, I would still think there would be some interest in having some feedback from the science centers when we take this up in a year and a half or two from now. And if it's an EC species, and we wouldn't need to calculate an OFL and ABC in that case, yet there still might be some interest in assessing what is going on with that stocks. So apologies if that's repetitive to what Maggie said. And lastly, again, we're looking forward to 2023 as when we might have some of our data available from our newly designed nearshore survey. So thanks for the motion. We support it.
Thank you, Corey. Marcy?
Apologies. Sorry.
No worries. Let me see. Are there any further discussion around the table on this ODFW motion 1? Brad Pettinger.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I can support this list, realizing that in 2 years the world could look much different, and obviously it's just a snapshot for right now on what it might be. So, also dealing with the short belly rockfish, which Corey just mentioned, I'd just like to point out that if we did make short belly an EC species, we would not need to do an assessment. But they'll also having no assessment would probably preclude it from ever having a fishery, being that it's also an EC species. So anyway, just I'll throw it out there.
Thank you, Brad. Any further discussion on the motion? Not seeing any hands. I'll call the question. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed, no. Abstentions? Motion passes unanimously. Since this was labeled motion 1, maybe there's another motion. Marcy.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Sandra has a CDFW motion regarding the stock assessment tour.
All right, there it is on the screen, Marcy. Please go ahead.
Yes, thank you. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
I move the council adopt the final terms of reference for groundfish and coastal pelagic species stock assessments for 2021-2022 as shown in F2 attachment 3 with the following amendments. Number 1, the correction to Appendix A to reflect review of a full benchmark assessment of the central subpopulation of northern anchovy rather than a catch-only projection review as identified by the SSC, CPSMT, and CPSAS. And number 2, all edits shown in strikeout and underline as reflected in F2 attachment 3. Additionally, in response to advice from the CPSMT and the CPSAS, direct council staff to schedule future development of standalone CPS and groundfish stock assessment review tours in order for each to be effective by 2023.
Thank you, Marcy. Is the language on the screen accurately capture your motion?
Yes, thank you.
I'll look for a second. Seconded by Maggie Summer. Please speak to your motion.
Thank you. Really appreciate the work by all of the teams and council staff in bringing us a final product on the tour. I think the CPS, MT, and the AS have identified that maybe it's time for them to move ahead with their own tour that is independent of the Groundfish tour, because the stock assessment processes are quite different. And I think when we started down this path of a combined stock assessment process and tour, it made some sense because CPS assessments and Groundfish assessments were in many cases conducted by some of the same people, and they were trying to get the procedures kind of nailed down in one place to cover both activities. But I think as time has passed and staffing changes have evolved in the stock assessment world, and the biennial process for our Groundfish assessments has solidified, it is time for each group of stocks to have its own tour. So I really appreciate that recommendation. That said, there's been a lot of work, as you can see, with the copious amount of editing that was done to the tour for this upcoming biennium, that I think we want to finalize it for now and let it stand as the guidance for us for now, with the idea that CPS can begin working on its own version of the tour that would apply just to CPS assessments sometime soon. So the language here reflects that activity of moving to separate this single tour into two, such that each would be effective by 2023.
Thank you, Marcy. Discussion on the motion, questions for maker of the motion? I'm not seeing any hands, so I'll call the question. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Abstentions? The motion passes unanimously. Thank you for the motion, Marcy. Maggie Summer.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Sandra, I am ready for ODFW motion 2, please. I move the council adopt the status quo terms of reference for the methodology review process for groundfish and coastal pelagic species, and the terms of reference for groundfish rebuilding analyses for use in 2021 and 2022.
Maggie, that language accurately captures your motion?
Yes, thanks.
All right, is there a second? Seconded by Marcy Remco. Please speak to your motion.
Thank you. The council received no recommendations from the SSC or any other source for changes to these documents. They have served us well over the past biennial cycle, and I am proposing that they be carried forward. Pardon me. In fact, I should rephrase my opening statement in case I wasn't clear. We received a recommendation from the SSC to continue with the status quo terms of reference. No changes were recommended by anybody. So these documents, which describe general procedures for methodology and data reviews related to assessment and management of coastal pelagic species and groundfish, and then also guidelines for conducting basic groundfish rebuilding analyses in order to meet requirements established by the SSC and in the Groundfish FMP and by legal decision, are in good shape to be moved forward for use in the next cycle. Thanks.
Thank you, Maggie. Discussion on the motion or questions for maker of the motion? Okay, I'll call the question. All those in favor say aye.
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 Aye. Aye.
Opposed, no. Abstentions? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you for the motion, Maggie. Further motions and or action, any other sort of action or discussion on this agenda item? I am not seeing any hands. So I'll turn back to John DeVore.
Thank you, Mr. Vice. Oh,
Go
thank
ahead.
you, Mr.
Please go ahead.
Mr. Vice Chair, council members. Yes, you have completed your action today. You adopted a final list for stock assessments in 2021. The schedule as tentatively recommended by Dr. Hasty for star panels will be pursued, and heard no objection to that. But as always, we would ask to give them deference for logistical practicalities on the timing. But generally, the process for how assessments will feed into the council process has been determined. We have a refined list of stocks for assessment in 2023 with some priorities outlined, and that's very helpful. Thank you. We've adopted a final terms of reference for the Groundfish and CPS stock assessments that was in accordance with the SSC and other council advisors, and then the same for the terms of reference for methodology reviews and Groundfish rebuilding analyses. So with that, you have completed this agenda item and had very thoughtful discussion. Thank you.
All right, thank you for that that wrap up, John. And I think that concludes action on this agenda item, and leaves us with, I guess we're going to have some comments from Patrick on F1, and then we have agenda item F3. But I think we've reached our lunch break. Chuck, let me check in with you to see if you have any announcements before we break for lunch.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. Apologize for the confusion on getting some more information on F1, which is what we are anticipating. I think we're just going to do that at the end of the day. So we'll proceed after lunch with electronic monitoring, and then have an opportunity to get the questions answered on F1, the management measures and EFPs after that, before we adjourn for the day. That's all I've got.
All right. Well, we're going to go proceed to F3. I will hand the gavel back to Phil Anderson.
Thanks, Vice Chair Grelnick. We'll go ahead and take our lunch break and reconvene at 1:15 and take up F3, our electronic monitoring agenda item. So see you all back here at 1:15.
Blanca, they all Well, I have 1:15. This is Phil Anderson. Welcome back. We'll reconvene our council meeting here on Wednesday, June 17th. Our next agenda item is F3, which is our electronic monitoring program. And just as a reminder, after we complete that item, we'll get a report back from, I believe, the GMT on the question raised yesterday about the catch of short belly thus far in the 2020 fishery. So we'll get that information after we complete our work on electronic monitoring. So at this time, let me turn to Brett Weedoff for an overview of this agenda item.
Good afternoon, council members, members of the public. Under agenda item F3, I'd like to just quickly review the situation summary and do a mic check. We're good? Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Great, thank you very much. So in April 2020, the council chose and adopted for public review several proposals for some EM program regulation changes. Those are under attachment 1. And those include modifications to existing regulations and including a delay in implementation for the EM program until January 1, 2022. It also includes the potential for an extension of EM exempted fishing permits and also expansion of participation in that group. And then also talks a little bit about the further review of EM program guidelines and the provider manuals that you have seen in the past. So briefly want to go over the council action today. We're here to adopt the final recommendations for regulatory changes, think about the program implementation, and then discuss and possibly extend and take final action on exempted fishing permits and potential expansion of the participation in that group. There's several attachments. As I noted, there's attachment 1, that's the proposed electronic monitoring program alternatives that have been adopted for public review. You also have an attachment 2, that is response letter from National Marine Fisheries Service regarding the EM program, general support for a delay, and then discusses extension of the EM EFPs. And noting in that letter, there is some discussion about where the funding of that program will come from. There's also a supplemental NIFS report. That's the draft EM regulatory text. That's those regulations include the proposed regulations in attachment 1 and include 2 other items that NIMS brought forward to the GEMPAC meeting. And I do note that the GEMPAC did not have this draft, this supplemental NIMS report 1 when they met back in the end of May. There's also a supplemental CDFW report that came in just recently, so the GEMPAC has not seen that either. That report discusses the costs for storage of EM data and also discussed a little bit about the catch handling issues that we're seeing in the EM bottom trawl fishery under the EFP. We have a supplemental GEMPAC report in the briefing book that I will provide to the council and members of the public. I'll read that into the record. We also have a supplemental GMT report. That report generally talks about catch handling in the bottom trawl fishery and concerns that are there, and trying to work out some issues and try to make EM usable and for the bottom trawl fishery. There's a supplemental gap report as well in the briefing book that generally supports the GEMPAC report. And then we have a supplemental EC report as well that discusses their support for maintaining the 3-year retention period. I do note that there is some disagreement between the GEMPAC and the EC regarding the retention of EM data. So I'm sure we'll have a discussion about that around the table. And then finally, there's some public comment in the briefing book. And that's about all I have for an overview, Chair. If you'd like, I could take some questions on what's in the briefing book and any information I just provided.
Thanks very much, Brett. Appreciate that overview. I will ask if there are any questions from the council on Brett's overview or any of the materials that he referenced. Okay, thanks, Brett. So let's go ahead and hear from National Marine Fisheries Service. Ryan Wolf, let me first turn to you.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, everyone. I am going to speak briefly to the response letter from NMFS, which is attachment 2. Give a couple updates based on to hopefully facilitate discussion here. And then I'd like to turn to my colleague Melissa Hooper to present the draft electronic monitoring regulatory text, the supplemental report 1. So beginning with the letter, the response letter, I just wanted to highlight a few points in here. I know Brett touched on it in his overview, but again, NMFS did receive the council's request from the April 2020 meeting regarding the continuation of the existing EMEFPs and all of the alternatives, including the preliminary preferred alternative for the reg amendment that included delaying implementation by 1 year to January 1, 2022, which would be in conjunction with the extension for the EFPs. So NMFS did review our workload, the outstanding issues necessary to successfully implement the program, and just wanted to reiterate our support for extending the EMEFPs for another year as the council requested. It does acknowledge here that although NMFS has previously funded sampling costs under the Groundfish EMEFP, we currently have no identified funding for these costs beyond 2020. And I wanted to highlight that just to clarify, because I know there's a number of comments in reports. This should not be read as NMFS definitively saying they will not have funding. It is just currently the case as we don't have FY21 appropriations and our current FY20 appropriations are allocated. We don't have currently identified funding at this time. And then with respect to the council's preliminary recommendation to delay the implementation date to 2022, of course, this is at this stage, we can't support or deny that until the council forwards NMFS its final preferred alternative and its rationale, which I'm sure you all understand. And we do just, of course, wanted to acknowledge, as we did here, that there is this slight awkwardness to the fact that by agreeing to extend the EFPs while having the current regs at present in effect does create the potential for two parallel programs, which may cause confusion. So we wanted to reiterate that we agree that revising the implementation date to January 1, 2022 to match the expiration date of the EFPs would alleviate this potential inconsistency and accomplish what we believe the council's goals are. So that's just wanted to further underscore NMFS response to the council's April 2020 action. And then this isn't in our reports, but I did want to give just some general updates on rulemaking and the program guidelines and manual to facilitate discussion. From NMFS perspective, when it comes to rulemaking, obviously final action here will lead to notice and comment rulemaking on this, which would be, I guess, our third electronic monitoring rule, with the first one that's already implemented and the bottom trawl rule being number 2. This one will be our priority post this meeting because it has the implementation date change in it. However, we recognize there's another rule, the bottom trawl rule, and we are looking into that, either delaying it or combining it, but we have a little bit more work to do and want to see pending council discussion and action here before we can comment on whether or not that approach would be useful, helpful, or needed. And then finally, on the guidelines and manual, the 2020 guidelines are complete. They should be posted to our website this week. We also are working on an updated draft of the manual that should be shared publicly soon. And we would like, of course, open to council discussion here, but we were at least planning to propose to host a webinar sometime in July to get additional input on both of those once those documents are out, as part of course, an iterative process moving forward towards implementation. And with that, I'll turn it over to Melissa Hooper to introduce the supplemental report 1.
Great, thanks, Ryan, and welcome, Melissa.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Chair and Council. My name is Melissa Hooper. I'm the Branch Chief for Permits and Monitoring in the West Coast region, and I will be presenting the supplemental NIMS report on draft electronic monitoring regulations for this action. In this report, NIMS is providing the draft regulatory text for possible inclusion in the proposed rule that would implement the electronic monitoring regulatory amendment to the Pacific Coast Groundfish FMP, for which the Council is taking final action at this meeting. We are submitting this draft regulatory text to the Council so that the Council can consider the regulations for deeming as necessary and appropriate in accordance with 303C of the Magnuson-Stevens Act. We request that the Council allow Council staff to do a final review and deem any changes that are made to address the Council's comments following this meeting to expedite publication of the proposed rule as soon as possible. And then in the report, we also included 2 additional regulatory changes based on public comments received at the April meeting and afterwards, and discussion at the April 2020 Council meeting that we are recommending that the Council include in this final preferred alternative at this meeting if the Council feels that it's appropriate. Those 2 changes are, the first of those 2 changes is revising the regulations regarding authorized release of EM data. The regulations at 50 CFR 660-603N3 prohibit an EM service provider from releasing a vessel's EM data and other records unless otherwise authorized by the vessel or the owner or operator of the vessel. A public comment letter received from Kate Cower, Heather Mann, and others at the April 2020 Council meeting noted that referring to both the vessel owner and operator is confusing and does not make clear who is actually authorized to release the data. This issue was also raised and discussed briefly at the April 2020 GEMPAC meeting, but was not included in the GEMPAC report. Further, we note that fishing operations can be different, and a vessel operator may be authorized to act on behalf of the vessel owner in some businesses, but not others. The way we address this issue in other permit regulations is to refer to an authorized representative of the vessel rather than the owner or operator. In this way, anyone signing a release of information or other permit forms is attesting to their authority to do so. Therefore, we are recommending that these regulations be revised to refer to an authorized representative of the vessel consistent with other West Coast regulations. The second additional change we are recommending was requested by an EM service provider following the April Council meeting. The EM regulations for service providers at 660-603H define the conflict of interest and limits on conflict of interest for EM service providers in the same way that we have such definitions for observer service providers and catch monitor service providers. Currently, the definition excludes the provision of observer, catch monitor, EM, or other biological sampling services in any federal or state managed fisheries from the definition of a direct financial interest, which is then used to determine a conflict of interest for a provider. The EM service provider noted that many EM vendors provide a range of other services to fishing companies, including vessel monitoring systems, automatic identification systems, transponders, telemetry, buoy and gear monitoring, sonar systems, and mandatory safety services such as GMDSS. Under the current regulatory definition, such EM vendors would be ineligible to provide EM services in the West Coast groundfish fishery. The EM service provider noted that there is no evidence to suggest that providing such technical services to fishing companies creates any greater conflict of interest than providing biological sampling services, and requested that the definition be revised. So we agree with this request and recommendation from the service provider and are recommending revising the definition of a conflict of interest in the EM regs to exclude providing other types of technical and equipment services to fishing companies. Finally, the draft regulations in this report are based on the regulations for the EM program and the currently published regulations, and the council's preliminary preferred alternative for this regulatory amendment as defined at the April 2020 council meeting, as well as we included the two regulatory text for the two additional changes we are recommending for the council's reference. And then one additional issue that's not in the NIMS report, but that I did want to address, which is discussed in the GEMPAC report and GAP report and GMT report and CDFW report as well, that was discussed at the GEMPAC meeting. We did tee up for discussion at the GEMPAC meeting the idea of making changes to bottom trawl and non-whiting midwater trawl catch handling requirements in order to make EM more feasible for those gear types. As the council is aware, we have had not a lot of adoption of EM on bottom trawl vessels due to the high volume of catch of different species on bottom trawl trips, particularly beach trips that have to be sorted to species in order to be able to be identified and a discard estimate determined on camera. And this can take quite a bit of time for vessel operators and crew and can add catch handling time, which makes it infeasible for some vessels or on some types of trips, particularly on the shelf. And then in some cases, we require species to be retained that can't be easily identified on camera. In fact, our basic approach is to require all IFQ species to be retained, except for a few species, in order to make sure we have weighted estimates of IFQ species taken at the dock. But this may result in vessel operators having to retain fish that are not valuable to them, not marketable, and that they or the fish processor has to figure out how to dispose of, or that is taking up space that could otherwise be filled with more valuable quota species on the boat and at the processor. So this has been an ongoing challenge that I think folks have been interested in addressing, but we've had trouble prioritizing or identifying a solution for over the last few years as we've been focused on finishing the regulations and the EM program implementation. So this topic got sort of a renewed urgency with the COVID-19 pandemic because of an interest of using electronic monitoring as an alternative for vessels who may prefer not to carry an observer just out of concern for COVID-19 transmission. So we did briefly discuss this at the GEMPAC meeting in May, and the GEMPAC report speaks to that. The reason we brought it up at the GEMPAC meeting and wanted to discuss it with the council is because while we do have the ability to make changes to the discard rules and catch handling in the EFPs and in the vessel monitoring plans without council action, because the data from the EM EFPs are used for management, they're used to debit vessel accounts and to account for catch against sector allocations. We do feel strongly that it's important for the council and NIMS and the council's advisory bodies to weigh the impact of substantive changes to catch handling and discard requirements because it affects the quality of the data used for management. Unfortunately, there were not any concrete proposals to develop in writing for the council to consider at this meeting. I'm not expecting the council to provide detailed advice on any such proposals. If the council would like to discuss in concept what the proposals might look like in order to provide some feedback, I can try to provide some additional information of where I think discussions may go. And just to let the council be aware that we are intending to continue discussions with EFP sponsors directly over the summer to see what proposals we could develop, and then the council may wish to weigh in on those at a later meeting. And with that, I'll take questions now.
Great, thanks, Melissa, for that report, and thanks to Ryan. Any questions for Melissa or Ryan? Doesn't look like it. Thanks very much, Melissa.
Thank you.
I apologize. I've got too much paper here. Then let's go ahead and go to the report, the supplemental report from California Department of Fish and Wildlife. And Tracy Sorrento, I believe, is giving that.
That's correct. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you, Chairman. This is Tracy Sorrento. I'm with the California Department of Fish and Wildlife. I work on our Groundfish project, and I'll be reading from the California Department of Fish and Wildlife report on proposed electronic monitoring program alternatives, supplemental report 1. The California Department of Fish and Wildlife, CDFW, provides some perspective on video retention and video storage costs for the electronic monitoring EM program. Additionally, CDFW provides some feedback from industry on the developing EM program. Video retention and storage costs. The cost of video storage was recently estimated at the November 2019 council meeting, where NIMS provided a report on cost estimates for the EM program, agenda item H3A supplemental NIMS report 6. However, estimates in the report were based only on data stored on a physical server. At the April 2016 council meeting, the council voted to require video storage for 3 years based on the enforcement consultant's EC recommendation, despite hearing that the upcoming policy directive would likely have a lower minimum storage time. At the April 2020 council meeting, the council reaffirmed the desire for 3 years of video retention. At the April 2020 council meeting, the finalized National Policy Directive on Third-Party Minimum Data Retention Period for EM Programs, Agenda Item G5, Supplemental Attachment 4, was presented to the Council. This policy directive requires a minimum data retention period of 1 year beyond the fishing and management period, defined as the fishing year plus the time needed to collect, process, and analyze the data. For the West Coast groundfish fishery, that would result in a minimum retention period of 15 to 27 months, depending on the month the trip was taken. Following repeated advice from the EC, despite the new flexibility offered by the newly finalized National Policy Directive, at the same meeting, April 2020, the Council reaffirmed its desire for a 3-year or 36-month retention period. Deep storage. At the February 2020 West Coast Electronic Monitoring Workshop, an EM service provider discussed placing video in deep storage in the cloud as a way to reduce costs. Cloud storage costs are based on the amount of data being stored and how readily available it is. The advantage to readily accessible storage is that it can be accessed quickly and there are no retrieval costs, but it costs significantly more per month to store it. The advantage to deep storage in the cloud is that storage costs are a small fraction of what they are in readily accessible storage, but there is a cost to retrieve the data if it is needed. For video data held in current fishing and management period, it would be best to store it either in a readily accessible format or on physical servers, in case additional review is required. Once that period is over and the books are closed for the year, the video data could be transferred into deep storage of the cloud, as the data would likely be accessed infrequently. Data storage costs are minimal, and once the retention period is over, the data can be deleted. Deletion can be automatically set to occur at the end of a 36-month retention period or whatever timetable is chosen. There is no cost to delete data. CDFW analyzed cloud-based video storage costs using cost information available online from Amazon Web Services, AWS, using the average terabyte TB per sea day and the average sea days per vessel per year for the bottom trawl fleet identified by NIMS in its November 2019 EM cost report. CDFW estimated the cost of video storage over the 36-month retention period. Due to the potential need for additional review during the current fishing and management period, the video data should be stored in a readily accessible format in this initial time period, e.g. AWS Simple Storage Service, or S3, and then transferred to deep storage, e.g. AWS Glacier. Given that the amount of time the data would be in readily accessible storage versus deep storage varies depending on what month the trip occurred. Costs were calculated for each month of the fishing year and then averaged, Table 1. For bottom trawl, the average cost per trip to store the video for up to 15 months in readily accessible storage, followed by the transfer to deep storage for the remainder of the 3-year retention period, would be $22.77 per trip, totaling $764 for 1 year of average fishing effort. For shoreside whiting, the cost would average $15.18 per trip, or $899 for 1 year of average fishing effort, Table 1. Table 1 is cloud storage costs for 36 months of storage for the bottom trawl fishery and the shoreside whiting fishery with cost multipliers. If the West Coast EM program instead required only the minimum retention period afforded under the National Policy Directive, 15 to 27 months, rather than the 36 months recommended by the EC and the Council, the cost of storing 1 year of video data for the bottom trawl fishery would be $670.99, and for the shoreside whiting fishery, $727.34. In other words, the additional cost of retaining that year's worth of video data for the 36-month period versus the national minimum is $145.95 for bottom trawl fishery and $171.80 for the shoreside whiting fishery. Deep storage retrieval costs. While the likelihood of needing to retrieve data from deep storage is low, there is an added cost if retrieval is necessary. There is no cost to retrieve the readily accessible data stored in AWS S3. However, there would be a retrieval cost for data in AWS Glacier. The retrieval costs vary depending on how quickly the data is retrieved from deep storage, but in general, costs are minimal, ranging from 17 cents to $1.99 per trip, and from $5.78 to $69.95 to retrieve data for an entire year from deep storage, Table 2. Table 2 is deep storage cloud retrieval costs per trip and per year for the bottom trawl and shoreside whiting fishery with cost multipliers. Feedback from the bottom trawl fleet on the EM program. CDFW staff have been hearing that the bottom trawl fleet has concerns about the efficacy of the EM program given the sorting requirements for the bottom trawl fleet, as well as other concerns about the cost of operating under EM when the federal regulations take effect. Recently, CDFW contacted 9 captains from the 28 vessels with federal bottom trawl permits that recently landed fish in California in an effort to better understand their concerns. The captains' main concerns are the sorting requirements and number of species to be retained for bottom trawl, which includes time on deck to sort the fish and present the discards to the camera, as well as space on deck to sort the fish. The additional costs of complying with the sorting requirements, and the cost of the program as it switches from an EFP program to third-party review. 3 of the captains reported that they do not use EM, but instead take observers. These 3 captains based their decision to use an observer due to EM sorting requirements, including Pacific halibut, and having to sort and bring in a lot of the bycatch. The time it takes to sort the fish results in fish spending more time on deck, which could cause them to lose color, making marketable species less valuable. Some also noted it is easier to have the observer take care of the bycatch rather than a deckhand, and stated that they prefer to fill the hold with marketable species rather than retain species they cannot sell. 2 captains mentioned that they do not have the space on deck to sort the fish according to the requirements. When queried what would make them consider EM, they all mentioned changing the sorting requirements and that EM costs would need to be less than taking an observer. Of the 6 captains contacted that operate using EM, most of them fish in deeper water, targeting slope species where there is less bycatch. One captain said that he will fish using EM on the slope, but switch to an observer when fishing on the shelf due to increased bycatch that must be retained. The captains that use EM are primarily concerned with the increased costs associated with changing for the EM EFPs to the EM program under regulations with third-party review, although sorting the catch can also be an issue. They are all aware of the impending change, and most said that if EM ends up costing more than an observer, they will go back to having an observer on board. In addition to the sorting and program costs, some captains mentioned issues due to the current COVID pandemic. 2 captains mentioned that they're currently being paid less for their catch due to lower demand as restaurants have been closed, making it difficult to break even. One captain, that is also a first receiver, mentioned difficulty in getting a catch monitor, while another captain mentioned difficulty in obtaining observer coverage during the COVID pandemic. And with that, I'll take any questions.
Thank you very much, Tracy. Do we have any questions for Tracy on the California Department of Fish and Wildlife report? Ryan Wolf.
Thank you, Tracy, for the report. Just one clarifying question for the storage costs that you're quoting here. You have per trip values and annual values. Is this on a vessel basis?
What I did is I used the annual, the average trips per year for bottom trawl and the average terabytes per trip that were listed in the NIMS report from November 2019, the estimated costs. Is that what you were asking?
Ryan, did that address your question?
Yeah, that helps me understand how it's calculated. Thank you.
Thanks. Any other questions for Tracy? Marcy Yaremko.
Not so much a question, but I just want to recognize Tracy for her work here. I was hoping to give a brief introduction to the Council of Tracy. She is a Groundfish project veteran with CDFW and also serves as our PACFIN coordinator. She's been working in the background, behind the scenes, coordinating with NIMS on lots of data issues, including our trawl logs, and working with the PACFIN coordinators throughout the West Coast states under the Pacific States group. So I just wanted to introduce her to the council and thank her for her work here. She's been tracking the activities of the GEMPAC over the years, so we're pleased to have her contribute here today.
Thanks very much, Marcy, and I apologize for not giving you that opportunity up front, but certainly want to echo your appreciation for the work that Tracy and others put into this report. Maggie Summer.
Thanks, Chair Anderson, and thank you very much, Tracy, for the report. It was very interesting to read. In the introduction, you noted that this was maybe inspired by the mention of deep storage as a way to reduce costs by an EM service provider. And I'm just curious, and perhaps this is a question for Marcy, I'm not sure, but if you had a chance to talk about the concept or your findings with other potential EM service providers, or I'm just kind of curious what kind of responses and reactions you might have been getting to this information. Thanks.
Thank you, Maggie. Yes, I did talk to two. I'm sorry, Chair.
No, you're fine. You're fine. Go ahead.
Thank you. Yes, I did talk to two EM service providers and about this. And in some instances, this is being used in other EM programs, but in other arenas, it's done more like Pacific States is doing, where they're keeping the data on a physical server. But I would note that the costs per trip are not far off from the cost per trip from the November 2019 document that NIMS produced on cost estimates.
Thank you.
Thanks, Tracy. Sorry for the delay. I thought I saw, I believe, Brad's hand up, but I think he took it down. Corey Niles.
Hey, thanks, Mr. Chair, and just quick thanks to Tracy and CDFW for providing this information. It was very helpful.
Thanks, Corey. Brad, you're messing with me. Okay, go ahead.
Apologize, Mr. Chairman. Yes, Tracy, did you speak with Pacific States while making this report? Given that they're going to be, well, we're hoping they'll be our reviewer in this program in the future. Did you run these numbers past them, or ask them what their cost would be to the fleet?
Go ahead, Tracy.
Thank you. Thanks, Brad. No, I did not talk to Pacific States about that. The November 2019 Council NIMS report on cost estimates was using data from Pacific States. So we were trying to provide an alternative in case this does go to third-party review and Pacific States cannot continue to be a video reviewer and store the data.
Thanks, Tracy. I have another question for you coming from Bob Dooley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Tracy, thanks for the report here. A lot of information. I was curious, you note that you interviewed skippers, captains on the boats. Did you also interview the owners or the sponsors of the EM programs that are being implemented or being used now? Did you get the, I mean, unless the skipper's an owner, they don't usually pay for those costs, and I don't know that they would know them. And you make some references to that. The cost of the program as it switches to an EFP or from an EFP are going to go up. And I'm curious if you talk to owners and the sponsors of the programs, the EFPs.
Go ahead, Tracy.
Thank you. Thank you, Bob, for the question. I did speak to some owners, and some were owners and captains of the boats. Some were merely captains. All of them expressed concerns about the cost and the information that I provided there. I did not talk to any of the EFP program coordinators about this.
Okay, thank you. Other questions for Tracy? Marcy Remco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If I might just elaborate a little bit on Tracy's last answer. Our first step was to look at landings made by trawl IFQ vessels into California. And we identified 28 vessels with recent catch history. And Tracy can speak to this better, but I think we tried to contact, well, we ranked them kind of in terms of who made the most landings and started at the top of the list and worked our way down. She can offer a little more on that, but that's how we determined what phone calls to make.
Okay, thanks, Marcy. Any other questions for Tracy regarding California Department of Fish and Wildlife report? All right. Thanks again, Tracy, and it's a pleasure to meet you and have you present your findings in the report.
Thank you.
So I think next up, let's go ahead and go to the GEMPAC report, and I'll turn it over to Brett.
Thank you, Chair Anderson. I do want to note that, and I appreciate the report from Ms. Loretto. It was not provided in time for the GEMPAC meeting, so the GEMPAC did not, or the TAC did not have a chance to review that report. I don't know if I said that in my overview. I just wanted to provide that information.
Thank you.
Okay, supplemental GEMPAC report 1 under agenda item F3A. The Groundfish Electronic Monitoring Policy Advisory Committee and Technical Advisory Committee, the GEMPAC and GEMTAC, met via webinar on May 26 to discuss several issues related to the ongoing development of an electronic monitoring program. The GEMPAC's agenda included discussions of the proposed regulatory changes, additional proposed changes to the regulations, issues regarding catch handling and discard under EM in the bottom trawl fishery, and workload planning. GEMPAC has the following comments and recommendations. General, the GEMPAC continues to have concerns about the direction that the West Coast EM program is heading and appreciates the recommendations that came from the Council at their April 2020 meeting. A goal for the EM program has always been to uphold accountability using a cost-effective model. From the start, the GEMPAC and others were told that the EM program had to be at least as good as the Human Observer program. The GEMPAC has continued concerns that in some cases, the EM program is being asked to adhere to standards that are far beyond what the Human Observer program provides. GEMPAC recommendations. Number 1, the GEMPAC recommends the Council finalize the recommendations noted in agenda item F3 attachment 1. The GEMPAC recommends the Council continue with an amendment to revise the existing final rule to include these changes. The GEMPAC would like to continue working with National Fisheries Service, the Council, stakeholders, and the public to further refine the EM program guidelines and EM manual to reflect these proposed changes. Number 2, the GEMPAC recommends adding 2 new changes identified and discussed at the GEMPAC meeting and supported by NIMS. The GEMPAC believes that these are minor changes that are not controversial, but that provide positive benefits to the program, and they should be incorporated into the proposed regulatory amendment rulemaking package. This includes A, changing owner or operator to authorized representative of the vessel in the regulations under item 3. Italicized, must not release a vessel's EM data and other records specified in this section, including documents containing such data and observations or summaries thereof, except to NIMS and authorized officers as provided in 660, 603 M6, or as authorized by the _ owner or operator, end of _ of the vessel. See the April 2020 Council meeting public comment regarding this concern. Under item B, an EM service provider reached out to National Fisheries Service with a request to further refine the definition for conflict of interest for the EM service providers at 660, 603H. The provider suggests the definition should exempt the following companies from the list of services that are considered to be a conflict of interest: providers for vessel monitoring system tracking, automatic identification system transponders, telemetry such as product temperature monitoring for food safety, buoy and gear monitoring, sonar systems, and mandatory safety services. Current regulations, H in italicized, limitations on conflict of interest for providers and employees. 1. EM service providers and their _employees must not have a direct financial interest other than the provision of an observer, catch monitor, EM, or other biological sampling services, end of _ in any federal or state managed fisheries, including but not limited to an ownership, mortgage holder, or other secured interest in a vessel, first receiver, shore-based or floating stationary processor facility involved in the catching, taking, harvesting, or processing of fish, II, any business involved with selling supplies or service to any vessel, first receiver, shore-based or floating stationary processing facility, or III, any business involved with purchasing raw or processed products from any vessel, first receiver, shore-based or floating stationary processing facilities. The GEMPAC reiterates its recommendation to align the data retention period in the regulations with the NIFS National Procedural Directive on EM data retention, as noted in the April 2020 Supplemental GEMPAC Report 1. The GEMPAC continues to believe that the recommendations in the National Policy Directive are more than adequate to meet the concerns of the enforcement industry. Currently, enforcement personnel can take possession of any third-party record for an investigation purpose. The 3 years proposed by the enforcement consultants actually will be cumbersome to administer due to the rolling nature of that process, i.e. every calendar year or every calendar day will see new data added and a data deleted once we are into 3 years, rather than batch processing as the national policy suggests. Further, GEMPAC notes that increasing the storage time beyond the policy directive recommendations creates an additional cost burden borne by participants with no additional benefit to the fleet. The GEMPAC recommends that the Council reconsider their preliminary preferred alternative and choose storage protocols that are in line with the national policy as a final preferred alternative. GEMPAC received comments from state enforcement and NIMS Office of Law Enforcement representatives on the GEMTAC regarding maintaining the 3-year retention. However, the GEMPAC maintained its position. Number 3, the GEMPAC recommends extension of the exempted fishing permits, EFPs, until the effective date of the EM rule, which ideally would be the same for all gear types, and that new vessels should be allowed to join the EFPs during this time. It is still the desire of the GEMPAC and stakeholders to continue the current EM EFPs through at least December 31st, 2021, as they are currently administered. Currently, industry participants are required to cover the expense of equipment procurement, maintenance, and project management fees to the EM providers, and NIMS covers the cost of video review services completed by Pacific States Marine Fisheries Commission, PFMC. The GEMPAC notes there is uncertainty regarding future funding of the EF program as indicated in the NIMS letter to the Council. The GEMPAC is also concerned that PFMC may not be willing to participate as a video review provider if a funding mechanism outside of direct industry funding is not found. If an EFP extension is provided, the GEMPAC identified 3 options for moving forward with the program through 2021. A. NIMS identifies internal funding to continue to pay PSMFC for video review. The GEMPAC suggests NIMS use funding earmarked for the audit in 2021, since there will be no audit if PSMFC is continuing to subcontract for National Fisheries Service, as is currently done. The GEMPAC heard from NIMS staff that if the extension is granted, the money earmarked for 2021 audit will instead be used to test out the audit system and examining questions around reviewing steam time. The GEMPAC believes that funding PSMFC in 2021 is a better use of these limited resources. Item B, the congressional appropriation is made to NIMS to pay PSMFC for video review. The industry and PSMFC have been supporting this option with lawmakers in DC through the appropriations process. Item C, EFP participants contract and fund an EM provider for 2021. There are concerns at PSMFC about accepting industry funds, which changes the relationship dynamic with PSMFC. There is a perception that accepting industry money could lead to conflicts of interest. If the industry is going to have to pay for video review in 2021 and PSMFC is unable to accept industry funds, the industry will have to identify a new video reviewer for next year. During the GEMPAC meeting, PSMFC staff stated PSMFC is not planning to submit an application to NIMS to become a third-party video review provider. We are not aware of another entity that could provide video review services at the same cost rate as PSMFC, resulting in greater concern that if funding is not secured, the EFP program is in jeopardy. It was also noted that if PSMFC were to successfully apply to be a third-party reviewer, PSMC would be subject to the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration audit, which negates the cost savings PSMFC provides under the current NOAA-funded program. The GEMPAC and industry participants request that NIMS provide on whether or not they will fund the EFP program in 2021 as soon as possible. The GEMPAC recommends NIMS provide updates regarding its decision as soon as possible. Waiting until the September 2020 council meeting does not provide enough time for the industry to secure funding and identify an EM provider for 2021 if NIMS is unable to fund the video review. Finally, the GEMPAC discussed catch handling issues in the bottom trawl fishery that have plagued EFP participants and caused some to stop participating in EM EFPs during the last 2 fishing seasons. We discussed this issue during past meetings, noting that most are not highly attained individual fishing quota species, nor do they present a conservation concern. The GEMPAC would like to continue discussing this issue soon, and if necessary, develop recommendations to the council. We expect that some members of the GEMPAC, GEMTAC, and other EFP holders will continue to work with NIMS staff to develop solutions and report back to the GEMPAC and GEMTAC. On a multi-species trawl trip, the requirement of separating, i.e. toting fish to species level before discarding has proven onerous and even dangerous to crew. The GEMPAC stresses that the development of the EM program began in 2011 as a potential solution for the fishery to lower costs and create flexibility. This is not lost on the GEMPAC, and we have a strong desire to see forward momentum in finding solutions. This will require a collaborative effort between EFP participants using trawl gear and NIMS staff to review the vessel monitoring plans and develop new and different sorting and discard protocols to test during the EFP trips. This could create efficiencies while allowing sufficient precision for discard estimates and catch accounting purposes. The GEMPAC members heard that several trawl fishermen do not use EM would be interested in obtaining an EM EFP or participating in the implemented EM program if the catch sorting problems are addressed. Lowering overall costs in the bottom trawl fishery are of utmost importance. Investing in equipment, services, etc. is a significant investment. However, exploring EM as a longer-term solution may provide the added benefits to keep this fishery afloat. Conclusion. The GEMPAC appreciates all the work that has gone into development of the EM program on the West Coast. We hope the Council and NIMS will agree with our recommendations and are committed to creating a transparent and collaborative process to develop a program that meets the Council's intended goals of maintaining accountability for catch accounting with a cost-effective program that is operationally flexible. And that concludes the report. Mr. Anderson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Weedoff. Are there questions of Brett regarding the GEMPAC's report?
Is everyone still awake?
Oh, I'm sure they are. Well, I have a question. And I don't know if this is a fair question, but I apologize if it's not. But I have seen the graphic that is included in the NIMS National Procedure Directive on EM retention, and you have a link to that in the GEMPAC's report that's found in the middle of page 3. And in looking at that graphic of the time frame in which EM data would need to be is collected and then processed, analyzed, and then there's a minimum retention period. And what I was trying to understand, that one of the criticisms in the GEMPAC's report of the EC's proposal is that the 3-year period starts on I believe it's the date that the trip is delivered, or I think that's it, or I'm close. And so you have these rolling 3-year periods that begin with the collection of the data, or the submittal of the data, let me put it that way, to the provider. And I'm wondering how that differs from what is under the what's envisioned under the procedure that's been approved by NIMS, that where you have the first period is the fishing and monitoring period, which is variable. So, I mean, let's just say that's a calendar year. And you have a fishing trip that, let's say takes place in January. Then let's say you have a couple of months provided, up to a couple of months for the where the data is processed and analyzed. And then from that point, you have a minimum retention period of 12 months. So that under that, if I understand that correctly, which I may not, that also means in whichever model you go with, you have a period that starts with the submission of the EM data from a particular trip to the provider, and then you have the up to the 2 months for the processed and where it's processed and analyzed, and then when that is completed, your 12-month minimum retention period starts. So it seems like you kind of have these rolling dates on a set of data, almost regardless of which model you selected. And I wanted to just see if my understanding was correct.
Thank you, Chair Anderson. Melissa Hooper may be able to chime in here. We have had discussions on how to implement this, and there is sort of two thoughts here. One is batch deletion, as is noted. It doesn't matter when the fishing trip happened throughout the year, but that clock would start at some point, and then you would delete all that information from that fishing year. The other thought is you could do a rolling deletion where you would set a timestamp on that trip, and at some point when that period of time that you set is up, it's automatically deleted, as the CDFW report was discussing. We haven't really decided on how that was going to work at this point. The GEMPAC had discussed this previously and have some thoughts on it, but have never come out strong on one way or the other. Mostly just it's more about how long do we maintain the data in storage after the books are closed. Hopefully that answers the question for you.
I think
it can get messy with a rolling closure. You just have to be able to, set those, make sure the EM provider is given very detailed instructions on how and when it's supposed to be deleted.
Okay, I think I understand the choices that have been discussed up to this point in time. Okay, I see Bob Dooley has his hand up. Go ahead, Bob.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Brett, thanks for that. Now I'm confused. My understanding after listening to Brett Alger present the data retention policy directive 3 or 4 different times, was that regardless of whether you deliver a trip in January or deliver a trip in December, the clock starts in this example, January, and covers all trips throughout that year, and then has a 3-month period roughly afterwards to clear the books, so to speak, and close the books. And then there's a year after that. As a whole, all that data within that year would be held and deleted at once. At least that's the way I understood it. Am I not understanding that correctly? I know that was certainly in the graph, and I've had many, many conversations with them. I don't know if I'm right or wrong now, though. So I'd appreciate what your understanding is.
Well, I thank you, Chair Anderson, and I think Ms. Hooper might be able to shed some light on this, but my understanding is you start the clock and you do batch deletion of everything after the clock has started and ended for that retention period. You go back and delete all that information. I think that's the general scheme that people are understanding and are supportive of, to just delete that previous year's information, or that, that this January 1 to December 31 year, that year's of information all at once. So the batch, I think if Melissa wants to chime in, that she's more than welcome to try to interpret that as well for Brett, and what NIMS is thinking about how that would be implemented.
Okay. I'm happy to hear from Melissa if she has something to add to the conversation.
Sure. Thank you, Chair. Thanks, Brett. Yes, so the way Brett described it is correct, that it would be for a given fishing year. So let's say, to use a concrete example, fishing year 2019, the date that the time period, the 12-month time period that data would have to be saved for the retention period would be the same for all trips taken in 2019, whether they were taken in January or December or anywhere in between. The deletion date would be the same for all of those trips. But you wouldn't, I think, Phil, your point was, you can correct me if I'm wrong, was that, but that date isn't known until the books are closed on the 2019 fishing year data, which varies each year. So some years, the exact date varies each year that we're able to close the books. It's generally March, April, but it can vary, and that's when we would start the clock. So the exact date for when it could be deleted would change each year and not be known until it's announced. And what Brett was referring to about the batch deletions, it would be completely up to the service provider and how to decide, as long as for the 3-year retention period, or this the one in the National Data Storage Directive, the provider could work out with vessel owners when to actually delete the data that would minimize the costs. They could do it right on the deletion date and have it scheduled with their staff or Amazon Web Services or whoever they're using to store the data, or they could delete for all trips for a given month, and on a monthly basis or something like that, they would be able to do that.
Okay, thanks, Melissa. And we can come back to this and have some more discussion under council discussion. I would just wanted to make sure I understood what was being supported by the GEM Pack. I see Dave Hansen has his hand up. Go ahead, Dave.
Yeah, I just got a text from Dave Copo. It's very short. The rolling deletions are automatic and very easy. Not a problem.
Okay.
I would also note Dave is monitoring this, and at the appropriate time, we can perhaps have Dave talk about the actual storage costs that we're incurring.
Okay. I'm going to make a note of that, and maybe before we go to public comment, I'll give Dave a chance to weigh in. Thank Dave Copel, that is, and thanks, Dave Hansen. Any other questions on the GEMPAC report? Okay. Thanks very much, Brett, and thanks to the GEMPAC for their work. Next, we'll go to the GMT's report, and Kaylee Summers will provide that.
Hey there, can you guys hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Good afternoon, Kaylee.
Good afternoon. Nice to hear you virtually. I'll be reading from the GMT report on electronic monitoring program. It's a pretty short and sweet statement. The Groundfish management team reviewed the documents in the advanced briefing book and supplemental reports. The GMT will not comment on the length of video retention because it is neither a management nor a data quality issue, and we defer to the enforcement consultants. The GEMPAC report includes a call to increase the cost effectiveness of catch handling requirements when using EM and suggests that participants will continue to work with the NIMP staff to address these concerns. This process appears to have worked effectively twice previously when catch handling procedures were altered to allow the discard of mixed Dover sole and deep sea sole and mixed Pacific sand dab and unidentified sand dab. These changes increased flexibility for participants and decreased sorting costs while reducing data quality only for species of low attainment and currently of low management concern. As similar situations arise in the future, NIMS and industry should continue to work together to balance industry-needed flexibility with management-needed data accuracy and precision. And that concludes our report. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Kaylee. It's good to hear your voice as well. And are there any questions for Kaylee? Thanks very much, Kaylee.
Thanks.
Go ahead and we'll go to the Groundfish Advisory Panel next. And I believe James Judd is providing their report.
I am, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Fantastic. Good afternoon, members of the council. For the record, my name is James Judd. I'll be reading from agenda item F3A, Supplemental Groundfish Advisory Subpanel Report on Electronic Monitoring Program, Final Action. The GAP received information about this agenda item from Mr. Brett Wiedoff and Ms. Melissa Hooper. The GAP also reviewed the Groundfish Electronic Monitoring Policy Advisory Committee report from the webinar on May 26th. The GAP offers the following comments and recommendations. As an overarching matter, the GAP continues to believe that electronic monitoring offers tremendous potential to reduce the costs and other burdens associated with human observers. Reducing those costs and ensuring a viable EM program for all sectors of the fishery is crucial for the future of the Groundfish Individual Fishing Quota Program. The GAP appreciates the significant work that NIMS, PFMC staff, Pacific States Marine Fisheries Commission staff, industry, and other EM stakeholders have put into the EM program to date. More work is needed, along with more collaboration between NIMS and EM stakeholders to ensure the promise of EM becomes a reality. In general, the GAP supports the GEMPAC recommendations. Specific recommendations are included below. The GAP recommends that the Council finalize the recommendations in Agenda Item F3, Attachment 1. The GAP supports the GEMPAC recommendation asking the Council to continue with an amendment to revise the existing final rule to include these changes. The EM program guidelines and EM manual should be updated to reflect these proposed changes, and that process should include consultation with the GEMPAC and other EM stakeholders. Specifically, the GAP supports the new draft regulatory language for Item 6 in Agenda Item F3A, Supplemental NIMS Report 1, allowing EM providers to receive and enter logbook information rather than submitting to National Marine Fisheries Service will streamline the third-party system by reducing the amount of back and forth between NIFS and the provider, ultimately reducing costs. 2, the GAP supports the GEMPAC recommendation to add 2 new changes discussed at the GEMPAC meeting. The first is to change owner or operator to authorized representative of the vessel in the regulations. Owner or operator is ambiguous. Authorized representative makes clear who will be allowed to authorize disclosure or use of EM data. The second change is to modify the conflict of interest language to allow companies that sell or service vessel monitoring system, looks like the acronym inputted wrong here. That should be AIS, I believe it's Automated Information System, and related products to provide EM services. As currently drafted, the conflict of interest rules are overly broad and arguably exclude companies who provide those services. 3, the GAP reiterates its support and the GEMPAC's recommendation for a data retention period aligned with the National Policy Directive on EM data retention. Storage for 3 years at industry's expense, as recommended by the enforcement consultants, is overly costly, and more importantly, longer than necessary to serve the catch accounting function the EM program is designed to meet. 4, the GAP strongly supports the GEMPAC recommendation to extend the exempted fishing permits until the effective date of the EM rule. In light of Pacific States' disinclination to develop a mechanism to accept industry funds to cover EFP video review costs, the GAP supports the GEMPAC's proposed ways to fund EFP costs in 2021. The GAP also notes that a number of research surveys had been canceled, resulting in significant savings from ship time and charter services, some of which could be dedicated to covering 2021 EM EFP video review costs. 5, the GAP strongly supports the GEMPAC recommendation to seek a collaborative solution to the challenge of cumbersome catch handling protocols in the bottom trawl sector. The GAP would like to see members of the GEMPAC, GEMTAC, and other EFP holders work with NIMS staff to develop common sense solutions to this issue, which is preventing EM from being used on most bottom trawl trips and vessels. And that concludes the GAP report.
Thanks very much, Shems. Appreciate the work of the GAP in providing us that complete report. Are there any questions? We have at least one for you, Shems, and it's going to come from Corey Niles.
Thanks, Mr. Chair, and thanks, Shem and the GAP. And Shems, on your, I'm having trouble finding the right bullet point here. Apologize about that. But on the statement about number 3 on the data retention period, the GAP is saying that the EC's recommendation is overly costly. Did you have specific numbers between the 27 months and the 36 months that you were looking at when the GAP came to that conclusion?
Mr. Niles, thanks for the question. Good question. We didn't review CDF&W's report on this issue. Just to clarify, depending on when the trip takes place during the year, it could be as short as 15 months. That's a pretty big distinction between the 15 and 36. But yeah, it could be as long as 27. I guess I'll call out the second part of that sentence that, maybe more importantly than the cost is just sort of the philosophy involved here and concerns about mission creep. I think the general design and goal of this program is really to provide a cost-effective catch accounting function. And enforcement, of course, is important, but storing that data up to 3 years, I think is, pretty clearly longer than is needed to serve that catch accounting role. I guess the second thing I would say is that, EC is, enforcement that is welcome to store that data for longer, and they can pay for those costs. So I guess, we didn't talk specifically about the costs. I think reflecting the GAP, the larger concern is really about the mission creep and, fundamentally, what is the goal of this program?
Great, thanks, Shems. Are there other questions of Shems regarding the GAP's report? Thanks very much, Shems, and thanks to the GAP for their report.
Thank you.
Next, we'll go to the enforcement consultants, and I believe Greg Bush is providing that. So welcome, Greg.
Yes, good afternoon, Mr. Chair. My name is Greg Bush. For the record with House Law Enforcement, I'll be reading in the enforcement consultants report, agenda item F3, supplemental EC report 1, enforcement consultants report on electronic monitoring program final action. The enforcement consultants have reviewed the material associated with agenda item F3, electronic monitoring program final action, and provide the following comments. The EC has no concerns with the proposed EM program alternatives identified in agenda item F3, attachment 1, proposed electronic monitoring program alternatives adopted for public review, and recommends that the council take no action to change the retention of records requirements specified in 50 CFR 660-603 M6, which reads, retention of records. Following an EM trip, the EM service provider must maintain all of a vessel's EM data and other records specified in this section or used in the preparation of records or reports specified in this section or corrections to these records for a period of not less than 3 years after the date of landing for that trip. EM data and other records must be stored such that the integrity and security of the records is maintained for the duration of the retention period. The EM service provider must produce EM data and other records immediately upon request by NMFS or an authorized officer. The EC reviewed F3A, Supplemental GEMPAC Report 1, Cost and Management of Data. The EC notes the GEMPAC's concerns about costs associated with the program and in no way wants to unnecessarily increase costs. While actual costs are unknown, estimated costs with the EM program were provided in Supplemental National Marine Fisheries Service Report 6 to Agenda Item H3A November 2019 NIMS report on EM costs. This report estimates the long-term data storage costs at between $15 and $25 per fishing day. Data storage is shown to be the lowest cost associated with the program. The EC also believes there may be a misinterpretation of prior EC statements, inaccurately understanding the EC to recommend a new requirement or burdensome process that would add cost to the EM program. The EC's recommendation to retain the 3-year record retention requirement is not intended to be cumbersome to manage, nor require any specific time frame for the movement of data into long-term storage, nor specify how the vendor should manage the deletion of the data. We would hope and encourage third-party vendors to consider and propose a data storage system and process that meets the not less than 3 years data retention requirement while seeking to provide the most cost-efficient administration and management of the data, no matter how long it is stored or how frequently old data is deleted, such as daily, monthly, or annually. The EC further understands that much of the data management can be automated, particularly data deletion, and may have no fees associated with it. The EC discussed the National Marine Fisheries Service Procedures 04-115-03, third-party minimum data retention period and electronic monitoring programs for federally managed U.S. fisheries. And the EC notes that the procedure document stresses that it is a minimum recommendation depending on the program. Given that this is a new program with an unknown third-party vendor and a video review changing from 100% sampling rate to a mix of 100% and 25% sampling rates depending on the fishery, the EC believes the retention of records is justified for longer than the minimum. Because the 25% sampling will be random, it is very possible that issues and concerns identified in year 2 or 3 may have also occurred in year 1, but were unidentified. This could be an issue of concern for enforcement or management, depending on what is found. In recognition of the concerns expressed about the costs associated with the administration of the program, the EC recommends that the record retention requirement remain as is, but be revisited after 3 to 5 years to determine if a reduction is warranted. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm available for any questions.
Thanks very much, Greg. Questions for Greg. Mark Gorelnik.
Thank you, Chair Anderson. Greg, could you briefly address the comment in the GAP report and by Shams that this may instead represent some mission creep? I think you have, but I just would like to see you directly address that comment.
Yeah, I think within our previous statement that we issued at the April meeting, we look at this as being actually a reduction in what the retention requirements would be. If this was government data, of course, we'd be retaining it for in perpetuity. But for enforcement, our biggest concern is to have the data available for the duration of which a statute of limitations may apply. And for most of our agencies, we're looking at 4 to 5. But for Magnuson, we're looking at a 5-year statute of limitations. So having data available for that duration is what we're looking for. And we viewed this 3 years as being a compromise. It's less than what we would ideally have available. And it's more than what came to be the minimum that was established after the council had approved the 3-year retention requirement. So I don't view this as mission creep. I see this as we're actually giving up data by moving to the third-party system from what we currently have available.
Thanks for that response, Greg. Rich Lincoln has a question.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks, Greg, for the report. I was just curious. So you mentioned that one of the factors in thinking about more than the kind of the minimum 27-month requirement was about a new program and possibly going to less than 100% video review, and then mentioned the idea of potentially reviewing that in 3 to 5 years to see if some change is warranted. That last statement implies to me that you must have, the EC may have or probably had some discussion of what kinds of evidence or factors it would be looking for in a review that would lead you to a different conclusion than, or something less than 3 years. Just curious about what would that look like?
Yes, through the chair. Thank you, Mr. Lincoln. It really will depend on what violations are detected or what suspected violations are detected, or any issues or concerns that come to light as the program is implemented. We're looking at 2022 to be the first year that video will be collected and reviewed, and possibly not till 2025 that we'll have sufficient data to see how often did we need to look at more than 1 year's worth of data. Were there suspected violations that occurred that we had to go back more than just that current fishing year, or how often did we have to go into archive data? So that's what we'd like to be able to capture and review and see, basically be able to see how good the program is, and is it meeting both the needs of management and enforcement in terms of doing a thorough review of the data and not missing any significant violations.
Thanks.
Thanks for that response, Greg. Brad Pettinger has a question for you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Greg, thank you for the EC report. Given that EM is looking at a cost-effective way to have 100% accountability of the trawl fleet, and so we're basically trying to replicate what the observer would give you, from a law enforcement perspective, would you prefer an observer over EM that's aligned with the National Policy Director timeframe? If it's up to you, which would you choose? What would be better from your perspective?
Thank you, Mr. Pettinger. Through the chair, I hesitate to speculate on which would be better, and I want to make sure I understand what you're asking is, and for clarification, you're speaking to if we followed the national standards of the 15 to 27 month EM video availability, would that be better than if we had a corresponding 15 to 27 month availability of an observer and any observer reports of any concerns they had during their?
Well, I mean, currently we have observers on vessels, and the EM is an option to that. And so from an enforcement perspective, what do you think gives you more assurance? Because one over the other. I mean, I'm just trying to think as far as looking at it, standing back and saying, what is a better outcome or product for you to do your job?
Through the chair, Mr. Pettinger, the best would be if we had both available. I hate to say that each one has their own limitations in that you have some violations that may occur with observers being on board that you wouldn't necessarily have if you had EM, and vice versa. There'll be some violations that may occur with the EM being on board that you wouldn't have experienced if you had an observer. So there's some pluses and minuses to both. I think one of the main benefits of the observer is you've got their records, and as well as they're available if we need to do any follow-on interviews or if there's any subpoenas that need to be issued. They're available for the full 5 years. But if we didn't have a suspected violation or identify and capture the data before it was deleted, then it would be gone and not available after that point in time.
Okay, thanks, Greg. Brad, anything else for Greg? Okay, Corey Niles.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair, and thanks, Greg, and to the EC for the report. This has probably come up in the past, and I may be the one who have missed the explanation, but in looking at the directive on the data retention, I don't see the statute of limitations mentioned explicitly. Maybe this is a question for later for NIMS, but what is the response you have all gotten in terms of the recommended retention periods and the statute of limitations? Is it just the idea there being that you should detect violations as quickly as possible? Did you get any explanation of how this directive addresses the statute of limitation question?
Thank you, Mr. Niles, through the chair. Yes, I had some discussions with my headquarters with the Office of Law Enforcement regarding the procedure documents and input that and recommendations they provided and the response. And the key to why this is a minimum data storage is that it really is going to be region specific. They want to make sure that each region has the ability to set data storage limits based on what's the focus of the EM program and balance that with needs for enforcement. Given that our statute of limitations is 5 years, that would be our desire, is to have that. However, looking at each region is different. Each program has different requirements or different needs or different focus. They didn't want to specify 5 years as being that limit. They want to provide more flexibility and allow the regions through the councils to be able to make recommendations on what's the most effective way to run and establish a program within your region. So rather than go to the far right of maintaining for 5 years, they compromised and came with the minimum as being the 15 to 27 month retention requirement, and leave that up to the council and regions to decide on what is needed based on the program they're implementing.
Okay, Bob Dooley is next.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Greg, thanks for the report. Appreciate it. I had a question. You mentioned there was a concern about 25% video review compared to 100%. And if I understood you right, are you suggesting that if it was 100%, that you would have less concern about using the national policy directive?
Thank you, Mr. Dooley, through the chair. Yes, we'd have to discuss that as the EC, but I would have less concern about meeting the minimum standards if we had the 100% video review that's currently in place, rather than a 25% random review that will be coming in once the program's put into place. So I'd have less concern about that in the future, because all video would be reviewed rather than just 25% for a portion of the fleet.
Yeah, okay. If I could have one follow-up on that, Mr. Chairman.
Absolutely.
So I'm reading the policy directive, and I heard your concern earlier about losing the records. And the way I read this, and I don't know, maybe you have a different reading, could point me to where I'm wrong or where I'm missing the point. But this has to do with video and the actual video data, and the video images, sensor data, that type of thing. It doesn't have to do with the actual product. They're not talking about records like written records or the product of a review. They're talking about that video data, at least the way I interpret it. And is that your understanding as well?
Mr. Dooley, through the chair, yes, that is correct. That is how I'm viewing it as well, is that and that other data that's being required to be retained by the agency, whether it be logbooks or fish tickets, landing data, that may have separate retention requirements, just like we have a separate retention requirement for vessel monitoring system. So the focus of the data that's noted is video, plus any of the reports that are generated based on review of the video, any audits that are done based on review of the video by the third party. So it's focused on the video. So for us, we're in enforcement, our concerns are, is there evidence of a violation that is only documented in the video that would be lost after the video is deleted?
Yeah, just my understanding is that it doesn't have to do with the product of the analysis of the video. It has to do with just the video, the hard drive, and whatever is on the hard drive, not the analysis that's done. That's all required to be kept. So that's my understanding. Okay, thank you. I appreciate it.
Thanks, Bob. Any other questions for Greg on the enforcement consultant's report? Okay, thanks very much, Greg.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Before we go to, or I asked to find out how many members of the public signed up to testify. Councilmember Dave Hansen earlier in the discussion indicated that Dave Kopel from the Pacific States Marine Fisheries Commission might have some information to help the council. So let me turn to Dave Hansen and ask him if he would like to call on Dave Kopel. Or maybe I'll just call on Dave Kopel and ask him if he has anything to share with us that would be helpful.
Trying to get unmuted.
You've done it. Whatever you did, it was right.
Okay. If Dave is listening right now, would you let us know?
I think if you raise your hand, Dave, I'm getting a message that we don't think he's connected.
Okay, he was earlier. And Dave, if you're there, please give us a call.
Okay, just let me check here if I'm missing anything. Okay. All right. We've been at this about an hour and a half. Let me just check with Chuck and or Patricia to see what we have for public comment signups.
We've got 6 people signed up at this point.
Okay. Well, let's take just a 10. Let's see. Yeah, let's just break. We'll come back at 3 o'clock. I have 2:48. Come back at 3 o'clock, and we'll reconvene and hear from the public on F3. 3 o'clock. So we'll be in recess here for a little over 10 minutes.
Okay, we'll go ahead and come back into session here. I've got 3 o'clock. We're on agenda item F3, our electronic monitoring program final action agenda item. And we've heard reports from our management entities and advisory bodies and committees. So we're ready to move to public comment.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Just so you're aware, we're trying to get Dave Colpo connected up here. Do you want to move ahead with public comment and then take him when we get him?
I'm happy to wait a minute or so to see if we can get him. If it's going to take longer than that, then I would probably proceed with public comment.
Okay, well, let's give him a minute.
We'll stand by here for a minute.
Okay. Looks like Dave Hansen has a hand up.
Okay, yeah, go ahead, Dave.
We just got the meeting ID to him. He's trying to get on. He was trying before to get there.
Nope. Looks like we may have some luck here.
Okay.
I think I'm here.
Yes, you are.
Perfect.
Good afternoon, Dave.
Good afternoon, Chairman Anderson.
I understand you may have some wisdom to depart on our group.
Oh, this will be quick then. It's particularly in regards to which piece. I've been listening to the meeting. There's lots of information going around.
Well, I think in particular, Dave Hansen mentioned that you might have some information for us relative to video retention costs. I know that's one of the significant issues that everybody is debating here is the data retention period to accomplish all of the objectives of the program, while at the same time wanting to minimize that cost. So that's one of the key points that I think folks are discussing here and debating.
Okay. I can give you a ballpark. I don't have the documents in front of me because, like most of you, I'm sitting in my basement at home and not in my office with all the invoices. Ballpark numbers, we pay about $20,000 a year. We do use cloud storage. I know we're dinosaurs, but we do a mix of cloud storage and then also physical storage in Portland at our offices. For the first year plus, we will keep the most current data close because that's the stuff we're using, and that's the stuff that if we get questions on, that's what we're going to get. And as Tracy Laurento pointed out earlier, getting the data up there and storing it's not so bad, but trying to get it back is where they really soak you. It's pretty expensive. So a year plus data we keep in-house in Portland, and the rest of it goes up to the web. So right now we have 4 years of data, 2015 to 2018. That has a little bit of Alaska data in there too, but the bulk of it's West Coast. And it costs us about 18 grand a year to store 18 grand a year per year. 1 year of data, $72,000 a year total, about $6K a month. That's 4 years of video. So 1 year of West Coast video cost me about $18,000, $20,000, somewhere in that neck. So we don't do it by trip. So I couldn't compare to Tracy's numbers. That's what it cost me, about $20K a year to store video on the cloud in deep storage.
Okay. Thanks, Dave. We've been listening to our discussion. If you have any other thoughts that you wanted to share with us, please feel free.
No, it's been an interesting conversation, but nothing at this point. Nothing that wouldn't get me in trouble, I guess. So I'll say my comments.
Okay. All right. Sounds
Thank you. All right.
Thanks for joining us, Dave.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Okay. So we're going to go ahead and take public testimony now. And those of you who have signed up, there's looks like 6 of you. If you'd raise your hand so that we can find you easily when we call your name.
and get your mics live, that would be terrific. And first up is Brent Payne.
Oh, I guess I got to unmute myself here. Sorry about that. Mr. Chairman, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Well,
much better now.
Yep. For the record, my name is Brent Payne. I'm the director of United Catcher Boats. UCB is one of the co-applicants and sponsors of the Whiting Catcher Vessel EM program. It's been fairly successful over the life of that program. Thanks very much for the work that the GEMPAC did and the committees that have presented their testimony today. UCB is a co-author of a letter that the current other EM participant organizational groups presented to the council about a week ago or so under the F3 item. I guess I just have a couple points to make, and one is regarding the data retention issue, and the second issue is the difficulty we're in for the next year relative to the EM EFP being extended by 1 year. Those are just the main 2 points that UCB wants to present to the council today. So we've been a very strong supporter of this program, and you know, the main element of this program is to try and find a better, cheaper tool than 100% observer coverage. And I think that our EM EFP has proven that we can do that. And we were trying to get the regulations to look very close to the EM EFP type of program. And where it's changed, we've had some questions about that. And the data storage is one of them. We just don't see why the data needs to be stored for 3 years. It's, you know, the way the program works is the data on the video review is used to audit the logbooks that the captain is reporting for. In Whiting, they're reporting a discard event and how much that event, how many pounds that were discarded. So they use the video to see if the captain actually accurately and precisely is estimating that event. And it's nothing more, nothing less. And it just seems to be like you're building a much bigger program for something it's that simple. I guess in a perfect world, we would have a policeman in the back seat of every single automobile. Plus, we would have a dash camera in front, watching everybody to make sure they don't break the speed limit on I-5 going between Tacoma and Seattle. But we just don't have those kinds of resources. And I just kind of almost take offense to the enforcement consultants saying that they want to have 100% observer coverage and a camera system on board a vessel for our fisheries. If you look at the number of violations we've had under this program, it's been very minimal. And it almost seems like we're kind of falling apart here. We work so closely with agency folks, but as we're getting to these regulations, there's really a fissure happening, and we're not feeling like we're working together here because we have different opinions and different thoughts. And it would be good if we can kind of circle back around and build a program that is trying to achieve the objectives of what we started out to do, which was to have a cost-efficient, really good tool to estimate what a discard event is and how much discard actually occurs. So that's my one point on that. And the second point is I think I've covered what I wanted to say here. The data, again, I've said, what is the data used for, and why should it be stored, and the costs. So I'll leave it at that. And if there's any questions, I would be happy to take them.
Great, thanks very much, Brent. Any questions for Brent? Thanks, Brent. Jeff Lackey, and Jeff's going to be followed by Heather Mann.
Okay.
Yes, thank you, Chair Anderson and council members for your time today. My name is Jeff Lackey, and I manage 2 trawl vessels out of Newport. I support the GEMPAC and the gap statements. I wish to speak to the data retention time period. I understand enforcement consultants' desire to have 3+ years of data retention, given that court cases and investigations can drag on. However, I oppose a 3-year time period for 5 reasons. First, it is far more than necessary to determine if there are issues with any one vessel that need to be addressed. Vessels and processors are both accountable within 24 hours of landings, so 3 years retention is excessive. Second, it is beyond the 1-year national policy directive. Third, it adds cost, large or small, it adds cost. Fourth, it lengthens the time enforcement actions can be brought with a vessel. And any vessel that has had to deal with enforcement actions years after the catch, even while there was nothing nefarious going on, can tell you it is not a fun experience at all. And unnecessarily lengthening data retention can only further deter vessels from opting for EM. This is especially true for bottom trawl vessels that are already going to have a hard time deciding to use EM because of handling and cost burdens that are greater than midwater trawl. Fifth, the disparate treatment of trawl and non-trawl fisheries. It is this fifth point I wish to speak to. Let me preface these comments with a statement that I fully support both recreational and commercial non-trawl fisheries, and I hope they can find ways to achieve maximum utilization of their non-trawl allocations, as the non-trawl sectors are extremely vital to our coastal economies and way of life. I don't wish to add any of the high levels of burdens that the trawl endures to the non-trawl sector. I point out the disparity between trawl and non-trawl management to show that if the level of burden on the non-trawl fisheries is sufficient to satisfy scientific requirements of monitoring, catch accounting, and accountability, then the burden on trawl fisheries is needlessly excessive, such as this 3-year data retention requirement. The IFQ trawl fishery has 300% monitoring that we pay for, 100% on the vessel, 100% on the docks, 100% review oversight, charge, and cost recovery, and we are fully accountable within 24 hours of landings. To contrast trawl set with segments of non-trawl, below are 2 statements from the F1 GMT Report 4. On page 4, quote, commercial non-trawl projections of yellow-eye rockfish are uncertain due to high variability in bycatch rates, low observer coverage, and bycatch estimates not being available until after August of the following year, end of quote. Then on page 9, quote, comparisons of commercial and recreational hook and line fishery impacts must be qualitative because recreational fisheries lack spatial information as they do not use logbooks, have limited observer coverage, and do not use depth as a sampling domain in catch estimate procedures, end of quote. Again, I don't advocate for any additional burdens on the non-trawl sector. I just ask for perspective on the scientific and management necessity of burdens placed on the trawl sector in light of what is deemed sufficient for non-trawl. That is one reason I am in agreement with the GEMPAC and the GAP in not supporting the 3-year retention time period. And thank you. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Jeff. Questions for Jeff? Thanks, Jeff. Heather Mann's up next, and Heather's followed by Kate Cower.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, council members. My name is Heather Mann. I'm speaking on behalf of the Midwater Trawlers Cooperative. I am a co-sponsor of the Whiting EM EFP with Brent, and I have been since its inception and design. I am also a member of the GEMPAC committee and have been since its inception. And I support the GEMPAC and GAP reports submitted under this agenda item. I want to take a moment to recognize all the hard work that National Marine Fisheries Service, council staff have done over the years developing EM. This is not lost on me. I also want to thank the industry, the providers, Pacific States. I mean, we've put in thousands of hours over the last 7-8 years trying to work collaboratively to develop a workable program. And then I want to go on the record again with my concerns on the way things have developed on the EM front and share my real worry that we're on the precipice of losing what could have been a really successful program. Let's remember why we embarked down the EM path, and previous commenters mentioned it, but to reduce monitoring costs at the same time that we credibly account for catch and discards of ITQ species. The captain is responsible for logging the discards that occur, and the EM system is to ensure the captain has entered a reasonable estimation of those discards. It was not to create a top-heavy bureaucratic program. It was not to create a video library that could be used by enforcement and others in perpetuity to search for onboard violations of things that are not related to the catch share program, to catch accounting. The program has turned into an unpopular, authoritarian one that applies much stricter rules than the human observation program. And as soon as the costs creep up and become anywhere near comparable with human observers, we're going to lose the EM program because it is more difficult to operate under than using a human. So I want to give some examples of this. I mentioned the short belly issue yesterday. Currently, whiting vessels using EM that catch short belly have to bring that in. They're not allowed to discard it at sea. I was able to get an exception for one vessel that had a disaster tow in May, and I do thank National Marine Fisheries Service for their quick thinking here, specifically John McVeigh and Melissa Hooper. They decided to allow the discard as long as a 500-pound sample was retained. Unfortunately, because whiting captains are terrified of getting more violations, the captain had already put the fish in the hold, so he was unable to safely discard that fish. He had to bring it in, and as I described yesterday, it was an economic loss. As these types of situations occur, you will see fishermen consider abandoning EM and instead pay for a human. $30,000 loss is big, and $30,000 could cover about 60 human observer days. And with a human observer, a fisherman can discard things like short belly. NMFS has made the decision that if a fisherman sets their net a second time to fill their hold, and they end up catching more fish than they need to fill the hold, they still must retain that fish, even if it's a deck load of fish. This is to be sure there are not species of concern in the discard, and that the discard without it being sampled. Whiting fishermen in 2017 who discarded fish and received violations, some of them had noted that their safety concerns and the fact that the deck load in the conditions they were in violated the stability reports. They still received violations from OLE. As it stands now, only very limited operational discards can occur, and the rules do not allow you to set your net again, catch too much fish, and then discard some of that fish. NMFS has determined this is within the operator's control. With a human observer, you can discard whiting. I brought forward a request a few years ago that would have allowed fishermen limited discards as long as a discard was sampled in the same way that an observer would, and that it was all recorded and done on camera. But that was rejected. So now captains have to make the decision whether to fill their hold or come in light if it takes more than one tow to fill the hold. The other choice is to bring in deck loads, which are inherently unsafe and also just produce terrible quality whiting. Processors don't want deck loads, and fishermen are rarely paid for them. Again, if they had a human observer, they could legally discard the fish. If they lose money on these types of trips, they may change to observers regardless. The agency and some of the states are now interested in also reviewing steam time to make sure that while a vessel is steaming to its shoreside destination, a crew member does not open the hatch and pull some species out and discard them. In my opinion, this is a really unrealistic scenario, and I would note that observers are not standing on the deck the entire time a vessel is streaming to shore to make sure that that scenario doesn't occur. So I want to turn to costs. Pacific States, as you know, has said they can't take industry money. It changes the relationship between the commission and the industry. Even if it's just a perception, it's something that Pacific States would like to avoid. Moreover, if ever we determine a way to pay Pacific States directly, the agency has said they will audit Pacific States because they are now taking industry money And that changes our relationships. They can be potentially conflicted or influenced by the industry. Even if it's a perception, it's an issue. And the industry is required to pay for that audit through cost recovery. NIMS is open to extending the EFPs, but are clear in their letter that they cannot identify funds now to pay for video review in 2021. It would be helpful to know as soon as possible whether NIMS can defray next year's review costs. Otherwise, we have a lot of work to do in the next 6 months, which, depending on what the ultimate cost will be, may have people jump ship and return to humans for 2021. The costs of the regulatory program are still unknown, but we know for sure the costs will increase. Provider information provided to me shows the cost could double, and that's outside of the audit and other costs associated with NIMS that will be collected through cost recovery. Add the additional cost of reviewing steam time, the cost of additional storage. There's concerns. CDFW decided to do their own review of storage costs, which was really interesting. I wish we'd had that at the GEMPAC. I think what they're attempting to say is that the longer storage cost isn't necessarily a big issue because it's not a whole lot more money than the storage time recommended by the GEMPAC. For me, this kind of misses the important point. While the individual component may not be a huge expense, it is the cumulative expenses combined with the rigid rules that go far beyond the human observer program that are concerning. And these are what I think cumulatively, this is what's threatening the future viability of the program. And finally, the EC members continue to say that 3 years of storage, which is higher than the national policy, is a compromise from the original recommendation of 5 years and thus justified. They also say they need access to data for longer so they can identify patterns that may span several years. That this is a new program, and with less than 100% review, maybe they would revisit the decision. As far as I know, all the video will be reviewed, so I'm a little confused. We're basically being asked to spend more money for storage so that the EC can make cases against us by identifying long-term patterns over time, and I don't support that. Many of you probably aren't aware that I grew up in a law enforcement home. My father was a police officer in Massachusetts, a sergeant actually. I am not anti-law enforcement. What I reject is the continual treatment of fishermen as would-be criminals if given the chance. I just reject that notion. And I don't think the enforcement consultants have justified why they need longer storage time. It's my understanding that in British Columbia, they review about 10% of the video from a trip, and they hold the data for less than 1 year, and that system works. If you abuse the system, your review time and costs are increased. And lastly, I would just say I do support the comments by Jeff. It's not lost on us who are 200% accountable on our own dime that the council's looking at allowing our colleagues into the non-trawl RCA with no logbooks, little accountability. I support them getting increased opportunity, but it just seems there's a real disparity here. So in short, I'm concerned about the program, and I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you so much.
Thanks very much, Heather. Just a sec here. Any questions for Heather? Thank you very much. Kate Cower, followed by Melissa Mahoney.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and council members. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Kate.
Great. Thank you. For the record, this is Kate Cower with the Nature Conservancy, a sponsor of one of the EM EFPs with the California Groundfish Collective. And I wanted to start by just thanking the council and everyone that's been involved for the many, many years that we've all been at this, working to develop this EM program and to try to find a cost-effective alternative for monitoring so we can maintain accountability. I participated in the GEMPAC meeting on the 26th of May and was part of the group of EM stakeholders that submitted the written public comment letter outlining all of our recommendations. And so I just wanted to summarize some of those points and communicate some of the justification for those recommendations today. So first, we appreciate the NIMS report on the draft EM regulations and do agree with the language that's contained within that report, particularly the inclusion of the clarification on how to authorize disclosure of data with an authorized representative of a vessel. Second, we recommend that the council approve an FPA that aligns with the national EM data retention policy, which would result in that minimum period of 15 to 27 months. We recognize that the EC has reaffirmed its interest in the 36-month retention period. And while the additional storage costs related to that period might be considered to be low on their own per the CDFW report, the added $150 or more per year is just one more additional cost that should not be borne by industry, given our goal to develop this cost-effective program. I think Heather made those points effectively, that the cumulative impact is really what matters here. The minimum retention period should really provide ample opportunity to review video. And if that video is reviewed by the agency during that initial retention period, it's likely that that's going to become a federal record, which would then be stored pursuant to the National Archives and Records Administration Act for a longer period, meaning it's going to be available for a statute of limitations. However, if the council determines that the regulations should include this 36-month retention period, we'd recommend including a recommendation that the cost burden be specified so that they're split between the industry and the agency. One way to do this would be to have the minimum retention period be considered a, quote, sampling cost per NOAA's cost allocation directive, which would therefore be covered by industry. And the additional storage period requested by the EC beyond the minimum period in the national policy could be separated out as a, quote, administrative cost per the cost allocation directive, and that would be paid for by the agency. Third point, we hope that NIMS can identify funding to cover the EM video review for 2021 as soon as possible so that we can ensure continuation of the EFPs until the regulatory program is in place in 2022. Keeping Pacific States as the EM video reviewer is critical for next year. Switching that out under the EFPs would require a whole host of changes, both on the EFP, VMP side of things, as well as any contractual relationships that need to happen. And that's going to cause added workload and costs for the agency and for the industry, and really should be unnecessary at this point. Maintaining the EFPs through 2021 until a regulatory program is implemented is also critical to keeping us on track to implement a successful program. Fourth point, we recommend that the council encourage NIMS to continue to work collaboratively with EFP stakeholders and to test and create improved and more flexible catch handling protocols for trawl vessels in particular. We have an opportunity over the next year and a half or so to use our EFPs to figure out how to remove some of those barriers that are preventing more trawl vessels from using EM. And then finally, we recommend that the council asks NIMS to adequately consult with the GEMPAC and EM stakeholders to revise and improve the EM guidelines and manual well in advance of the regulatory implementation. The guidelines in the manual, as you've heard many times before, detail some of those very important protocols that are going to define key costs of the program, like how video review is going to be conducted, how auditing protocols will work, and even, in fact, how storage protocols should work. And those elements need to be developed iteratively and collaboratively, and we should really be using the learning from the last 5 years of the EFPs to develop those. That's it, and thank you again for the opportunity to comment today.
Thanks very much, Kate. Are there questions for Kate? Thank you, Kate. Melissa Mahoney, followed by Lisa Damrosch.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can. Good afternoon, Melissa.
Good afternoon, Chair Anderson and council members. I would like to summarize key points from a letter that we submitted to the briefing book on behalf of a coalition of EM stakeholders. That's including 5 GEMPAC members and all the leads of the EM EFPs. I think I forgot to say my name. For the record, this is Melissa Mahoney with the Environmental Defense Fund. I am also a GEMPAC member. I'd also like to acknowledge California Department of Fish and Wildlife for their supplemental report and thank their staff for engaging on the issue of EM for the groundfish trawl sector. I appreciate their efforts to better understand industry's concerns here and to produce estimates of data storage costs using cloud-based services. So at this point, we have consensus around all the regulatory changes for the FPA except for the data retention period. The GEMPAC and the GAP recommended aligning with the national data retention policy, and as you've heard, the other members of the public are in the same position, while the GEMTAC and members of the EC community wish to keep it at 3 years. And I did really appreciate their supplemental report to further clarify their position. As stated in our letter, we believe requiring additional storage time beyond the minimum 12-month retention period creates an unreasonable cost burden on fishery participants. So if the agency or OLE wishes to retain EM data beyond the minimum storage time, then the agency needs to assume those costs rather than passing them on to industry. So for example, using the DFW report cost estimates, industry would pay for the minimum storage time and the agency could pay for the deep storage and any access to that storage. So in other words, under regulation, the minimum storage time would be considered sampling costs and the additional storage time would be considered an administrative cost as defined by the NIMS cost allocation directive. This would fairly distribute costs and allow OLE access to the EM data for at least 3 years should they need it. With respect to extending the EM EFPs, as part of your motion, we recommend that the council request clarity from NIMS on EM funding for 2021 and to redirect funding that is currently not being used due to COVID-19 impacts and or the delay of the EM regulatory program to fund EM video review conducted by Pacific States. As my colleague stated previously, retaining Pacific States as an EM video reviewer is critical during the extension of the EM EFPs next year. Failing to do so will add unnecessary cost and workload for NIMS and for industry as they would have to completely revise their EFP operating plans. The COVID-19 pandemic is further highlighting the importance of cost-effective and flexible monitoring options, yet the catch handling requirements currently in place in the EFPs are discouraging bottom trawl participation. EDF is partnering with the fishing vessel Cape Windy to address this issue during the next year under the EM EFP. We are prepared to support the project and proceed once we have clarity on the agency's willingness to allow flexibility and experimentation on catch sorting protocols. So we're looking forward to working with the agency in the coming weeks to set up a new vessel monitoring plan for this vessel. So in conclusion, we ask that the council, 1, approve an FPA that aligns data storage requirements with the national data retention policy, or should the council decide to maintain its choice for 3 years, to designate any data storage beyond the 12-month minimum as an administrative cost to which the agency would cover. 2, request that NIMS identify funding EM video review for 2021 as soon as possible to ensure continuation of the EM EFPs until a regulatory program is in place. 3, to encourage NIMS West Coast Region staff to collaborate with stakeholders to improve catch handling protocols that may allow for greater participation of trawl vessels. And 4, to ensure adequate consultation with the GEMPAC and TAC and stakeholders to revise and improve the EM guidelines and manual for a cost-effective EM program that will be ready to roll well in advance of January 2022. That seems like a long time away, but as we have seen, time can slip by without consistent progress. And we really do stand at the ready to collaborate with NIMS staff on getting all the pieces in place. So the last thing I want to say is that costs are mounting, and even though the costs that we've been discussing today around data retention seem small, as my colleagues have said, without attention to the cumulative total and the cumulative challenges, this program could really fail. And I don't think any of us want that to happen. So thank you for considering our coalition letter and considering these requests, and I'll take any questions.
Thanks very much, Melissa. Questions? I don't have any for you, Melissa. Thank you very much. And next is Lisa Damrosch.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can, Lisa. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and council members. For the record, my name is Lisa Damrosch, and I am the project manager for the California Groundfish Collective, EMEFP. I would also like to express my appreciation to the council and NIMPS and to my industry partners and to Pacific States. And I would very much like to thank the fishermen who have been working under the EFP and for these many years, and for the countless hours that they've spent testing ways to prove that EM can be successful. I believe that together we have proven that an EM program is capable of validating logbook entries and providing the necessary compliance audit. I hope this will result in a long-term and successful program, but like others have stated, I fear that the way things are going with costs and burden, I worry that that won't be the outcome. I agree with the previous comments and points made. I think that I don't have a lot new to add, but I would like to specifically thank Mr. Lackey for the comments regarding the parity of accountability measures across fisheries. I know this isn't specifically what's being discussed under this agenda item, but I think it's important to look at when heading towards implementation of regulations that increase burden on the trawl sector. I also appreciate Heather Mann's comments and also reject the notion that the trawl fishery is somehow in need of more accountability because somehow we're a greater group of violators or at a greater risk of violation. I feel like we either need 300% accountability for the groundfish fishery or we don't. So I'd like to state for the record that I believe that accountability standards should be consistent across all non-trawl fisheries, targeting the same groundfish species as the trawl sector in the same waters. And I hope that this disparity will be addressed in the future. I'd also like to echo the comments of Kate Cower, our EFP sponsor, that highlighted the recommendations presented in the GEMPAC report. I'd like to thank the GEMPAC for their work on that report. I'd like to thank Melissa Mahoney for the points in the coalition letter. I think that that is a pretty broad representation of the parties that have been working so hard at EM, and I hope that those thoughts will be taken into consideration. And finally, I just would like to reiterate that it is really important for industry to be included in a collaborative and transparent process as we try to move this forward. We did have that going for a while, and it does feel like something's changed. I'm not sure why or what, but I hope that we can get back to that level of collaboration. Specifically, I think we need to see the EM guidelines and manual and start getting those that input opportunity as soon as possible, since that is such a key component to everything moving forward. Also want to reiterate that data retention and review funding are major issues that could, after all the things that we've been through, to have this program fail on that would just be such a shame. So thank you, and thank you for the opportunity. And if there are any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Thanks very much, Lisa, for your testimony. Any questions for Lisa? Doesn't look like it. Thanks very much, Lisa. And that'll conclude public comment on this agenda item. And it will take us to our council action. And I'm going to pass the virtual gavel over to Vice Chair Grillman.
Thank you very much, Chair Anderson. I'm honored to have the gavel back. And we have a council action, which is to adopt the final recommendations. And we've had some rather detailed reports, some good public comment. I sense some disagreements. So why don't we get started? Who wants to get the ball rolling on this action? Because I suspect we have some discussion before we have a motion. Maggie Summer.
Thanks, Vice Chair Gorelnik. I'll start off what I expect might be a lengthy discussion, or at least a thorough discussion. I guess first I want to say, a lot of the reports and the comment today has recognized the collaboration between industry and the National Marine Fisheries Service and the Council and Pacific States and others throughout the development of this program, and that it really stands out. And I wanted to recognize that, and also recognize the calls to get back to a place where everybody is really feeling like that is being positive and productive. I also wanted to appreciate the close cooperation and partnership of our federal and state enforcement agencies. And I appreciate all the information you have provided us through the various reports to the council under these EM agenda items, and then Greg Bush's presentation and response to some questions today. It's very informative and helps me to understand the full picture of this issue of the data retention period. I just wanted to speak very briefly about that, really reflecting, I think, as a lot of us have done, on the goals and objectives of the program. We have been designing this, and the intent has been to reduce monitoring costs and increase flexibility while maintaining accountability. Looking at the procedural directive on page 2, it says that the recommendation is a minimum retention period and doesn't prevent NOAA fisheries or the councils from recommending a longer retention period depending on the needs and objectives of the program. It doesn't seem to me that the needs and objectives of the EM program justify a longer retention period. Not trying to question the validity of the enforcement consultant's recommendations, but really looking back and trying to link the objectives of the program itself and the retention period. And then also in the procedural directive, there's a passage on page 5 that was also highlighted in the coalition letter that Melissa Mahoney we mentioned and presented the highlights of in her testimony, and I wanted to thank all of the members there for that letter. But that one really struck home from me. Notes that many data collection programs other than EM have longer retention requirement periods, but the storage costs and those other let me go back to that. And there are instances where data quality or program compliance issues are discovered during that longer retention period. And I understand that relates directly to the enforcement consultant's recommendation and in interest and identification of that need. But the procedural directive also recognizes that the storage costs in those other data collection programs are less expensive than storing EM data. And that the requiring the fishing industry to retain the EM data for the same duration as other programs is unreasonable. And I just wanted to, I know that's been available in that public comment letter for us to all look at. Obviously, it's been available in the procedural directive for us to go back to look at. But to me, that really gets to the heart of, I think, this issue that we've been wrestling with here today. And all of our public commenters today noted that costs are mounting, and even though the incremental costs in some cases may be relatively small, they are cumulatively a burden and put this program at risk of failure. And we've all heard about the other 990 some paper cuts that the program is suffering. I don't mean to trivialize them actually by using that terminology, but just wanted to recognize that the cumulative cost issue is a big one. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Maggie. And thank you for getting the ball rolling for what will be a thorough discussion, but it will require more hands to be raised to keep the discussion going. Or a motion, something. Bob Dooley.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I have listened and participated in a lot of discussions over EM over the years and seen the most critical progress made by collaborative efforts. And it seems like now we're spiraling down into minutia, into things that really might not matter in the big picture. And so somebody told me once that when you find yourself up to your neck in alligators, it might be good to remember the prime directive was to drain the swamp. And I think we need to back up and look what we're trying to do here. Cost-effective program in lieu of human observers to reduce costs. And of course, be adequate and be thorough. But what are we trying to achieve? We're trying to monitor discards of bycatch in this particular fishery and not necessarily come out with answers with the video, but to determine whether the skipper is writing a reasonable number to represent the discards that he is discarding. We have heard a lot of testimony over the years about the whole issue of the observer effect, and I would submit the camera effect, that when you're being watched, there's a different behavior. I would agree with that. And I think that we shouldn't be necessarily digging to find every detail, although if it was cheap enough, that wouldn't be a bad outcome. But once again, we have many trawlers that are not fishing now because of these costs. We're trying to get people to work. We're trying to get fish out of the water, trying to get attainment up. Not sacrifice our integrity there, but we do have dockside monitors that monitor 99% of the fish that come to shore. Probably maybe not that high a number, but a lot of it comes to shore. Well, actually 100% of what comes to shore, but of all the fish that's caught, discards is a pretty small number. So once again, the prime directive here is to verify that a skipper is writing a reasonable estimation of his discards. He's not weighing them. He's guessing, much like an observer does, with basket samples and extrapolation. So I guess, how much do we need to spend to be good enough and to understand how that we're doing our due diligence and having accountability in this fishery. So that's one thing. So like I said, the biggest amount of work here is done through collaboration. And I think we've departed from that a bit. And I think, Maggie spoke to that really well. I would agree with that. I would hope we could focus on ways to reduce cost. I don't think that requiring a higher level of data retention than the national policy that was well vetted and discussed is really warranted here. I agree with some of the comments that if it wants to be longer, if they want to keep if enforcement needs to keep the data longer, they certainly have the ability to take possession of that and should pay for it. But remember, data, confidentiality, all of that stuff was a prime concern of this whole program to begin with. And I think we should be finding ways to make the program successful rather than ways to make it more costly and less likely to succeed. I do believe that we are on the verge of watching EM evaporate. There are a lot of forces poised on the outside of this, whether it's, can we pay for Pacific states? Can we, are we going to have too much data retention? Can we even will the rule be rolled over? Will any of these things happen? Will whiting be able to discard short bellies and not lose hundreds or tens of thousands of dollars by having to come in with a load of fish they don't get paid for? I mean, can we solve those problems? And I think that's important. Otherwise, I think we're on the verge of seeing this program collapse under its own weight. And that'd be a sad day, because COVID-19 has shown one thing. When we don't have eyes on the water because we can't get observers on boats, EM does a pretty darn good job. So anyhow, I'll stop there and thank you.
Thank you, Bob. Chair Anderson.
Thanks very much. I do have a motion, but I don't want to cut off discussion. Certainly there'll be discussion about the motion, I suspect, but whenever you.
All right. Well, I appreciate that, Phil. And now that we know that a motion is coming, let's see if there are any more hands. I'm not seeing any. Please go ahead, Phil.
Okay, thank you very much. And if everything worked correctly, I believe Sandra will be able to project my motion on the screen. Thank you. I'll make my motion and then, of course, hopefully be provided the opportunity to speak to it. So first, I move that the council adopt the following final recommendations for changes to the electronic monitoring program regulations. 1, hard drive deadline. Increase the hard drive submission deadline to 72 hours from the beginning of the offload. 2, reusing hard drives. That was not my phone. Require EM data to be removed before reusing hard drives only if end-to-end encryption is not used. 3, limit on switching between EM and observers for whiting. Remove the limit on switching between observers and EM for whiting vessel. 4, mothership catcher vessel endorsement. Remove the requirement for a mothership catcher vessel endorsement to use EM on mothership catcher vessel trips. 5, pre-departure test. Maintain status quo for the pre-departure test requirement, as it is useful in ensuring systems for working before departure. Logbook processing. Allow EM providers to receive and enter logbook information rather than submitting to National Marine Fisheries Service. 7, reporting deadlines for EM service providers. Require deadlines for EM service provider reports of technical assistance, logbook data, vessel operator feedback, EM summary, and data compliance reports, and others as specified elsewhere. Data retention. Align data retention requirements with NIMS Procedure 04-115-03 entitled Third Party Minimum Data Retention in EM Programs for Federally Managed U.S. Fisheries. 9, correct the reference to a NIMS accepted EM service plan under 660.603 sub A1 to 660.603 B parens 1 parens Roman numeral 7. 10, change the implementation date to be no earlier than January 1st, 2022 in the EM program regulations for both the electronic monitoring provider permits and responsibilities and the vessel and first receiver responsibilities. 11, revising regulations regarding authorized release of EM data as described under F3A, Supplemental NIMS Report 1. Revise the regulations at 660.603 N(3) to refer to an authorized representative of the vessel consistent with other West Coast regulations. 12, revising regulations defining limitations on conflicts of interest for EM service providers as described under F3A Supplemental NIMS Report 1. Revise the definition of a conflict of interest at 660.603 to exclude providing other types of technical and equipment services to fishing companies. In addition, the Council recommends NIMS approve the continuation of the existing EM exempted fishing permit, modified as necessary, until the effective date of the amended regulations. Further, the Council recommends that the EFP allow new entrants to join the extended EM EFPs for the purpose of gaining additional information to address EM issues associated with the bottom trawl fishery. And the Council recommends NIMS, in consultation with the Council, conduct a comprehensive review of the program guidelines and manual consistent with the revised proposed rule that will reflect the proposed changes and the final procedural directive on data retention and any other relevant directives. And assign the Executive Director of the Council to conduct a final review, deem and transmit regulations, and consult with National Marine Fisheries Service on any necessary clarifications that are identified following the Council meeting with the intent of expediting publication of the proposed rule as soon as possible. And Mr. Vice Chairman, that concludes my motion.
Thank you very much, Phil. That's a long motion, and it's detailed. Let me first see if there is a second to the motion. It has been seconded by Bob Dooley, and please speak to your motion.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Well, let me just at the outset say I remember going to lunch. I was working with for the Western Department of Fish and Wildlife. I went to lunch with Randy Fisher and Dave Copel. They took me out to lunch. I think I had to pay them because they weren't able to buy me lunch under our ethics laws. But anyway, and they were talking about a thing called EM. I had no idea what it was. They explained to me the basic outline and what they wanted to do. And I thanked them for the lunch and went away going, yeah, right, good luck with that. But because of a tremendous amount of work by Pacific States Marine Fisheries Commission and the industry and many, many others, including National Marine Fisheries Service, here we are. After several years of successful EFPs, we're ready to move this into regulation, or we're getting close to it at least. And I'm proud to be able to offer the motion. So I'll speak to each one of these. I'll try to do it as quick as I can. Some of them, most of them were contained in the motion that was put out for public review in April, and I spoke to it at that time. So this is going to be redundant for those of you who have a good memory. First, on the hard drive deadlines, number one there, this change would provide additional time for vessel operators to comply with the requirement with minimal impact to the timeliness of data. It would also prevent confusion when EM vessels transition from EM EFPs to the EM regulations. The reusing of hard drives has to do with, this would potentially extend the life of the hard drives and reduce program costs. NIMS implemented this policy in the EM EFP around 2017, and it is consistent with policies in other regions. Number four, number 3, the limit on switching between EM and observers. Removing the limit on switching and adopting the tentative fishing plan for whiting vessels would reduce the reporting burden for whiting vessel operators and eliminate a redundant and unnecessary regulation. NIMS has already waived the limit on switching for whiting vessels, and the final rule is provided for in the regulations and does not anticipate reinstating it in the future. The mothership catcher vessel endorsement issue, this requirement was included in the EM EFPs because having valid permits for the intended fishing activity is a standard requirement for EFP eligibility. However, mothership catcher vessel endorsement is not required to participate in the mothership sector. The regulations allow for a vessel without a mothership catcher vessel endorsement, but that is enrolled in the mothership cooperative to deliver to a mothership. I gotta get a drink of water. The pre-departure test is a pretty simple one. It's beneficial for vessel operators to be able to make the test and easily determine the issues with the EM system prior to leaving the dock. The logbook processing piece, just having the NIMS process logbooks directly would require more back and forth with EM service providers to match logbooks with EM trips. Select trips or hauls for review, compare logbook and EM discard estimates, and investigate any discrepancies. We think it's going to be more efficient and cost-effective to have EM service providers receive both logbooks and EM directly and process them internally and simply report data to National Marine Fisheries Service. The reporting deadlines, there's 4 pieces here: reports of technical assistance, logbook data, vessel operator feedback reports, and EM summary data and compliance reports. This is contained in the, I believe, in the GEMPAC reports, also in National Marine Fisheries Service report. So it just, it has these, provides the definition of deadlines for these items. The retention of EM data is obviously the most contentious issue we have amongst, I think, in the motion. And this has been a really tough one for me. Frankly, I have 2 motions written, one with this and one with the 36-month retention requirement. I've got a gold clock sitting on my desk here that's in a beautiful rosewood box. It has an inscription in recognition of your dedication and commitment to the WDFW enforcement program. So I have a long history of supporting the views of our enforcement folks, my son's in law enforcement. So this is the first time I can remember supporting an alternative that is not consistent with the enforcement consultants on a matter like this. And the reasons I've come to this decision in terms of putting this forward for council consideration is based on a lot of the input and discussion that we've heard, some that Maggie referred to in her discussion comments. But I think it, by the data retention requirements that's under the procedural directive, I think accomplishes what we intended to do in terms of collecting and maintaining that data for the purpose of the catch accountability. And I also think we need to reward good behavior, and that is to say that not that the bottom trawl or the whiting trawl fishery has been perfect in every respect, but they have done one heck of a job in my mind and had built a really solid track record of complying with rules and regulations, being innovative, going out of their way even when regulations didn't require them, to avoid species of concern and so forth. And I think in this case, with the
overwhelming support for having the data retention be consistent with the policy directive and understanding what the purpose of that data retention is satisfied. And I think that we ought to give deference to the EFP proponents as we move this into regulations. And I would also suggest that if the video data is needed from an enforcement perspective longer than is what is provided under the procedural directive, then there are ways for that video to be turned over, I believe, to the Office of Law Enforcement, and they can keep the data for as long as they want. But I'm harking off a little bit off of Bob Dooley's remarks as well in terms of the purpose and in terms of the timing for data retention. So. So next up is correct the reference is an easy one. The NIMS accepted EM service plan under those references there. The next one is change the implementation date, of course, relative to the implementation of the regulations, as you can read it there. And I think everybody understands the purpose of this. We want to make absolutely clear in the regulations, address the issue where we have competing things that are out there right now in terms of putting them into regulations in 2021. And we also have this coming along with an EFP proposal for 2021. We need to clear the air here. We're going to have an EFP in 2021. We're not going to move these into regulations, and we need to put this in the regulatory language. So that's the purpose of this. Revising the regulations. This is a new one that was referenced in the GEMPAC report and maybe in another place as well, but it's having to do with whether you're referencing the owner or operator or whether it's an authorized representative of the vessel. I think this issue was simply that it allows the vessel owner to designate, if it isn't he or she, then they authorize a particular representative of the vessel rather than leaving it to assume that, for example, an operator has been authorized by the vessel owner. The last one in the list here of the regulation pieces is also the additional one which revised the definition of a conflict of interest. And this was brought forward as an issue by a service provider. I believe that was referenced in the discussion today. And it was supported by GEMPAC as well as National Marine Fisheries Service. And so I thought it was a good addition. There are three other pieces to the motion. First, that we recommend NIMS approve the continuation of the existing EFP modified as necessary until the effective date of the amended regulations. And it also then, it's not simply a rollover, it's a recommendation that the EFP allow new entrants to join. And I particularly called out the issues associated with the bottom trawl fishery and the ability and the intent here of expanding the number of participants that are in the bottom trawl fishery to address some of the deck sorting issues that have either discouraged them or prevented them from participating in the past. Appreciated Kate Cower's testimony and willingness with her group to work on this issue. Next to the last is the Council recommends to NIMS in consultation with the Council to conduct a comprehensive review of the program guidelines and manual. This was also in our motion that we put out for public review in April. I have had some communication with Ryan Wolf from National Marine Fisheries Service. They're fully supportive of this, I believe. You may speak to that. But we want to make sure that we rebuild the collaboration where it's fallen down and continue to support the cooperation and collaboration where it is continued. And that's really the intent here. And finally, the last one is to assign the executive director of the council, given that the council does not direct the staff, he does, to conduct a final review and then deem and transmit regulations and consult with National Marine Fisheries on any clarifications that may be needed. And so that we can get the proposed rule moving forward as soon as possible. So, Mr. Vice Chairman, that completes my justification points to the motion that I'm putting in front of the council for consideration. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much, Chair Anderson, for the motion and your explanation. We have a motion. It has been seconded. So now let's see if there are any questions for the maker of the motion or discussion on the motion. Corey Niles.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair, and thanks, Phil. Very impressive how you've grasped the details here and put them together into this comprehensive motion. Understanding we have one issue of where we've had differences in views, and I think that's number 8, if my visual memory is working here. So not grasping the details as well as you. I know number 8 doesn't mean 36 months, but how many months does it mean? I've seen, I'm probably confused. I've seen 27, I've seen 12 months. Can you explain how many months exactly you're intending there?
Yeah, it's there's no one single answer to that. The way the procedural directive is set up, there's a let's call it a fishing year for the sake of argument, and for the sake of our example, let's say the fishing year is 12 months. So after you take a trip within that time, let's say it's in January, and that trip's taken. That information then goes to the provider, and they have as I understand it, then they would move forward with the data analysis and so forth. And as we went through the 12-month period, then when we got to the end of the 12-month period, that data would have essentially been held for 12 months. And then there's a 3-month period after the fishing year for all of the data analysis to occur. Data analysis. And once that is completed, then the clock starts. So, and the clock is for a 12-month period. So if you happen to be one of those trips that's in November or December, then it's being held, for 15 to 16 to 17 months. So the time from November through the 3-month window after the first of the year, and then the year starts from there. If you're one of those first trips that goes into that, I'll call it batch, that year's batch in January, that data sticks around for much longer because it's going to be a full year plus the 3 months. And then another year. So that's where the 27 months comes from. And the 15 months comes from the example where it was the first trip in a particular year. It's the last trip in a particular year, then the 3-month time frame for the analysis of the data, and then the 12-month data retention starts there. That's my understanding of how it works. It's graphically displayed in the procedural directive, and there's a link to that in the GEMPAC report. I believe on page 2, and then as we had our discussion about this and the explanation came forward from Melissa, I believe it was, she explained in a manner that I hope I just replicated, and I am getting a indication from my colleague Brett Waitoff that I correctly explained it. So again, it depends within that 12-month fishing year when what trip it was and what month that trip was taken, that determines the total length that the video is held before it's able to be discarded.
Further questions? Corey, is your hand?
Yes, I re-raised it.
Okay, please.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. Like I said, impressive, Phil, how you grasped this. The other side of the coin here, though, is the cost. Do you feel that we have a solid understanding here of what the cost in terms of dollars to industry of what the difference between what you're suggesting in 36 months is? If you have as an impressive answer, I would appreciate hearing that.
I don't have a good answer, and so therefore it's not impressive. I mean, we heard from Dave Copel what I understood to be the total cost is in the neighborhood of $20,000 a year, is what I understood for the video retention. And then we also got that great work that Tracy Laurento provided us to in the California Department of Fish and Wildlife through their analysis. So part of it is the cost, I guess. That's one threshold in my mind. But it's like, I don't know that it's a lot of money, but it is more money. And if you're asking the industry to pay more to retain the video for longer than what it's needed to accomplish the goals of the program, and what you're really doing is needing it for a longer period of time for enforcement, that's kind of where I'm drawing the line. I'm saying industry is responsible for paying it for as long as it's needed to make sure that we're doing a good job of catch counting. But if enforcement feels like they need it for a longer period of time, then we need to find another way to absorb that cost. And if it is in fact something on the order of $20,000 a year, and if it is in fact that important to enforcement, then I think we ought to be able to find a way to pay the 20 grand if that's what they need to do their job, but not put that burden on the industry, because it is it's death by 1,000 cuts or death by 1,000 ads, in this case, of costs that are associated with implementing our catch share program and our EM and all the other things that go on with this. So we're trying to minimize costs. So I'm trying to draw the line here and have industry pay for what is, I think, their responsibility, but not have them pay for something that isn't.
Thank you, Phil. Further questions? Discussion on the motion? Marcy Remco.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I'd like to offer an amendment.
Please go ahead.
Thank you. Sandra, with regard to item 8 in the motion, please strike the language and replace it with the following. Maintain the retention of records requirements specified in 50 CFR 660.603 M6 as referenced in agenda item F3A, Supplemental EC Report 1.
Give Sandra an opportunity to do her thing here. So Marcy, is the language on the screen, the changes on the screen accurately reflect your proposed amendment?
Yes, thank you.
Is there a second? Seconded by Corey Niles. Please speak to your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Maybe it would have been easier if I just stated maintain the 36-month retention requirement, but thought I'd refer to the report. I appreciate this discussion, and it's been a topic of keen interest of our agencies since the April meeting and the discussion on the same point that we had around the table in April. We got to talking internally about what were really these costs, this increase in cost above the minimum established in the National Policy Directive. And I read some things and nothing really ever kind of hit home to me as to what the actual cost was per vessel per year for the additional time to store the data. Hence, we embarked on developing the CDFW report to try to quantify the cost increase in a way that had some meaning for the industry and for the public. So that was the origin of the report. Thinking back in time, in 2016, as Greg Bush has explained to us earlier, enforcement recommended a 5-year retention requirement, which is consistent with other requirements of the MSA with regard to data retention, and compromised on the 3-year period. I'm not really sure why the compromise was made, but I'm expecting that part of that compromise was with an assumption that cost of the 5-year period was too burdensome on the industry, who would bear this cost in addition to other costs of the program. I think that both Shems and Heather have it right when they say that the issue probably isn't about cost. So I guess I'm wondering, I don't know that I see anything differently today on the other issues than the council had at its fingertips to make a decision back in 2016. I see no reason to depart from the decision in 2016. I believe one thing has changed since 2016, which is why I'm really glad we're having this discussion and we went through this exercise. The costs have come down considerably. Until until we developed our analysis and looked at what these costs actually were today to store the data for 36 months versus the 15 to 27 month retention period in the national policy directive, I was comfortable acknowledging that this is something we needed to consider, as we know the costs of this program have piled on and on and on. But now that we've had this look, to me, the benefits that come with the ability to retrieve and review data up to 3 years, in my view, clearly outweigh the nominal cost of under $200 per vessel per year total. This is a good program. The EM program offers flexibility. It offers an opportunity for operators to make decisions about whether they want to use EM or not on a given trip. And I think the program has delivered as we envisioned the goal to be, which is offer flexibility and provide an opportunity for vessels to make the right business decision for them about whether to bring an observer or whether to utilize EM. Another thing I wanted to note in the EC report, the mention about the sampling rate that we're moving to for some sectors of the fishery, that will be at a 25% sampling rate, while others will remain at 100% sampling rate of video review. The 25% sampling rate for those sectors will be random, and as the EC notes, issues might be identified in year 2 or year 3 that would prompt a need to retrieve and review data back into prior years. Just want to, I guess, reflect on that decision, and this comes out of the NIMS directive, and we haven't had I don't recall on what grounds NIMS reduced that sampling rate down to 25% for those sectors. But I'm going to guess that cost had something to do with it. And the desire was that we were comfortable moving to a level of 25% random review in lieu of 100%, because the cost of reviewing the video data is a real and expensive cost. So I think we have considered cost in every step of our decision-making along the way. I think another thing that we should feel some comfort in, we should feel good that a 3-year retention period substantiates that decision to reduce the sampling frequency to 25% random for those sectors, because we do have that safety net of the 3-year review. Another thing that I think has been sort of missed in the gap discussion and some of the testimony that's been provided on the notion of requiring a longer retention period, and that the feeling of unfair treatment. I guess I would, to me, records can go both ways. Whatever records you might be talking about, whether it's a fish ticket or a logbook record, kind of the sense I got from the public testimony is that maintaining records for a longer period is only something that would be used as a tool against a vessel or an operation. That there is, and the GAP report referenced actually that there is no benefit to the fisher of a longer retention period. And I guess, I have to disagree, and I have to mention that records can go both ways. A record that is around for retrieval can support a statement, an affirmative statement by an operation that something was, a boat is where it said it was, a catch was what it said it was, an operation is doing what it said it was doing. I think about that, and as we work through discussions about disaster relief funding and, by and large, the way that vessels are compensated for relief under various programs is because of their record keeping and because they have something to fall back on and to say that they were doing something that entitles them to relief or to exoneration or whatever the case may be. So I just want to, I guess, incorporate that in the discussion here, that records, this notion that records are a bad thing for operations, I would just feel like that characterization misses the other half of the argument. The glass can be half full, the glass can be half empty. And so I guess with that, that concludes my remarks. I appreciate the discussion. And again, I think this is a wonderful program. We should be celebrating its successes. Thank you.
Thank you, Marcy. Is there discussion? Are there questions for Marcy on her amendment or discussion on the amendment? Corey Niles.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. I'm having flashbacks to when we voted on this issue last time without much discussion. Appreciate Marcy's speaking to that there. Really appreciate Phil's explanation and thoughtfulness here. I'll try to be brief here, but just many thoughts rattle around in my brain. And first off, I was fortunate to work under Phil's leadership as director, heard some of his enforcement stories, and I think we like to joke that he could have been an enforcement officer in a different life for sure. So no doubt in my mind that Phil has the utmost respect and understands the role that enforcement plays in our system. And also, this is an issue where I understand smart people are coming down differently. But I guess I'm backing up to the bigger picture of costs, and those are real. This council has been responsive to all the industry requests. For example, trying to get the EFP going for longer while we figure these issues out. I feel like we've been very responsive to costs, and when people speak to what the goals of the program are, I think we all agree. It seems on this one issue that a lot of the frustrations we're taking out our frustrations on this one issue where the costs are pretty low. Phil has me. I was pretty sure I would vote for this amendment until Phil spoke. And I think that the deeper issue in my mind, and I tried to speak to this last time in March, is the fair share, a reasonable share between what industry pays and what the public or government pays for monitoring of the public resource. And so I'm a bit compelled by that. If this is going to push that debate towards how much should the government pay for our enforcement needs, or do we need to put it all on industry cost? That is an argument I have. A question I have in mind, and I guess also in the back of my mind is the idea that we're going to continue to look at this program, evaluate it, every 3 to 5 years, or I've heard people mention, or even more. So people are going to keep looking at costs and effectiveness and how well we achieve the program's objectives. So I'm seeing the GEMPAC get 90% of what it's asked this council for, and then on this one issue where costs are not large, I'm a little perplexed on why all the why we're spending so much energy on this one. and the EC has compromised a bit on what they think is the right time frame. I can't tell you what the right time frame is, because I don't think we have enough information. I tend to defer to our EC on enforcement matters. Lastly, I think I'll end on saying, what the strength of this council is it makes decisions using data and science and facts and reason. Emotions fit within that for sure. But and my point is, this council makes better decisions than national guidance. I am not compelled by the fact that this is national guidance, that it is authoritative and makes better decisions than we could using that data and that reasoning and information. So I'm not looking to that as an authoritative source. I really don't think we have the data to answer what the right answer is at this point. And I do expect us to come back and reevaluate. And I think Marcy brought up a good point, and EC's brought up a good point about the difference between a subsampling of the video versus 100%. There are a lot of issues to think through. So to be honest, I might change my mind on how I'm going to vote on this after I stop talking, but I don't think it's a huge issue either way. We're going to have enforcement abilities. We're going to have a good program to start out with, and it's those bigger questions where the costs are coming from that really are the more concerning ones.
Thank you, Corey. Bob Dooley.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I just wanted to add a little perspective to the video review percentage. I believe, and I think I recall these numbers correctly, I don't have them in front of me, but about 90% of the C days that are collected in the EM program come from whiting or the midwater vessels. And in the rule that's being, or the guidelines or manual, the rules that says how much video is going to be reviewed, the whiting sector has 100% review, because it was stated by Pacific States in the guidance that it's as easy to do 100% on those trips than it is to do 25, and it doesn't cost anything more. So there's very little in the big picture not being reviewed at 100% right now, or contemplated to be that way, and right now too. So in the EFP. So I think that the fear that we're some lesser amount of review in the big picture, maybe in some sectors we're not, but in the overall EM program, it's nearly 100%. So I don't necessarily think that's I just wanted to clear that and make sure that people understood that we are not all at 25%. The vast majority, like 90% of the C days, are being judged at 100% review. So thank you.
Thank you, Bob. Let's see if there's any further discussion on this amendment. I'm not seeing any more hands raised, so I will call the question on the amendment offered by Marcy Yaremko. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, no.
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 Executive Director Tracy, can we do a roll call?
Yes, Mr. Vice Chair, I think that's appropriate. Okay, so this will be for the amendment to Mr. Anderson's motion made by Ms. Yaremko. Council members, please give me your vote. Yes or no as I call your name. Virgil Moore.
Yes. Aye.
Ryan Wolf.
Yes.
Louis Zim,
No.
Brad Pettinger,
No.
Joe Oatman,
No.
that was a no. Rich Lincoln,
No.
Corey Niles,
Yes.
Maggie Sommer,
No.
Bob Dooley,
No.
Pete Hassemer,
No.
Krista Svensson,
No.
Marcia Remco,
Yes.
Phil Anderson.
No.
Mr. Vice Chair, we have 4 in favor, 9 opposed. The amendment fails.
Thank you, Mr. Tracy. So we are back to the original motion. And I'll ask to see if there's any further discussion, amendments, anything else the council cares to do prior to taking a vote on Chair Anderson's motion. Ryan Wolf.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I didn't get to raise my hand earlier in discussion on the motion, so I did want to thank Phil for the motion, for his extensive comments on the history of how we got here, but also on the rationale for these specific measures here in this motion. Appreciated the discussion on number 8 that we just had. And as I stated in April, obviously we could support either way that would have gone. I do want to, underscore because Phil referenced me in the sub-bullets. If you could scroll down to the bullet number 2. Yeah, so, I guess all of these bullets really, I mean, just in general, and with the comments that have been made, NIMS agrees with the council that the collaborative approach taken here has been responsible for most of its success and will continue to be a key component for success going forward. And we are committed to a productive dialogue with the council, with industry, and looking for cost savings and flexibilities wherever we can, consistent with policies and applicable law. So just to reiterate my comments under the management entity report, we would like to host a webinar in July on the guidelines and manual, but we have not forgotten about previous discussions regarding the audit function and the confidentiality issue, which was touched on briefly here. And we do plan to continue dialogues on those issues as well as we look towards 2020 implementation. So I just wanted to state that and express my support for the overall motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Ryan. Any further discussion? Raise your hand. Any further amendments? Raise your hand. And I'm not seeing any hands. So I'm going to call the question. All those in favor of this motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed, no. Abstentions? Motion passes unanimously. Good work. Thank you, Chairman Anderson, and thanks to the council for getting this done. Is there anything further on this agenda item F3? Corey Niles.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I think in public testimony we heard some questions and earlier, and Ryan spoke to it at the start of the agenda item, and on this uncertainty about the funding for next year and the extension of the EFP. And it's just wondering if Ryan could speak briefly onto how we might keep up to date on those developments. I heard him say that's not a definite no, the funding won't be there, but I maybe missed all of what he said, but when we can expect to hear more on that.
Ryan?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Corey, for the question. Well, at this time, I can't say anything more than what I said. Obviously, we have allocated FY20 funds already. At this point in the fiscal year, we do not know what will be in the appropriations for 2021, whether it addresses this issue specifically or just in general for the agency. I will pass along the comments that we've heard here, as well as council discussion and the reports that were read in. We will have a July webinar that will touch on guidelines and manual. I can see if there's an update then. Otherwise, as far as the council goes, the next agenda item would be September, and we'll provide an update then. I recognize there might be a need for more certainty sooner, and I will pass that along and see if there's a way to update prior to that. But other than that, that's about all I can say at the moment.
Phil Anderson.
I didn't want to interrupt that particular train of conversation. I had one other comment to make, but I just want to make sure Corey didn't. I didn't want to step in front of Corey.
Corey, did you have a follow-up?
I appreciate the answer. I think that makes it clear for me, and appreciate it, Phil and Mr. Vice Chair and Ryan.
All right, Phil.
I didn't speak to the second bullet in any depth, which was the piece that had to do with conducting a review of the program guidelines and manual, and those kinds of things. The same thing that was in our motion essentially in April. And I'm only one council member for sure, but my thought there was that the council staff and NIMS would use the same method, that largely being the GEMPAC and GEMTAC, and schedule the appropriate meetings and consultation and those kinds of things to do that. I didn't want to leave that without at least giving my thought on how to accomplish that particular part of the motion. And I didn't think it would be a good idea to recreate the wheel in that they have, formed some new group of people or something. I think they have done a really good job of working through these issues. They know them well, and that's what I would recommend.
Great, thank you, Phil. Thanks for that clarity on the motion. Further discussion on this agenda item from around the table. Brett, how are we doing?
Thank you, Vice Chair Gronick. I think we're doing very well. I think, again, we've really pushed to try to finalize the EM program. I think we're back on track as far as trying to finalize the program. I know there's some things that we need to work out to get these regulations in place. I appreciate everybody's flexibility, continued desire to make this work. I do really realize that it's been a long road and lots of deep breaths. So I appreciate that from everyone around the table. We have a motion that provides us the details that we need to adopt the final recommendations for regulatory changes and to work with NIMS and the executive director to finalize those regs and get them out for a proposed rule. We also have looked to extend those exempted fishing permits and the deadline for those. We'll have to think about, NIMS will have to decide on how they want to propose that, opening up the EM permit and the availability of those. So as they have done in the past, we leave it to them to do that. So the final step here is with the program implementation. We have, like you said, like Ryan said, we have a update in September that we can come back and provide the council with an update on the things that have happened over the summer regarding the NIMS hosting a Q&A and some back and forth with the industry. I can as well schedule some GEMTAC meetings in support of a comprehensive review of the EM manual and guidelines that reflect what is being proposed and finalized in the final rule that implements those regulatory changes. I think we'd have to leave it to staff and NIMS to decide if there's so many things that need attention and council action, and then decide to schedule those at some time. So maybe in September, we might have an indication about that. Maybe come back in the spring if needed for some further action. I don't anticipate that right now, but at this time, I haven't identified anything that would indicate that. So again, I want to thank all the council members and Phil with the motion and finalizing this action here today. I think that's all I have as far as my notes and the things moving forward. Hopefully the funding issues will get worked out and we'll can come up with some creative ideas to continue this program into 2021 and beyond. Thanks a lot.
All right, thanks very much, Brett. And before I turn the gavel back over to Chair Anderson, I have to fess up that my computer rang while I had the gavel, and notwithstanding my effort to mute my phone, it was a very persistent client who didn't appreciate that I'm not available this week, but there we have it. So, Chair Anderson, you have the gavel.
Thank you, Vice Chair Grillnick. Thanks for fessing up. I'm in the queue for buying donuts at our next in-person meeting too, so maybe we can collaborate on which days to bring them. We had one other piece of information that and it had to do with the status of short belly rockfish catch to date, and it's late. We had a long day yesterday, so my recommendation is that let's get the information, and if there are questions, great, but let's not get into a big debate about the information. It's meant to just provide you some additional information when we get to our decision tomorrow on the whole short belly rockfish item. And Chuck, I'm not sure who to turn to. I believe Patrick was going to provide it, but I'm not certain of that. So Chuck, could you help now?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Yes, that's correct. Patrick is going to provide the update and he is ready. And I believe Sandra has something to display on the screen too.
Hey, Patrick, we just couldn't stand the thought of not going to that. So we appreciate you coming back at this late hour and giving us some information.
Yeah, I couldn't go out on stock assessment prioritization. Short bellies where the fun is. Yeah, thanks for bringing me back. Chair Anderson requested that the GMT provide more information in regards to how is short belly bycatch tracking in 2020 compared to other years. And so what we have here is a couple of graphs that kind of see how it's been progressing through, by month and year. And you can say that like in total through May, we were tracking pretty, consistently with our or years that we've exceeded the ACL. That was 2018 and 2019. 2017 was also a pretty high bycatch year. But it slowed down a little bit through June. So now we're kind of tracking behind. But that is, however, important to note that our 2020 is only for half of a month, and the other years have a full month of June. And as you can see here, bycatch can accumulate very rapidly, or it can slow off. And so we didn't really feel comfortable like making a final June projection because it would be too speculative. I would say that, in general, we're kind of tracking consistent with last year, but in the same ballpark would be the basic kind of conclusion point there. There is some weird stuff though, kind of in terms of how it's accumulating. So you can see the at-sea whiting sectors that hasn't been accumulating very rapidly this year so far. It's been mostly from the shoreside fishery, and that was attributed to his midwater trawlers cooperative. Heather Mann said chose to start off the whiting season with 145 tons, and so that's why that shot up for the shoreside, and that's what kind of caused the total to spike. And so then another question is like, is any of this affected by like COVID? Like maybe they aren't fishing whiting as much as normal, so maybe like at least 2020 could be an underrepresentation. If you go to the next slide, please, Sandra. This shows that actually whiting is tracking pretty normal, if not better, this year compared to last year's. And so it just, I think you can kind of just focus on to, those original kind of short belly comparisons I just showed. You want to go back to that slide in case there's any council discussion, please, Sandra?
Okay, thanks, Patrick. And that's a great echo. Let me just ask my colleagues around the table if you have any questions for Patrick. Corey Niles.
Thanks, Mr. Chair, and thanks, Patrick. So I guess this means we won't see you tomorrow under in season from what you said. So I'll use my continued strategy of remaining in denial that you're leaving, but yeah, I thank you for your work. But I do have a question, and I don't know how used to people are. I can't talk right now, but how the people are reading these graphs. I'm not totally used to them either. But on the at-sea graph, just to make sure, what I'm seeing, it looks like the gray line, which was last year, and the at-sea box, it looks like the month of May were almost all of the bycatch of short belly happened, and then there was nothing for the rest of the year. So I believe I'm correct in that interpretation, but do you know, and if you didn't look into this, was that just a series of lightning strike large catches? Any idea how many lightning strikes? Yeah, I mean, if you could talk through that pattern a little bit briefly, that would be helpful.
That's a really good question. What is causing these sudden accumulations and then these sudden flat lines? And I didn't look into that 2019 spike at sea. But as Mr. Schuster showed in his presentation, we did have the distribution of bycatch goes throughout time the last couple of years. And what happens is there are some, really high bycatch shows like that happened for the shoreside folks, that caused it to jump up 105 tons of just two toes. That's happening on occasion in all of these sectors, but those aren't really the main issue. It's a lot of these like smaller, more repetitive hits. Those can also those are more common, and those are adding up as well. So it's kind of a combination of things can just making it so hard to predict how much is happening in the future and how much and why it was so erratic in the past.
Thanks, Patrick. Thanks, Corey, for that question. Are there any other questions for Patrick? Okay, Thanks very much, Patrick, to you and others that contributed to putting this information together on such short notice. We very much appreciate it. And again, we're all in denial that you're not going to be with us here, but we're also very happy for you to take on a new chapter in your career. And we hope we'll be seeing you one way or the other.
Yeah, thank you so much for that. It's so hard to say goodbye, and it's like all these wonderful things you guys have said is just makes me feel really valued and sorry. So thank you for everything.
Are you in Eastern Washington or are you in Eastern Oregon?
I'm in the Tri-Cities, Eastern Washington. I talked to...
Okay. Go ahead.
Oh, yeah. So Pete had been joking for a while there that he was going to deputize me as the new Idaho GMT. Close enough, he said.
Okay. We'll keep our fingers crossed. All right, Patrick, take care. Thanks again. Okay, let me turn to our executive director and ask him if there's anything else we need to do before we conclude today's business.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't believe so. We've managed to catch up, and so we're on track tomorrow for the conclusion of F1, the 21-22 management measures and EFPs and in-season management. I don't think I have anything else to say other than I do want to express my thanks and our council staff's thanks to Patrick as well. And what do you say we send them off with 3 hip hip hoorays, 3 cheers for Patrick.
All right, 1, 2, 3. Hip hip, hip hooray! Hooray! Hip hip hooray! 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 I don't know how many that was, but thank you, everybody. Have a good night, and we'll look forward to being with you at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning.